Emerging from the darkness, a hidden valley unfolds. Nestled amongst towering cliffs and lush greenery, a serene village clings to the mountainside, its tranquil atmosphere a stark contrast to the journey's perilous start. Before them, nestled high in the cliffs, a hidden village emerges. Its peaceful atmosphere offers a welcome respite, a tranquil haven clinging to the mountainside. Descending into the valley, a hidden village comes into view. Ancient stone buildings cling precariously to the cliff face, a testament to the resilience of its inhabitants. A sense of quiet mystery hangs in the air. I said, "Can you leave me alone?" The weary plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the village's tranquil beauty. A woman, her face marred by cuts, makes the request of a man, equally wounded, as he continues his task. A pained ah escapes her lips as the man continues to grind herbs, his movements precise and focused despite his own wounds. Eat candy, she whispers, a chillingly sweet murmur, her finger tracing a bloody path across her lips. The contrast between the words and the grim reality of her injuries is unsettling. A sharp "aa" escapes her lips as she recoils, her eyes wide with a sudden, unexpected pain. The man's hand, reaching for her, hesitates, concern etched on his face. A sudden, sharp oof. She collapses, the woman's body slumping to the ground as a wave of pain washes over her. The man, his brow furrowed with concern, reaches out, his hand hovering near her. "TSK. This is medicinal paste, not candy," he scoffs, a hint of weariness in his voice, his gaze fixed on the woman still unconscious at his feet. The man's own injuries are visible, yet his focus remains on her care. "Never mind, she can't understand," he mutters, a weary sigh escaping him as he looks down at the woman. A twisted grin stretches across her face, the words so fun a chilling counterpoint to her unconscious state. "This damn place," he mutters, the words hanging heavy in the air. Crazy, fool, disable, retard, monster, the insults echo the grim reality of the surroundings, a testament to the harshness of this desolate location. It's a freak museum, he realizes, surveying the scene. A chilling collection of broken bodies litters the ground, their injuries testament to unspeakable cruelty. The grotesque figure stirs, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Its scarred, monstrous face contorts in a silent scream of pain and rage, a testament to the brutal reality of this twisted museum. Why am I here with them? The question hangs in the air, a raw, desperate cry born of confusion and mounting dread. His face, streaked with grime and blood, reflects the turmoil within. "Let me play with you." The words, chilling and cruel, cut through the silence. A sinister grin spreads across the scarred face of the figure looming over him, the grotesque collection of broken bodies behind him a stark reminder of the danger he faces. "For a bit, I promise," the monstrous figure sneers, a cruel grin twisting his scarred face. His words are a mockery, a chilling counterpoint to Kavik's desperate, whispered plea, "No. No." A chilling wave of laughter, hee, echoes through the cavern, punctuated by the almost manic repetition of keek. From the surrounding figures. Their grotesque faces, hidden behind masks or scarred beyond recognition, amplify the unsettling atmosphere. Sobbing, he whispers, "Don't." But the chilling laughter continues, a cruel counterpoint to his despair. Then, a stark realization dawns, fake, everything is fake. It's just an illusion. He whispers, a dawning realization etching itself onto his face. The weight of the horrific scene begins to lift, replaced by a chilling understanding. It's all an illusion. The bloody weapon slips from his grasp, the horrifying vision dissolving as the word fake echoes the dawning truth. The illusion shatters. Crimson splatters across the page, a stark visual echo of the horrifying vision that just dissolved. His eyes snap open, a fierce rage replacing the previous horror. Blood streaks his face, a testament to the illusion's brutal impact, but his expression is one of furious defiance. All of this, he gasps, the revelation hitting him as he collapses, the illusion shattering around him. He crashes, the illusion dissolving into dust. Is a fabrication, the words ring out, a stark declaration against the horrifying deception he'd just endured. He collapses, a pained ache escaping his lips. Dust motes dance in the dim light of the cavern as a figure watches, a vial clutched in their hand. Beside them, a woman looks on with a mixture of concern and apprehension. I'm telling you. You're done. Don't you know what the master is like? You're so dead, he'll kill you. The warning rings out, a desperate plea laced with terror as the speaker's face contorts in a mask of fear and dread. His words paint a vivid picture of the master's wrath, a terrifying consequence hanging heavy in the air. Who does he think he is? The words explode, a furious retort echoing through the cavern. A face, scarred and defiant, is revealed, eyes blazing with a cold fury. He's insignificant. The scornful declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fear that moments before choked the cavern. Then, a low growl, "You! How dare you insult the master?" The scarred face, contorted in furious disbelief, speaks volumes. His eyes burn with a cold, righteous anger. A sharp thwack echoes, followed by silence. The scarred man's defiance is met with a chilling stillness, the weight of unspoken consequences hanging heavy in the air. His furious outburst has clearly angered someone powerful. Are you done arguing? The question cuts through the tense silence, a chillingly calm voice interrupting the heated exchange. A figure emerges from the shadows, their approach marked by a deliberate, almost ominous stillness. Disciple Li. Disciple Wang? Master wants you to come over. The calm words cut through the lingering tension, a summons issued from the shadows. A figure, serene yet imposing, stands amidst the cavern's gloom, his presence a stark contrast to the recent outburst. A pained "ah" escapes the scarred man's lips, his defiance finally broken. Beside him, a younger disciple stands, equally wounded, their shared ordeal etched onto their faces. Ha ha! You're done. Today is your turn. The scarred man's laughter rings out, a chilling declaration of victory, his words echoing the brutal reality of his triumph. His face, bloodied and contorted in a grotesque grin, speaks volumes about the violence that has just transpired. Silence. A heavy, bruised silence hangs in the air, broken only by the scarred man's ragged breathing. His eyes, narrowed and filled with a grim determination, betray the pain he endures. A hand reaches out, grabbing the defeated disciple's collar. Don't! A desperate plea escapes the younger disciple's lips, a silent testament to their fear. Don't go! The younger disciple's desperate plea hangs in the air, a whispered protest against the victor's cruel intentions. His grip tightens on their collar. They leave, the defeated disciple led away by the victor, a ghostly figure trailing behind. A sense of finality hangs heavy in the air. They depart, the victor leading the defeated disciple away through a dimly lit cavern. A lone figure trails behind, their silence heavy with unspoken sorrow. A lone figure lingers, their face etched with sorrow. The weight of what they've witnessed hangs heavy in the silence. Finally, they emerge from the cavern's depths, into the bright sunlight. A vast, open sky stretches above, a stark contrast to the darkness they've left behind. The narrow chasm opens into a breathtaking vista. Sunlight bathes the towering cliffs, a stark contrast to the dim cavern they've just left. A sense of peace settles, yet the lingering silence speaks volumes. The cavern mouth opens onto a breathtaking vista. Sunlight floods the towering cliffs, a stark contrast to the dim, shadowed passage behind them. A quiet peace settles, yet the lingering silence speaks volumes. Emerging into the sunlight, a wave of confusion washes over them. What just happened to me? They wonder aloud, their hand covering a bruised face. Why did I get angry with these things? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the newfound peace of the open vista. My personality is clearly not so flamboyant, they mutter, a quiet resolve hardening their gaze. I can't let these things affect my personality. The words are a firm declaration, a vow to maintain composure amidst the lingering confusion. I obviously wasn't being myself. They murmur, a quiet resolve settling over their features. Calm down. A gentle whisper follows, as if a part of them is trying to regain control. A hand, stained with grime and blood, reaches out. The word touch appears twice, emphasizing the tentative, almost hesitant gesture. A sense of lingering unease remains, despite the bright sunlight of the vista. Across a desolate landscape, two figures walk, their steps measured and deliberate. A palpable tension hangs in the air, heavy and unspoken, between them. His gaze, unwavering, betrays a quiet intensity. Scars mar his face, a testament to battles fought, yet his expression holds a grim determination. He walks on, the unspoken tension between him and his companions still thick in the air. A surge of dark energy erupts, swirling crimson tendrils twisting around them. The air crackles with power. Before them, a fiery chasm yawns open, a maelstrom of crimson energy pulsating within. The heat seems to radiate from the panel itself. The chasm before them pulses with an ominous energy, a silent scream in the desolate landscape. This is it. Master! A desperate cry echoes through the cavern as the figure on the raised platform collapses, a crimson stream flowing from a newly inflicted wound. There you are, my dear disciple. A chilling voice cuts through the chaos, emerging from the fiery chasm. The master, scarred and seemingly resurrected, surveys the scene with a knowing gaze. From the fiery chasm, a voice, chilling and ancient, cuts through the silence. You certainly kept me waiting, it booms, the words echoing the master's impatience and power. A cruel smile stretches across the resurrected master's face as he surveys his fallen disciple. His gaze, cold and calculating, lingers on the crimson stain blooming on the cavern floor. The resurrected master stands over his fallen disciple, a chilling satisfaction in his eyes. His gaze, cold and unwavering, sweeps across the blood staining the cavern floor, a stark testament to his power. The disciple, defeated, collapses. His master watches, a grim satisfaction etched onto his face. Below, a close-up reveals the disciple's wide, horrified eyes, reflecting the full weight of his defeat. A guttural ugh escapes the disciple's lips as he's sent flying, a crimson blur against the dark cavern. The master's attack is swift, brutal, leaving the disciple utterly defeated. A guttural scream rips through the cavern as the disciple is sent hurtling through the air, a horrifying testament to the master's overwhelming power. Whoa! A horrified gasp escapes from a witness. A maniacal laugh erupts from the master. By Cho, my life extends beyond your wildest dreams, he crows, his words a chilling testament to his newfound power. Is this sugar syrup? The defeated disciple mutters, his face a mask of disbelief and perhaps a touch of dark humor, as he lies amidst the carnage. Master's the best. The disciple murmurs, a faint smile playing on his lips despite his battered state. He's clearly in pain, but a strange sense of peace settles over him. Fate is sealed. The master stands triumphant, his gaze cold as he surveys the carnage. Blood splatters across the stone, a grim testament to the disciple's defeat. By Jichen, my true spirit is revealed. The master's proclamation echoes, a chilling declaration of power amidst the bloody aftermath. Fire up the cauldron. We shall condense pills. The master commands, his face a mask of grim determination, a furious energy crackling around him. The scene is one of raw power, the air itself seeming to vibrate with his intent. He stands amidst the carnage, blood staining his robes, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The master's gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable, yet a chilling aura emanates from him. The air crackles with barely contained power. Crimson energy swirls, a chaotic dance of power unleashed. The aftermath of the battle is a canvas of blood and destruction, the master's aura a storm of potent magic. Two figures, their faces painted with unsettling grins, flank a massive cauldron. Crimson liquid, bubbling with an inner fire, fills the vessel, a horrifying brew of blood and energy. Their smiles widen, a chilling display of macabre satisfaction. A thick stream of crimson energy, pulsating with inner fire, flows into the cauldron. It's a horrifying sight, the viscous liquid a testament to the master's dark ritual. The crimson stream ceases. A single word, stark against the fiery backdrop, appears, fake. The master's ritual, it seems, was a deception. The smell, however, is undeniably real. A wave of nausea washes over the master as the truth dawns, the smell is fake. He realizes, his face etched with dawning horror. This lion's head meatball is fake, too. The master's horror deepens, his earlier nausea now overshadowed by a new revelation. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the lingering stench. I heard you called this Taoist master a fart? The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Is there any truth to it? The master's face, already contorted with horror, now reflects a deeper, more profound fear. His eyes dart nervously, unable to meet the unseen accuser's gaze. This voice is fake, too. The master whispers, his face a mask of dawning terror. The accusation, sharp and sudden, follows. Speak. Cat got your tongue? The master recoils, his face a mask of terror, as the illusion shatters. Fake, he gasps, the word echoing the growing realization that everything around him is a deception. The master's horrified gasp echoes as the illusion around him dissolves, revealing the truth. Fake, he cries, the word a testament to the shattering deception. A surge of teal energy erupts, engulfing him as the reality of his perilous situation crashes down. Ha! The master's stunned cry is swallowed by a surge of teal energy, engulfing him completely. The illusion is gone, the deception shattered, leaving only the raw power of the truth. Fake. The word explodes across the panel, a stark white against the swirling teal energy that consumes the master. The illusion is gone, leaving only the raw power of the truth. His eyes, wide with dawning horror, reflect the teal energy still swirling around him. The illusion is gone, but the danger remains. Open eyes. The master's gaze, wide and filled with a dawning comprehension, reflects the fading teal energy. The illusion is gone, the deception revealed, and the truth is far more terrifying than he could have imagined. His eyes, wide and haunted, reflect the lingering shock. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple, a testament to the ordeal. Beep. The faint sound of a heart monitor underscores the gravity of his condition. Strapped to a hospital bed, the master lies unconscious. A faint beep from a nearby heart monitor is the only sound, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. His pale face and restrained limbs speak volumes of the ordeal he's endured. It's all fake. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark revelation echoing the master's dawning understanding. The illusion shattered, leaving only the chilling truth in its wake. The rhythmic beep, beep, beep of a heart monitor fills the sterile white room. Above, the master lies unconscious, strapped to a hospital bed, his pale face a stark contrast to the crisp white sheets. The rhythmic beeping continues, a stark counterpoint to the unsettling silence. A sterile white room stretches before us. The only features two stark white bedside tables, their clean surfaces reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights above. The emptiness speaks of a lingering unease, a quiet aftermath. What's new? A voice asks, a hint of weariness in the tone. The camera pans up a modern building, the scene unchanged. It's still, the same environment, the voice continues, a sigh almost audible in the words. I'm doing the same thing, a weary voice replies, the words mirroring the unchanging cityscape. A close-up reveals the speaker's face, eyes heavy with exhaustion and a hint of despair. He begins, his voice trailing off. The weariness in his eyes deepens as the other voice presses, just what? A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken anxieties mirrored in the scientist's grim expression. He trails off, the silence heavy with unspoken frustration. The weight of his failure hangs in the air, a palpable tension mirrored in his tightly clenched hands. Have I told you about Disciple 1? He asks, a flicker of something akin to grim determination in his eyes. The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift from the previous weariness. This time, that bald master cruelly killed a person in front of me. He recounts, his voice heavy with the weight of the witnessed horror. A doctor sits nearby, seemingly unmoved, meticulously reviewing notes as if the gruesome detail is commonplace. And then use it to refine his pills, the speaker adds, a surge of bitter anger replacing the earlier weariness. HM. The doctor murmurs, his eyes scanning the notes before him, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome details just recounted. His dispassionate response underscores the gravity of the situation. Dr. Lee, can you tell me, what do these different illusions mean? Does all of it mean something? He asks, his hand outstretched as if presenting the fragmented visions for examination. A quiet desperation underpins his plea. Dr. Lee dismisses his concerns with a curt, no. He stands, his dismissive words cutting through the speaker's desperate plea. You don't need to care about such things, the doctor continues, his tone unwavering. You should be more concerned about the length of each illusion. The weight of his unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air. Now that you're free of HPPS, Dr. Lee states, adjusting his glasses, you must remember, as well as your mental stability. His words carry a weight of unspoken implications, leaving the patient's fate hanging in the balance. That it is not real. Don't get caught up in it again. The doctor's final warning echoes, a stark reminder hanging in the air as the panel fades. By the way, Dr. Lee adds, his voice a low murmur as he leaves the room, every time you fall into the illusion, remember to act according to the. His words trail off, leaving the patient alone with the unsettling weight of his instructions. Only that way you can be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible, Dr. Lee explains, his back to the patient as he gestures towards the door. A beat of silence follows, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. A slight frown creases his face. Humph. Did you hear that? He wonders aloud, a hint of unease in his voice. The instruction, listen to the doctor obediently, appears as a caption, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Yang Na, his childhood sweetheart, walks down the hallway, a small smile playing on her lips. The caption, childhood sweetheart, confirms her identity, adding a layer of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. Nana. He whispers, a pensive expression clouding his features. The name hangs in the air, a poignant reminder of his past, as he contemplates the doctor's unsettling instructions. Nana, his childhood sweetheart, sits beside him, a quiet presence in the sterile hospital room. A gentle concern softens her features as she observes him. Your smile is ugly, he states, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Nana's gentle presence beside him. Don't laugh, he says, look what I brought you. He rummages through a bag, the word searching appearing above his hands. A small, almost mischievous grin plays on his lips as he continues his search. Ta-da! Nana exclaims, a playful grin spreading across her face as she presents a thick volume of review books. These are the teacher's personally assigned materials for the Year 6 entrance exam. Ha! Nana! He murmurs, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as he rests his chin in his hand. We've been playmates since childhood, is this how you get back at me? His question hangs in the air, a light-hearted challenge to his longtime friend. Of course not, Nana chirps, playfully bonking him on the head with a thick textbook. Ouch! He groans, a surprised expression briefly crossing his face before a smirk replaces it. And, he adds, a mischievous glint in his eye. This. Nana declares, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she presents a Nintendo Switch. The playful banter takes a surprising turn. Nana calls out, playfully reaching for the Nintendo Switch as it floats between them. A light-hearted moment, a brief respite from the intense study session. Sis! Nana exclaims, her eyes wide with a mixture of playful urgency and a hint of mischief. The light-hearted atmosphere shifts subtly as she leans closer, her expression intense yet still laced with a familiar teasing energy. Ha! You're my sister, he exclaims, snatching the Nintendo Switch. The playful teasing continues, but a new element of playful rivalry emerges. He sighs, a weary expression settling on his face as he holds the Nintendo Switch. You don't know how boring it is to stay in a mental hospital every day. Even if I'm not crazy, it's suffocating me, he mutters, the words revealing a quiet desperation beneath the playful facade. Play less. Remember to do your homework. Don't forget what you promised me, his sister reminds him, her words a gentle but firm counterpoint to his earlier weariness. A subtle shift in the mood, a return to the familiar dynamic between siblings. I remember, he says quietly, a newfound resolve settling in his eyes. The Nintendo Switch is set aside, a subtle shift in his priorities. We agreed to go to the same college, he says, a quiet affirmation of their shared future. A sense of calm settles between them, a promise solidified. A shared glance, a moment suspended between siblings. The unspoken promise hangs heavy in the air, a silent understanding passing between them. I'll recover, Nana, he vows, a quiet strength in his voice. Hope, a fragile but persistent flame, flickers in his eyes. He embraces Nana, a tender moment of sibling affection in the sterile hospital room. A quiet strength emanates from the hug, a silent promise of support. MHM. Nana's soft murmur, barely audible, speaks volumes. A quiet acceptance, a gentle nod to her brother's promise. The weight of unspoken emotions hangs in the air, a tender silence following the storm. Get well, Nana whispers, her hand resting gently on her brother's. A simple wish, yet it carries the weight of their shared bond, a silent promise of unwavering support. I'll wait for you. Nana whispers, her voice soft yet filled with unwavering hope. A gentle promise hangs in the air, a quiet strength underpinning her words. The title card appears, a splash of crimson against the black backdrop. We learn the creative team behind this story: the writer, the artist, the colorist, the setting designer, the editor, and the studio. It's getting late. Let me walk you to the gate of the hospital, a kind voice offers, a gesture of unexpected courtesy in this world. Okay, she replies, her brief response a quiet acceptance of his offer. She turns and heads for the door, her bag slung over her shoulder, leaving him alone in the dimly lit room. Outside, a shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, their presence a chilling contrast to the quiet hospital hallway. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A wave of unease washes over him. The red glow intensifies, mirroring the rising dread in his heart. A sudden, sharp pain explodes in his chest. He clutches at it, his face contorting in agony as a wave of disorientation washes over him. He stumbles, clutching his chest, the pain still lingering, a dazed expression on his face. He wakes, disoriented, in a hospital room. A strange, iridescent object rests on the bedside table, glowing faintly. His eyes snap open, confusion clouding his gaze. A single thought echoes in his mind, a question hanging heavy in the air: the medicine pestle? That shouldn't be. He murmurs, a frown furrowing his brow. Confusion and disbelief war on his face as he looks at the woman beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and something else, something unsettling. Huawang, are you all right? A concerned voice asks. He looks up, a frown deepening as he replies, I've been following the doctor's orders these past few days. How could this happen? Confusion and disbelief cloud his features. Ha ha. Did I scare you? A playful voice breaks through Huawang's confusion, a stark contrast to the unsettling atmosphere. A smirk plays on the unseen speaker's lips, adding a layer of mystery to the already perplexing situation. A playful smirk spreads across Huawang's face as he flashes a peace sign. The unsettling atmosphere is momentarily broken by his light-hearted gesture, a stark contrast to his previous confusion. Doing this kind of thing, he says, the words adding a layer of mystery to the situation. Still thinking you're a little child? A playful smirk dances on Huawang's lips, a subtle blush coloring his cheeks. The lightheartedness contrasts sharply with the unsettling events that preceded it. A young woman strides past Huawang, her humph, a clear expression of disdain. He stares after her, a bewildered ah, escaping his lips. The playful atmosphere vanishes, replaced by an unspoken tension. Did I see it wrong? Huawang murmurs, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He's clearly confused, his gaze following someone leaving the room. Nana! Wait for me, he calls out, a note of urgency creeping into his tone as he rushes after her. He glances down, a box catching his eye. Uncertainty clouds his features as he leans closer, the mystery deepening. Nana, don't be angry, Huawang calls out, his voice carrying across the courtyard. He chases after her, a plea in his tone, the earlier playful banter forgotten. I just wanted to make you happy, Huawang calls out, his voice a little breathless as he runs after Nana. A nervous chuckle follows, hee. His words, though heartfelt, seem to fall short in the face of her distant figure. Nana, don't be mad, Huawang pleads, his nervous chuckle echoing in the quiet courtyard. A group of figures, blurred and indistinct, stand in the background, their presence adding a layer of unsettling mystery to the scene. Huawang's hopeful pleas trail off, replaced by a worried uncertainty. Is she really ignoring me, he wonders, his expression a mixture of confusion and hurt. Tap. Huo Wang gently touches Nana's arm, a hopeful expression softening his features. His earlier worry seems to melt away, replaced by a quiet determination to mend their little disagreement. "I'll come see you again next week. Take care of yourself while you're here," Nana says, a hint of warmth softening her previous coldness as she gently pulls her hand away from Huo Wang's. A quiet understanding passes between them, a promise of a future meeting easing the tension of their brief parting. "Okay," Huo Wang replies, a quiet acceptance settling over his features. The slight downturn of his mouth hints at a lingering sadness, but his gaze is resolute, suggesting he'll cherish their brief time together. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on Huo Wang's lips. The lingering sadness is gone, replaced by a quiet contentment. He's made peace with their parting, his gaze soft and hopeful for their next meeting. Nana waves goodbye, a final, light-hearted gesture as she turns to leave. The warmth of their parting lingers in the air, a silent promise echoing between them. Nana walks away, her figure fading into the distance. A soft light filters through the panel, mirroring the gentle warmth of their farewell. A soft, blue-tinged twilight descends. The scene fades, leaving only a quiet sense of peace and the lingering warmth of their farewell. Night falls, a quiet stillness settling over the scene. The lingering warmth of their goodbye remains, a silent promise hanging in the twilight air. He walks away, the quiet of the night amplifying the lingering weight of their farewell. A solitary figure, his shadow stretching long behind him in the dim light. A quiet revelation. He recalls, just now, in the hospital room. "I really saw the medicine pestle." The weight of this simple observation hangs heavy in the night air. A chilling thought crosses his mind, a question hanging heavy in the quiet night: could my condition have worsened? The simple query speaks volumes, reflecting a growing unease. He continues down the long hospital corridor, his pace unwavering. A chilling thought weighs heavily on him: if my condition worsens, I won't be able to. The unspoken fear hangs in the air, a palpable sense of dread accompanying his solitary walk. A chilling realization dawns. If his condition worsens, he won't be able to leave the hospital before the college entrance exams. This means missing the same university entrance exam as Yang Na. The weight of this possibility settles heavily upon him. A sigh of relief escapes him. Dr. Lee should be fine, he thinks, a quiet reassurance settling over his anxieties. He's the best doctor my dad could find. So annoying, he mutters, frustration evident in his upward flung hands. The unspoken weight of his anxieties, momentarily eased, now returns with a fresh wave of irritation. Frustration boils over. He throws his arms up, a silent scream trapped in his throat, mirroring the unspoken anxieties that still plague him. A shadow of worry clouds his features. His eyes, wide and strained, betray the lingering anxiety despite his earlier attempts at reassurance. The exam, and the possibility of missing it, remains a heavy weight. "Wait, there's something in my shirt pocket," he murmurs, a flicker of hope momentarily eclipsing his anxiety. "What is it?" His eyes widen, a question hanging heavy in the air. A wave of relief washes over him as he pulls out the forgotten item. Hope flares, momentarily banishing the shadow of anxiety. "No way." He breathes, disbelief etched onto his face. He holds out the small, crimson object, a familiar shape now revealed in the dim light. "Is this the candy syrup that the silly senior gave me?" He tastes the crimson syrup, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Did the things from my hallucinations appear in reality? He wonders aloud, a mixture of disbelief and fascination in his eyes. It really is sweet. And I need to tell Dr. Lee. He sprints down the hallway, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. He's a blur of motion, a desperate urgency in his stride as he races down the corridor. The crimson syrup clutched tightly in his hand, a potential key to unlocking the mystery of his hallucinations, fuels his frantic dash. Wait a minute, if this is real. He slows his frantic pace, a sudden wave of doubt washing over him as he clutches the crimson syrup. The urgency remains, but now tinged with uncertainty. Then there's more than just candy syrup and the hallucinations. A chilling realization dawns on him as he continues his urgent journey, the implications of his discovery settling heavily. The title card explodes onto the screen, a fiery crimson script against a stark black background. Below, the credits roll, detailing the creative team behind this gripping tale. The credits fade, revealing a breathtaking vista. Towering peaks pierce a pale sky, birds soaring amidst the clouds above a landscape both serene and vast. The camera pans down, revealing a desolate scene. A rough-hewn stone bowl sits amidst scattered, dried meats, the remnants of a meager meal. A single word floats in a speech bubble above, "You guys." The implication hangs heavy in the air. Do you have any money on you? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. A dismissive reply follows, "Money? Don't you understand that?" The speaker's tone is sharp, their disdain palpable. Arms outstretched, he addresses a somber group gathered within a cavernous space. "Gold, silver, and jade pendants are also fine," he states, his words cutting through the heavy silence. "You can't spend it," he adds, the gravity of his statement undeniable. "It's here anyway, so let me borrow it for a while." The speaker's words, though a demand, carry a weary resignation. The group remains silent, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and acceptance. "TSK. Forget it," he scoffs, a dismissive wave of his hand implied by his posture. "How could these drug addicts have any money?" The question hangs in the air, a cynical assessment of the group's apparent poverty. "Lee." Senior Brother Lee, a hushed voice whispers from off-panel, a clear indication of the speaker's deference and perhaps fear. "Can you come over here for a second?" A woman's voice, soft yet insistent, cuts through the lingering cynicism. Her hand gestures towards something unseen, a subtle invitation that hints at a shift in the immediate narrative. "You." The single word, a breathy whisper, hangs heavy in the cavern's gloom. A lone figure, small and shadowed, sits alone, their posture suggesting both weariness and a quiet defiance. The scene shifts, the previous cynicism replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation. "This." The figure removes a golden anklet, a simple action heavy with unspoken significance. The quiet defiance in their posture intensifies, a silent declaration of agency in the face of uncertainty. "Is it good enough, Senior Brother Lee?" The question, a soft yet hopeful plea, rises from the young woman. Her gaze, though downcast, holds a flicker of anxious anticipation as she offers something unseen to the implied recipient. The young woman offers the golden anklet, a simple offering, yet her posture speaks volumes. Hope, tinged with apprehension, clings to her as she awaits Senior Brother Lee's judgment. He accepts the anklet, his gaze lingering on the young woman's hopeful face. A silent understanding passes between them, a shared burden momentarily eased by this simple act of trust. "It's a little thin, but it seems pretty heavy." He examines the anklet closely, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow as he weighs its significance. "It's pretty good." "It's still gold, after all," Senior Brother Lee concludes, his assessment a mix of practicality and quiet approval. A subtle shift in his expression suggests a lessening of his earlier concerns. "Let me borrow this gold anklet, and I'll return it to you later," Senior Brother Lee says, a slight smile playing on his lips as he accepts the offering. His words, gentle yet firm, reassure the young woman of his intentions. "This candy cane is for you. It's edible and sweet," Senior Brother Lee offers, a small, kind gesture following the exchange of the anklet. "A grateful thank you, Senior Brother Lee," is the quiet reply. TSK. "I was hoping for something worth looking at," Senior Brother Lee mutters, a hint of disappointment coloring his words. His gaze sweeps across the scene, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a lack of further interest. Senior Brother Lee sighs, a hint of weariness in his voice. "It's no fun," he mutters, his gaze lingering on the group before him, a clear lack of enthusiasm evident in his expression. "What are you guys doing here?" The question cuts through the air, a sharp contrast to the previous quiet weariness. Senior Brother Lee, seemingly unfazed, stands amidst two shadowy figures, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to their apprehensive silence. "Why don't you get to work?" Senior Brother Lee's command cuts through the air, a sharp contrast to the previous quiet weariness. His calm demeanor remains, a stark contrast to the apprehensive silence of the shadowy figures surrounding him. He surveys them, a subtle weariness in his gaze, yet his expression remains unreadable. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Go, go, go. Senior brotherly urges, his voice carrying a note of impatience. He watches as the other disciples scatter, one of them identified as an inner disciple. The scene is a flurry of motion, a stark contrast to the quiet tension of moments before. Oh, Junior brotherly. The words hang in the air, a surprised murmur following the flurry of activity. A sense of anticipation settles in. A lone figure stands atop a rise, silhouetted against the dusky sky. His presence commands attention, a silent weight in the air as Junior brotherly watches from below, his gaze following the distant figure with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. It's unfortunate that you couldn't be used as a medicinal ingredient for my master, a voice observes, a hint of regret coloring the words. The speaker's expression, though partially obscured, suggests a detached assessment rather than genuine sorrow. Junior brotherly, his gaze still fixed on the distant figure, murmurs, "I think his name is." A thoughtful frown creases his brow, the weight of the unspoken name heavy in the air. Xian Yang. Li murmurs, a question hanging in the air. A dismissive humph. Get back to work, cuts through his contemplation, the sharp words bringing him back to the present. The sharp command, get back to work, jolts Junior brotherly from his contemplation. He turns, a slight frown still lingering, his gaze now fixed on the immediate task at hand. If you don't get master's medicine right, he'll skin you alive. The sharp warning hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the consequences of failure. Li's earlier contemplation is abruptly replaced by a renewed focus, the jade pendant around his neck a silent testament to the urgency of the task. That jade pendant, is it supposed to be an antique? The question hangs in the air, a flicker of curiosity in Li's eyes as he examines the ornament, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier apprehension. A subtle smile plays on Li's lips as he examines the jade pendant. That jade pendant is great. He murmurs, a newfound appreciation coloring his voice. And soon it's gonna be mine, he whispers, a glint of ambition in his eyes as he gazes at the pendant, his earlier appreciation hardening into a determined resolve. Night descends, a blanket of stars spread across the inky canvas above. The scene is quiet, the only sound the gentle rustle of wind, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. It's 3 a.m. Outside Xianyang Cave, a stillness hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. The night is dark, the only light the faint glow of the stars above. Li stands before Xianyang Cave, the jade pendant clutched in his hand. The stillness of the pre-dawn hour amplifies his quiet determination. He's ready. I didn't think it would go this smoothly, Li mutters, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xianyang's absence throws an unexpected wrench into his plans. Li's gaze falls upon the jade pendant, a glint of avarice in his eyes. If this can be taken out and sold, he muses, a calculating smile playing on his lips. The quiet night air suddenly feels charged with his ambition. A calculating smile spreads across Li's face as he clutches the jade pendant. At least it'll take care of me in Nana's college tuition fees, he chuckles, the weight of his ambition palpable in the quiet pre-dawn air. He descends the steps, his gaze fixed on the jade pendant, a silent promise echoing in the pre-dawn gloom, my jade pendant. The weight of his ambition, and the college tuition fees it represents, propels him onward. Bright lights? Li pauses, his curiosity piqued. Ahead, a faint glow emanates from the cave's depths, beckoning him forward. He pauses, a question forming on his lips. Is there anyone up front? A hint of apprehension tinges his voice, the glow ahead no longer solely a beacon of opportunity. A figure emerges from the shadows, their face etched with apprehension. Junior brotherly, they whisper, their voice barely audible above the night sounds. At this hour. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier optimism. What are you doing here? The sharp question cuts through the night, a stark contrast to the earlier apprehension. A figure, shrouded in shadow, confronts Li, their voice laced with suspicion. Running away? So you were planning to escape? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, the words a stark contrast to the earlier hushed whispers. Lee's eyes, wide and shadowed, reflect the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Ugh! Lee groans, the sound a testament to the brutal blow he's just endured. His eyes, wide with pain, reflect the sudden shift in the confrontation. If you don't follow us, you'll die here, the voice rings out, sharp and urgent. There's no room for negotiation, they won't let Lee betray them to that mangy bastard. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier confrontation. The title card appears, a fiery crimson script against a stark black background. Credits roll, introducing the creative team behind this dark and dramatic tale. You. The word hangs in the air, a gasp of disbelief and dawning horror. A figure, partially obscured by shadow, stares up, their face a mask of terror. Senior brother Xian Yang? The question hangs in the air, laced with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. Why is he wearing the medicine servant's clothes? A mystery unfolds. TSK. Guess you're lucky, kid. A flicker of something akin to amusement crosses senior brother Xian Yang's face as he holds a small, burning flame. His tone, however, remains dismissive. Come with us. Xian Yang urges, extending a hand towards the others as they ascend a dark, stone staircase. We're escaping this wretched place together. A shared sense of urgency fills the scene, their flickering torches illuminating the escape route. The guard has already been dealt with, Xian Yang announces, his voice calm despite the urgency of their escape. Escape? You guys were planning to run away? A hint of surprise, perhaps even a touch of amusement, colors his words as he leads the way. A grim smile spreads across Xian Yang's face, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his features moments before. He's leading them away, a silent promise of escape hanging in the air. A pained grunt escapes him as Xian Yang's grim smile hardens. You don't come with us, then just die. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier camaraderie. There's no way we're leaving you to tip us off to that mangy bastard. Xian Yang snarls, his face contorted in a grimace of fierce determination. The threat is clear, he won't let anyone jeopardize their escape. This plot twist is proving to be quite a headache, Xian Yang thinks, the weight of the situation evident in his internal monologue. A dismissive smirk plays on Xian Yang's lips. Whatever, I can always return to the hospital. He mutters, his tone laced with a chilling indifference. What can a bunch of NPCs in my hallucination do to me? The question hangs in the air, a bold declaration of his perceived invulnerability. A wave of static washes over the scene, obscuring Xian Yang's features. The visual distortion mirrors the uncertainty of his situation, leaving his fate hanging in the balance. Eyes open. The static clears, revealing Xian Yang's gaze, sharp and focused despite the lingering digital distortion around him. He's ready. Who? He breathes, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. I'm back again. Xian Yang murmurs, the words a testament to his resilience, his eyes reflecting a steely determination despite the lingering digital glitches around him. As expected, he's still bound. Strapped to the bed, Xian Yang's eyes reflect a grim acceptance, his whispered words a stark contrast to his previous bravado. As expected, I'm still bound here. Bound to the bed, Xian Yang's eyes drift shut. A quiet calculation crosses his face as he thinks aloud, at this time of night, the nurse is probably asleep too. Still bound, Xian Yang dismisses the thought of checking his possessions. Never mind, he decides, I'll just have to go back and... The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. He decides against it, a quiet resolve settling over his features. Check things out later, Xian Yang whispers, his eyes already planning his next move. A sliver of light cuts through the darkness, revealing a fleeting glimpse of someone watching from the shadows. Their presence, unseen until now, adds a layer of unsettling suspense. A fierce glint ignites in Xian Yang's eyes, a silent defiance burning within him despite his bonds. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, speaks volumes of his refusal to yield. Bound and alone, Xian Yang surveys his surroundings. Everyone's gone. Did they leave already? He wonders, a hint of uncertainty coloring his voice. The vast, shadowy chasm before him offers no answers, only deepening the mystery. My own hallucinations, there's no way they can hurt me, Xian Yang mutters, a nervous chuckle betraying his bravado. His words, however, ring hollow in the echoing darkness. A chilling smirk plays on Xian Yang's lips, a stark contrast to his battered state. His eyes, though, hold a flicker of something else, a chilling calculation. He's not broken, he's planning. A vast, purple-hued landscape unfolds before him. Misty mountains rise in the distance, shrouded in an ethereal twilight. The scene is both breathtaking and unsettling, mirroring the complex emotions swirling within Xian Yang. Hurry! Get up! A voice cuts through the ethereal twilight, jolting Xian Yang from his reverie. He rises, the urgency in the unseen speaker's tone mirroring the dangers still lurking. Everyone, stop sleeping, a voice booms, cutting through the lingering twilight. The order is sharp, urgent. Master has summoned them all to Huiyan Hall. He sprints, a frantic energy propelling him through the shadowy chasm. Terror is etched on his face, wide eyes reflecting the urgency of his flight. Xian Yang lies on the ground, amidst dried reeds, his gaze distant. Beside him, another figure sits slumped, equally disoriented. What happened? One of them asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The response is immediate, a quiet, no idea. Confusion and uncertainty cloud the scene. Let's move quickly, it'll be trouble if we're late, a voice urges, the words cutting through the lingering confusion. He rises, a renewed sense of purpose replacing the earlier disorientation. They hurry onward, the twilight sky above a vast, darkening canvas speckled with distant stars. A sense of urgency, palpable even in the stillness of the panel, underscores their haste. They reach the Qingfeng Temple, its imposing structure looming before them. Within lies Huiyan Hall, their destination. The air crackles with anticipation, the weight of their mission palpable. Before them, the Qingfeng Temple stands imposing, a silent sentinel against the twilight sky. A large group gathers at its entrance, their figures silhouetted against the dimly lit hall, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Everyone's here? The question hangs in the air, a quiet assessment of the assembled crowd before them. A palpable tension remains, the weight of their mission heavy on the scene. An elder, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of years, stands before them. His gaze, sharp despite his age, sweeps across the assembled crowd. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the weight of their shared purpose heavy upon each person present. A murmur runs through the assembled group. What's this old geezer up to now? Someone wonders, their voice laced with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The question hangs heavy in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the moment. A chilling revelation cuts through the tense silence. Last night, at 3 o'clock, some people tried to escape, a voice announces, the words hanging heavy in the air, a new layer of uncertainty added to the already fraught atmosphere. The old master's revelation chills them to the bone. Among those who attempted escape were 2 of his own personal disciples. Bound and gagged, several figures lie scattered on the cold stone floor. Their faces are obscured, but the grim reality of their capture is undeniable. A chilling detail emerges, among them are 2 of the master's own disciples. The old master's pain is palpable, his words, "This old master is deeply hurt," a testament to the betrayal he feels. His posture, slumped and weary, speaks volumes. The rules of the Shishan Donghua sect are laid bare, rewards for merit, punishment for transgressions. So, the master's solemn pronouncement hangs heavy in the air, the weight of his decision palpable as he surveys the bound captives before him. A low, pained groan escapes one of the bound disciples. He manages, his voice barely a whisper, the weight of his situation heavy upon him. The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim scene. Caught already? A close-up reveals a disciple, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim determination, his gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel. That's just pathetic, a voice sneers, the words cutting through the heavy silence. The bound disciple's wide, terrified eyes reflect the utter disdain. Bound and suspended, the disciples dangle precariously. A figure in flowing green robes, seemingly defying gravity, cuts through the scene, their movements swift and purposeful. The red lines, taut and ominous, are the only things keeping the condemned aloft. Open! The command rings out, a chilling rasp from the figure in green, his face a mask of grim determination, eyes burning with a cold fire. His gnarled fingers twitch, anticipation crackling in the air. A surge of dark energy erupts from his fingertips, a chaotic wave engulfing the scene. The disciples, still bound, are consumed by the shadowy tendrils. A guttural groan, ugh, ugh, escapes the disciples as they're pulled into the swirling vortex of dark energy. The figure in green watches, his expression unreadable, as the shadowy tendrils consume them completely. Hallucinations, these are all just hallucinations, he whispers, a grim acceptance settling over his features. Li Huawang, everything in the vision, was a fabrication of his mind. Created by you. The chilling whisper hangs in the air, a stark revelation echoing the man's dawning realization. His earlier grim acceptance shatters, replaced by a horrifying truth. The visions, the torment, all his own creation. He stands amidst a crimson glow, the remnants of the dark energy now a fading backdrop. The disciples, once bound and tormented, are gone, leaving only a chilling emptiness in their wake. His face, though partially obscured, reflects a profound, unsettling solitude. There's no need to be afraid. A calming voice cuts through the lingering unease, a stark contrast to the horrifying visions he'd just endured. Hope, fragile yet present, flickers in the darkness. He recoils, a wave of nausea washing over him as the crimson energy dissipates. The horrifying visions, the torment, it all fades, leaving him breathless and shaken, but free. He flees, the crimson energy dissipating behind him, leaving only shadowy tendrils snaking across the desolate landscape. His escape is a blur of motion, a desperate flight from the horrifying truth he's just uncovered. He sprints, a blur of motion against the fading crimson. The dark tendrils, remnants of a horrifying ordeal, writhe behind him, a desperate chase across the desolate landscape. But the crimson energy, the horrifying source of his torment, still lingers, a shadowy tendril snaking across the desolate landscape, a relentless pursuit in his wake. A crimson title card explodes across the screen, promising a tale of intrigue and suspense. The credits roll, introducing the creative team behind this dark and dramatic story. From the ashes, a shadowy figure rises. A malevolent presence, heavy with untold power, begins to take shape. Now, the full horror of its form is revealed. A monstrous entity, writhing with dark energy, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. He stands revealed, a figure of immense power, cloaked in shadow and surrounded by swirling crimson energy. Anyone who has any evil intentions. His voice booms, a chilling warning that hangs heavy in the air. His chilling warning hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of the assembled crowd. Remember to think about what you are doing, he commands, his words a heavy weight on their hearts. His words hang heavy, a chilling command. Think about what you saw today. The weight of his decree settles upon the onlookers, a stark reminder of the power before them. Let this Taoist remind you, the figure in green states, his voice calm yet firm amidst the hushed crowd, helping someone become an immortal is a great merit. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the ominous presence felt moments before. Should I ascend to immortality, I'll never forget your kindness, the Taoist vows, his words a quiet promise against the backdrop of the hushed crowd. A genuine gratitude shines in his eyes, a stark contrast to the earlier ominous atmosphere. A chilling revelation unfolds. Those traitors from last night invited you to leave with them, a voice booms, the words heavy with implication. The weight of this new information hangs heavy in the air, a sudden shift in the previously hopeful atmosphere. His eyes widen, a stark terror replacing the earlier gratitude. The revelation of the traitor's invitation hits him hard, the implications dawning on him with chilling clarity. Why didn't you do it? The question hangs in the air, a silent accusation echoing in the Taoist's widening eyes. His terror intensifies, a stark contrast to his earlier gratitude. Illusions. The word hangs heavy, a chilling realization dawning on him. His terror deepens, a stark contrast to the hope he'd felt moments before. You and the other things, they're just my illusions. The chilling revelation hangs in the air, a cruel twist of fate shattering the Taoist's hope. His terror is palpable, a stark contrast to the gratitude he felt moments before. You're just a figment of my imagination. The chilling declaration hangs in the air, a cruel twist of fate that shatters the Taoist's already fragile hope. His terror, previously palpable, now morphs into something akin to horrified disbelief. Why should I be afraid of you? The Taoist's voice, though laced with lingering fear, rings with newfound defiance. He stands firm, his back to the swirling vortex of illusion, a stark contrast to his previous terror. Good. A chillingly calm response, the illusionist's words a stark contrast to the Taoist's defiant outburst. He watches, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as the illusion begins to unravel. You're pretty good. I think you're quite talented, the illusionist calmly observes, a subtle shift in tone from his previous chilling pronouncements. From now on, you will become this Taoist master's official disciple. Your new job is managing the supply room. A surprising twist, the unexpected offer hanging in the air as the illusion fades. A single tear tracks down the Taoist's cheek, his wide eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and disbelief. The illusionist, his back turned, gestures with a calm confidence, the lingering magic of his illusion still faintly visible. Official, the word echoes, a stark contrast to the turmoil within the Taoist. I've been elevated to a higher position? The Taoist's inner voice questions the unbelievable offer, a stark contrast to his previous fear. Doubt clouds his eyes, a silent battle raging within. That's not true. He whispers, the words barely audible, yet carrying the weight of his disbelief. It's because too many people have died, and he doesn't have enough help, the illusionist explains, his tone devoid of the chilling amusement from before. A slight pause, then, and there's also the matter of your Taoist name. The weight of responsibility, and the unexpected opportunity, hangs heavy in the air. Since you've become a disciple of this Taoist master, you can't live without a Taoist name, the illusionist states, the implication clear. A new chapter begins for the Taoist, his life irrevocably altered by this unexpected turn of events. From now on, your Taoist name will be Xian Yang. The words hang in the air, a declaration that seals the Taoist's new destiny. A new identity, a new path, forged in the crucible of loss and unexpected elevation. A heavy sigh escapes Xian Yang's lips, his face etched with a profound uncertainty. The weight of his new identity, a legacy thrust upon him, settles heavily. The last Xian Yang has just died. Will I become the new Xian Yang? He wonders, the question hanging in the air, a testament to the burden he now carries. A single question mark floats above Xian Yang's head, mirroring the uncertainty etched on his face. The weight of his new name, Xian Yang, and the legacy it carries, is palpable. Next. Xian Yang holds out a small pouch, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's this? He asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. The answer follows. These 5 pills are immortal elixirs that this Taoist master has personally refined. The Taoist master gestures, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Not only will consuming it add 10 years to your life, he reveals, his words hinting at a deeper power held within the small pouch. But there's more. These aren't just any pills, they grant a significant boost in strength, a crucial advantage in the perilous journey ahead. A life-saving power, hidden within those crimson spheres. You see that, the Taoist master asks, his voice carrying an undercurrent of warning. Going against this Taoist master is a dead end. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the power he wields. But the Taoist master isn't finished. Anyone who helps me will be rewarded, he declares, a glint in his eye. And there are lots of rewards. The implication hangs heavy, assistance comes with significant gain. This elixir. The master's gaze lingers on the crimson liquid, a potent promise hanging in the air. Its power, untold, yet palpable. He holds out his hand, crimson elixir gleaming within. A potent reward, a tempting offer for anyone willing to aid him. The fallen figure in the background serves as a stark reminder of the stakes. A chilling question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Could it have been refined using a human? The crimson elixir, previously offered as a reward, now casts a sinister shadow. A crimson trail streaks across the panel, fading into the white background, a lingering echo of the elixir's unsettling presence. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. A vast, star-dusted sky fills the panel, a stark contrast to the crimson-stained scenes that preceded it. Silence descends, heavy with unspoken questions. I can't believe I actually managed to bring them all out. A quiet, almost disbelieving statement, punctuated by the sight of several crimson orbs nestled in a dark bag, resting on a seemingly peaceful beach. A stark contrast to the grim events that have transpired. The next step, he thinks, is to verify the authenticity of the jade pendant and the gold bracelet. He sits quietly, arms crossed, a thoughtful stillness settling over him in the sterile hospital room. But, if the gold bracelet and jade pendant are real, does that mean the elixir also had an effect? The question hangs in the air, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face as he considers the implications. A sudden thought strikes him. Why not test one of the crimson orbs? The question hangs in the air, a quiet determination replacing the previous pensive frown. Li Huan, he calls out, a sharp urgency in his voice as he bursts through the doorway, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. After your call, I skipped the class hall and snuck outside by climbing over the wall. Li Huan's breathless explanation arrives, a testament to his urgent response. You better have something important. Li Huan's sharp retort cuts through the air, her expression conveying a clear impatience and barely suppressed anger. The urgency in her voice leaves no room for doubt, she expects a crucial explanation. Prank, huh? Li Huan pushes past, a skeptical glance sweeping the room as he looks around. His expression is one of guarded suspicion, a stark contrast to the previous urgency. The scene unfolds in a stark hospital room. Li Huan and two others, clad in pajamas, frantically pull back curtains and fling open doors, their movements conveying a shared urgency. The atmosphere is one of hushed panic. Li Huan. The frantic call echoes, a desperate plea cutting through the tense atmosphere of the hospital room. Flustered and breathless, someone urgently searches for Li Huan. Why are you pulling the curtains? The nurse's station can still hear us. A voice calls out, a note of concern laced within the words. But from below, a muffled, slightly nervous, "It's all right" is heard, accompanied by nervous chuckles. We can't hear you, come on, little brotherly. The plea carries a note of urgency, a clear contrast to Li Huan's earlier skepticism. His expression, though still guarded, softens slightly, a hint of reluctant compliance in his eyes. Sisters, can you stop being so nosy? Li Huan asks, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he gently pulls his sisters away from the commotion. The scene shifts to a slightly higher angle, showing the three siblings in their pajamas in the hospital room. A young woman, her brow furrowed in confusion, holds a small, jade-green object. What's this? She wonders aloud, her voice laced with uncertainty. The question hangs in the air, a mystery unveiled. Don't make a sound, listen to me, Li Huan hisses, his voice low and urgent. A serious expression settles on his face, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A sliver of a window reveals a tranquil sky, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within the room. Li Huan's eyes, though still serious, hold a flicker of determination. He's listening intently, preparing for whatever comes next. A few days later, the city skyline stretches out beneath a peaceful sky. The change of scene signals a shift in the narrative's pace, a moment of quiet reflection before whatever unfolds next. Sitting alone in a hospital bed, a young man confesses, "Everyone, even my parents, don't believe me." His posture speaks volumes, slumped shoulders and a downcast gaze reveal his despair and isolation. "I'm crazy," he whispers, his gaze intense. "Nana is my only savior." A profound loneliness hangs in the air, etched in the young man's haunted eyes. The credits roll, a fiery crimson script against a stark black background. We learn the creative team behind this story, the writer, the artist, the colorist, and more. The anticipation builds. The title card appears, Li Huan. A speaker crackles to life, promising the start of the story. "Your girlfriend is here to see you again," a voice announces. From under a sheet, a young man stirs, his eyes narrowing. "Nana," he calls out, a mixture of surprise and perhaps apprehension in his tone. "She's back, just as I thought." A smirk plays on his lips, a glint of anticipation in his eyes as he lies in his hospital bed. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he peeks around the corner. Down the hall, three guards in dark uniforms march purposefully, their shadows stretching long on the sterile floor. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. He slips out of his room, a patient in striped pajamas, moving with a quiet urgency. 3 guards, their faces grim, approach, carrying a large, heavy-looking case. The tension is palpable. Master Zhao, what's going on? Did something happen? A young man in striped pajamas, his face etched with concern, asks the older guard. His question hangs heavy in the sterile hallway. Huo Wang, quickly close your door. The urgent whisper cuts through the tense silence, a warning echoing in the hallway. Don't come out so casually, a voice warns, the words sharp and urgent. The older guard, his face partially obscured by his hat, speaks with a gravity that underscores the danger. If you see old Lu, make sure to report it immediately, the guard orders, his voice tight with urgency. That man is distributing his medicine again, he explains, a grim determination hardening his features. Oh, okay. Huo Wang replies, a touch of uncertainty in his voice as he quickly closes his door behind him. The guard's urgency is palpable, leaving little room for questions. Old Lu escaped from the critical care ward? Huo Wang's eyes narrow, a mixture of disbelief and concern etched on his face. How did that frail old man manage to get out? The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Forget it, it's none of my business. He mutters, a conflict evident in his expression. But then, a stronger resolve takes hold. I need to go see Nana. The urgency in his declaration overrides his initial hesitation. He sets off, his mind firm. A clear sky stretches above him, mirroring the newfound resolve in his heart. He's going to see Nana. He strides purposefully across the campus, the name Huo Wang trailing off in the panel, a silent testament to his determined journey. The wide shot reveals the scale of the institution, a sprawling complex against a clear sky, emphasizing the vastness of his task ahead. Just like you said, I had someone appraise the jade pendant and gold bracelet you gave me. That jade pendant is an authentic antique. The girl's revelation hangs in the air, a significant detail that adds a new layer to the story. And its estimated value is no less than 400,000 yuan. The bracelet is also real gold too. The girl's words hang in the air, a revelation that causes him to bury his face in his hands. I knew it would be like this, he cries out, the weight of the truth settling upon him. I'm not crazy. The declaration rings out, a desperate cry against the overwhelming weight of recent events. His wide, almost manic grin, framed by the fiery, fractured background, speaks volumes of the internal turmoil he's fighting. He scoops the girl into his arms, a manic grin splitting his face as he sprints down the street, shouting, Nana! I'm not crazy! Hey, slow down, she calls out, her voice barely audible above the rush of wind and his laughter. He lets out a low chuckle, a self-satisfied sound that belies the manic energy of moments before. Looks like this ability of mine is the real deal, he muses, the words confirming a suspicion that has been building. Nana, are you ready to become a little rich lady, he asks, a playful smirk on his face as they stroll along, the newfound wealth a tangible reality. He adds, almost as an afterthought, I better not get cured too quickly. What little rich lady? What nonsense are you talking about? You brat! Nana exclaims, a playful punch landing squarely on his stomach. He cries out, ouch, a sound more comedic than pained. Sigh. Huo Wang, I don't want money, Nana sighs, her expression a mixture of exasperation and genuine concern. Her health, she makes clear, is far more important. Promise me, he says, his expression serious, you'll continue your treatment and won't stop taking your medicine, or I won't help you anymore. A plea, laced with genuine concern, hangs in the air. All right, I promise you. Nana's voice, soft yet firm, seals the deal. A quiet understanding passes between them, a promise whispered against the backdrop of their shared journey. The promise made, a quiet understanding settles between them. Then, a stark shift. A wave of shimmering energy engulfs the scene, leaving only a faint, crackling residue in its wake. Nana cries out, a sudden jolt of energy throwing her backward. Huo Wang watches, concern etched on his face as he reacts to the unexpected surge. Ugh! Nana cries out, the aftereffects of the energy surge leaving her reeling. Huo Wang watches, his concern deepening as he rushes to her side. Nana is thrown violently to the ground, the impact jarring. Old Lu, she cries out, the name a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Nana's cry of anguish echoes, a raw scream of pain and terror. Her wide, frantic eyes reflect the sheer force of the energy surge, a desperate plea for help etched onto her face. That's my friend. Let her go. Huo Wang shouts, a blur of motion as he sprints towards the scene, his voice filled with urgency and determination. Li Huo Wang. The name explodes from the panel, a desperate cry echoing across the cityscape as he hurtles towards Nana, a blur of motion against the urban backdrop. Stop. Stop it. The desperate plea hangs in the air, a whispered scream born of anguish and fear as Nana lies wounded. Eating this not only adds 10 years to your lifespan, but also temporarily grants you great strength to save your life. The sinister words hang in the air, a chilling offer from a figure shrouded in shadow, a handful of pulsating, fleshy orbs clutched in his hand. Nana's face is a mask of anguish, tears streaming as the name Li Huo Wang pierces the silence, a desperate cry for help echoing her silent pain. Are you all right? The question, a desperate whisper, reflects in Nana's wide, tear-filled eyes, a reflection of Li Huo Wang's pained face within her own. Hua Wang? The whispered question hangs in the air, a thread of hope amidst the fiery chaos. A desperate plea for aid, a name carried on the wind. He chews, a grim determination etched on his bloodied face, the fiery chaos swirling around him a testament to the desperate struggle. He grits his teeth, a surge of defiance in his eyes despite the blood staining his clothes. The fiery chaos continues to rage around him, but his resolve remains unbroken. A blinding flash. Huo Wang lunges, a desperate counterattack cutting through the fiery chaos. What? The old man's eyes widen, disbelief etched on his face as he watches Huo Wang's attack connect. Huo Wang, eyes blazing crimson, hurtles forward, a bloody blur against the fading flames. His attack lands. The attack connects, a brutal impact sending the old man sprawling. Blood splatters across the panel as Huo Wang's crimson-eyed fury leaves its mark. I told you to stop. Huo Wang's breath hitches, crimson staining his pajamas as he collapses onto the defeated old man. The words hang heavy in the bloody aftermath. Didn't you hear me? Huo Wang's voice rings out, raw with barely contained rage, as he leans over his defeated opponent. The words are a sharp contrast to his earlier plea, his crimson eyes burning with a fury that eclipses the fading embers around them. He leans closer, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Crimson eyes gleam, reflecting the carnage. A chilling victory. Strapped to a chair in the dangerous patient confinement room, he shouts his defiance. I told you, I was only fighting back. I was only trying to protect Yang Na. His voice rings with a desperate plea, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and fear. Don't call that fighting back. That was payback, a voice counters, the cold finality of the words stark against the prisoner's desperate pleas. It was him, the doctor, who initiated the conflict with Yang Na. Little Li, tell me the truth. How were you able to hurt him that much? That's not something that just anyone can do, the doctor presses, his gaze intense as he questions the restrained young man. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear and uncertainty in their depths. The words trail off, his voice barely a whisper, unable to fully articulate a response to the doctor's pointed questions. Think carefully before answering, the doctor instructs, his tone leaving no room for argument. I hate it most when my patients lie to me. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's previous desperate pleas. A knowing smirk plays on the doctor's lips. He waits, his gaze unwavering, the silence heavy with unspoken threat. The young man's fate hangs in the balance, dependent on his next words. Strapped to the chair, Li's eyes dart around, a silent plea forming in his mind. What should I do, he thinks, the words unspoken, yet heavy with desperation. He can't know about the elixir. The young man's internal struggle intensifies, the weight of his secret a palpable pressure. Little Li, are you listening to me? The doctor asks, his voice calm yet firm. In that case, he adds, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at a decision made. Li Huowan. The doctor's voice cuts through the tense silence, a name spoken with a chilling finality. The weight of his gaze, previously a subtle threat, now solidifies into a cold certainty. His decision is made. Li Huowan reaches out, a desperate grasp toward something unseen above. His fingers stretch, his plea silent but palpable in the grim atmosphere. Ha! Whatever, Li Huowan mutters, his voice barely a whisper against the grim backdrop. Defiance flickers in his eyes, a spark of resistance against the overwhelming pressure. This is also a solution. The doctor's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration echoing the grim scene before them. Li Huowan lies defeated, his defiant spirit seemingly extinguished, yet a chilling acceptance settles over the scene. A swirling vortex of dark energy consumes him. The doctor watches, his expression unreadable, as Li Huowan vanishes without a trace. The doctor's gaze falls upon the ruins, a stark backdrop to his chilling explanation. The one and only Trinity, he states, is a microcosm of Tai Chi ascending to inherit the mandate of a family in dire times. The doctor's words paint a picture of immense power and responsibility. He speaks of bestowing blessings, alleviating suffering, and saving all beings from crisis, a legacy of immeasurable honors and praises, a crown above all heavens. Xian Yuan. The doctor whispers, a name heavy with significance. News arrives, Xian Yang has joined the Qingfeng Temple, a development that shifts the balance, the implications of which remain to be seen. You, as his senior, teach him, the doctor instructs, his gaze unwavering. A younger man bows low, his response a quiet, yes, master. There's much the young man doesn't yet understand, a weight of knowledge yet to be borne. All right, it's past 9, there's nothing more to do. Let's all go and have dinner, a voice declares, bringing a close to the day's weighty discussions. The scene shifts to a courtyard, where several figures prepare to depart. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of confusion and apprehension, silently questions the intense gaze directed at him. Who is he? Why is he looking at me like that? He wonders, the unspoken query hanging heavy in the air. The man beside the master is identified, senior brother Zhenkuan. He's the master's only remaining inner disciple, the others having betrayed the sect. A reminder follows, show respect to everyone within the temple. He can be really petty, Zhenkuan observes, his words a quiet commentary on the master's actions. A subtle shift in the atmosphere underscores the unspoken tension. Senior brother Xian Yuan, I've just become master's disciple, what's next? The newly accepted disciple, Xian Yuan, looks to his senior brother for guidance, a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. He needs clarification, a path forward in his new role. Even though the master himself is taking you as his disciple, he's asked you to manage the supply room. Xian Yuan's jaw drops. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to his hopes. So if you want the master to teach you the ways of immortality, you're not even close. Disappointment, sharp and undeniable, etches itself onto his face. He mutters, ways. A single word echoing the crushing weight of his new reality. Can master really teach me to become an immortal? Xian Yuan's question hangs in the air, a desperate hope battling against the harsh reality of his new duties. His face is a mask of disbelief and disappointment, his gaze intense. Don't get so worked up. Master's powers are naturally formidable, Zhenkuan reassures Xian Yuan, his hand resting gently on his younger brother's shoulder. A quiet understanding passes between them, a subtle contrast to Xian Yuan's earlier despair. Probably only inner disciples like senior brother Zhenkuan can learn it. Xian Yuan's brother sighs, a clear expression of resignation settling on his face. The path to immortality, it seems, remains far out of reach for the younger brother, a harsh reality underscored by a dismissive tisk. Despite the setback, a flicker of resolve crosses Xian Yuan's face. This place sure has some good stuff, he observes, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a new, perhaps more pragmatic, approach to his situation. The dream of immortality may be distant, but opportunity remains. I have to fight, to pull more money out of here. Xian Yuan declares, his gaze fixed on the ominous entrance to the Qingfeng Temple alchemy room. A new determination hardens his features, replacing the earlier disappointment. The path to immortality may be closed, but the path to wealth, and perhaps something more, remains open. A crimson inferno erupts from a large, ornate incense burner, the flames swirling and spitting sparks. This intense heat, a potent symbol of alchemy's power, fuels Xian Yuan's renewed determination. A crimson inferno explodes from the incense burner, its fiery heart radiating intense heat. Xian Yuan, undeterred, stares into the flames, his resolve hardening. This alchemy's power, this raw energy, fuels his new ambition. The crimson inferno within the incense burner surges, a maelstrom of heat and light. Its power, raw and untamed, mirrors Xian Yuan's own burgeoning ambition. A triumphant ha bursts from Xian Yuan as he unleashes a fiery orb from a jade vase, the potent alchemy surging with raw energy. Not bad, not bad. Xian Yuan exclaims, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. His gaze, however, holds a deeper reflection. Damn it! I can't believe I was so focused on just making money. My perspective is still too small, he mutters, a newfound resolve hardening his expression. Then, Xian Yang. A sinister smile plays on Xian Yuan's lips as he anticipates the next stage of his experiment, a new resolve burning in his eyes. I already got a job? Xian Yuan muses, a smirk playing on his lips. I better figure out how to do it right. He turns, addressing a subordinate, Master, what are your instructions? The answer is swift and brutal, so that this bastard can teach me the power. The title card appears, a splash of crimson against the black, introducing the creative team behind this dark tale. He bows his head, a single word escaping his lips, "Bye." The crimson glow behind him intensifies, mirroring the unspoken weight of his action. A young woman, her face etched with worry, offers a small golden ring. Can I help you, Senior Brotherly? She asks, her voice a soft plea against the backdrop of a darkening scene. The question hangs in the air, a whispered hope amidst the growing shadows. Ling Miao? The name echoes, a hint of recognition, perhaps even a flicker of something more. A crimson tide surges within him, a horrifying vision of carnage flickering behind his eyes. The weight of unspoken horrors is palpable, etched onto his face, a silent scream trapped within the depths of his gaze. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? The older man's voice rings out, sharp and insistent. His younger counterpart, eyes burning with a crimson fire, simply replies, TSK, there's no other choice. Then, a single, defiant word echoes, Hua Wang. Hua Wang. The name explodes from him, a defiant roar against the sterile white of the hospital room. Above, a doctor and a worried woman watch, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and dawning understanding. Mom, he whispers, his voice barely audible. Confusion clouds his eyes as he adds, why is Dr. Lee here too? His mother's worried face is visible below, her question hanging heavy in the air, what happened to your head? Why is it wrapped up like that? Does it hurt? It's fine, Mom. It doesn't hurt, he reassures, his voice a gentle counterpoint to the worried faces surrounding him. A hand rests lightly on his head, a silent gesture of comfort amidst the lingering uncertainty. This child. His mother murmurs, a worried frown etching itself onto her face. Look at you, how thin you've become. Is the hospital food bad? Her concern hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier reassurances. Here, this is your favorite grape milk candy. Let me feed you, sweetie. His mother's gentle words and actions offer a stark contrast to the sterile environment, a small act of love amidst the lingering worry. Mom, don't trouble yourself. You rarely come by, just spend time with me, he says, a hint of quiet plea in his tone. His words reveal a longing for his mother's presence, a sentiment underscored by the gentle way he accepts the candy she offers. Sister Sun, the family of Mr. Liu has been waiting a long time already. Dr. Lee informs the mother, his words a gentle but firm reminder of the waiting family. I know. She replies quietly, her gaze fixed on her son, a quiet determination hardening her features as she prepares to speak one last time. Mom, I fought back. He whispers, his voice raspy. The words, though weak, carry a quiet strength, a testament to his resilience. It was old Liu who attacked Nana first. he adds, clarifying the events of that fateful day. His mother, listening intently, clutches her bag, her expression a mixture of relief and lingering worry. The doctor's earlier words echo, the Liu family waits. Don't worry. Mom's got your back, she declares, a fist raised in a gesture of fierce protectiveness. Her son, lying weakly in the bed, remains silent, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and quiet gratitude. All right, Mom will go now, she declares, turning to leave. One last instruction follows: listen to the doctor, take your medicine on time. Her son, from his hospital bed, calls out a soft, Mom. His voice, though weak, speaks volumes of his reliance and love. Leaving the hospital, a shadow falls over her face. The weight of her son's ordeal, and the waiting Liu family, settles heavily on her shoulders. Mom is definitely going to scold them thoroughly, he thinks, a faint smile playing on his lips. But a sudden shift occurs, his consciousness flickers, a disorienting wave washing over him as he murmurs, damn, my consciousness is shifting back to the... His consciousness shifts back, a jarring transition. Mom showing up out of nowhere made me forget how to deal with the bald-headed geezer, he thinks, a wry smile touching his lips. All right, little Lee, a voice assures him, we can continue our conversation. Let's talk next time when I come back, he says, the words a clear dismissal. The conversation, clearly unfinished, is postponed until a later encounter. Oh? You're awake, a voice asks, breaking the silence. He stirs, murmuring, awake. The jarring transition back to reality is complete. Yes. Master, I'm awake, he replies, his voice a low murmur. The master, a gaunt figure with unsettlingly clawed hands, looms above him, a dark, swirling energy emanating from his form. He wonders aloud, a flicker of concern in his eyes, I wonder if the matter of refining pills with Bai Ling Miao has been settled already. The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in focus from his recent ordeal. If you're awake, open your mouth for me, disciple, the master commands, his unsettling grin widening. A chilling urgency underscores his words. Ugh. He groans, the sound barely audible above the master's chilling laughter. He recoils from the touch, a wave of pain washing over him as dark energy surges through his body. What is this freakish old man making me swallow? He cries out, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and revulsion as dark, pulsating tendrils engulf him. That's right. If you don't open your mouth wide. The master sneers, his words a chilling prelude to further torment. How else can this forced ingestion continue? You swallow the black Taisui, the master's voice booms, the question hanging heavy in the air as the grotesque object, bound by crimson cords, looms closer. A preview flashes across the screen, promising more of the master's chilling ritual. The suspense builds, leaving us to wonder what horrors await. Here comes the medicine, a voice declares, a stark contrast to the previous scene's terror. While Wang is offered a drink, the words "let me feed you your medicine" hanging in the air, a chillingly calm offer of something far from benign. No water, just medicine. The command rings out, sharp and uncompromising. While Wang's eyes, wide and apprehensive, reflect his unease as he prepares for whatever this medicine may be. Just give me the medicine first. While Wang demands, his eyes blazing with a desperate urgency. A dark, swirling energy erupts from his hands, mirroring the turmoil within. As long as you swallow it, it can be used. The figure, shrouded in shadow, strains, a grotesque act of self-consumption underway. I won't eat it. The figure rejects the offered substance, defiance etched in their refusal. Pulling away, they wrest themselves free from the shadowy tendrils. I'm not sick. The figure vehemently rejects the offered cure, their defiance palpable. Turning away, they leave the unsettling scene behind. Instead, he recoils, a grotesque mass of writhing, dark tendrils clutched in his hand. His tongue, stained a sickly black, hangs out, a grim testament to his defiance. Changming, Changrun! The desperate cry echoes through the cavern, a plea laced with urgency. His face, a mask of strained desperation, is etched with the weight of his desperate call. Yes, master. The reply, though brief, cuts through the cavern's oppressive silence, a stark contrast to the desperate plea that preceded it. Hope, however faint, flickers in the darkness. He sits, a stark figure amidst two others, their forms blurred and indistinct. Dark tendrils writhe in his grasp, a grim reminder of his recent struggle. His expression is one of grim determination, a silent defiance echoing in the cavern's oppressive silence. Two blades clash, a blinding flash of light erupting between them. The impact reverberates, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed. He falls, the clash of steel echoing in the cavern as two blades meet. A moment of intense struggle, captured in a blur of motion. "You're not eating? Kid, you must eat this." The words, firm yet gentle, hang in the air, a stark contrast to the recent battle's intensity. Defeated, he lies beneath the swords of his adversaries. "Why must I eat it?" His defiant question hangs in the air, a testament to his stubborn spirit even in defeat. Submerged, he struggles against the iridescent tide. A strange, shimmering liquid surrounds him, its otherworldly glow a stark contrast to the grim battle just fought. "Huo Wang?" The question hangs in the iridescent air, a whisper against the swirling, otherworldly glow. Then, a sharper cry, "Huo Wang!" A name, repeated with urgency, cutting through the surreal scene. A guttural ugh escapes him, a sound of pained exertion against the iridescent energy surging through his body. The otherworldly glow intensifies, wrapping around him like a second skin. "Are you okay, Huo Wang? Is there somewhere that doesn't feel right?" Concern laces the question, a worried voice cutting through the silence of a sterile hospital room. Nana's gaze falls upon Huo Wang, resting weakly in a hospital bed, a single, whispered word escaping his lips, "Nana." "Xiao Li." Nana whispers, her concern evident as she leans over Huo Wang, restrained in a hospital bed. "What did you see in your hallucinations?" she asks, her voice gentle yet probing. The panel reveals the gravity of his situation, his emotional fluctuations have been significant lately. "Right, I haven't completely left the hallucinations yet," Huo Wang admits, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Dr. Li's concerned face fills the panel, a stark contrast to the lingering effects of Huo Wang's unsettling visions. "Is there any medicine that can temporarily suppress the hallucinations?" Dr. Li asks, his concern etched on his face. Huo Wang, still weak from his ordeal, simply replies, I want to take a break." The doctor's silent contemplation follows, a heavy silence hanging in the air. "There's still some left from the previous ones, I'll go prescribe you some more," Dr. Li assures Nana, already heading off to fetch more medication. His words offer a glimmer of hope amidst Huo Wang's ongoing struggle. But even with the added medication, Dr. Li explains, a pensive expression settling on his face, the treatment can only offer limited support. The weight of this reality hangs heavy in the air. "To completely get rid of the hallucinations, you still need to follow my methods," Dr. Li explains, his words a measured counterpoint to the temporary relief offered by the medication. He then adds, "Here it is. Huo Wang, I'll feed you the medicine." A sense of quiet determination settles over the scene as the doctor prepares to administer the treatment. Nana, holding a glass of water and a handful of pills, waits patiently. A quiet resolve is etched on her face as she prepares to administer the medication. "No water, just the medicine," Nana instructs, her voice firm as she offers the pills to Huo Wang. His eyes, wide and strained, reflect the ongoing struggle within. "First, give me the medicine," Huo Wang demands, his voice strained but firm. His eyes, wide and intense, reflect a desperate urgency as he pushes aside Nana's offer of water. The swirling, distorted visuals around him hint at the persistent struggle against his hallucinations. "Phew. I'm safe now." Nana breathes a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving her shoulders as she looks down, the lingering effects of Huo Wang's ordeal still palpable in the quiet of the room. Huo Wang, restrained in his hospital bed, murmurs, "As long as I take the medicine, the hallucinations won't appear." A quiet resignation settles over his features, a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. "What do you mean safe?" Nana asks, a concerned frown etching itself onto her face. "Huo Wang, what scared you in the hallucination?" Her question hangs in the air, a clear indication that she's far from reassured by his earlier statement. "It's nothing," Huo Wang mumbles, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "It's just that the person in the hallucination was talking strangely." He said I have hysteria, and was feeding me something weird. His nonchalant tone, however, belies a lingering unease in his eyes, leaving Nana's concern unresolved. What a joke! Huo Wang mutters, a hint of disbelief coloring his words. I'm a person from the modern world, there's no way the Li Huang in the hallucination is the real me, right? His statement carries a note of defiance, a subtle pushback against the unsettling experience he's just endured. They're just hallucinations, Huo Wang insists, a dark, writhing thing protruding from his mouth. His words, however, lack the conviction of his previous denials. A subtle tremor of fear underlies his bravado. Huo Wang recoils, a grotesque, dark appendage erupting from his mouth. The image glitches, a visual distortion mirroring the unsettling nature of his hallucination. Didn't I just take the medicine? Huo Wang gasps, his eyes wide with dawning horror as a dark, writhing mass continues to extrude from his mouth. Panic clenches his features, replacing the earlier defiance with stark terror. Why am I starting to hallucinate? Huo Wang cries out, a desperate question echoing his growing fear. He clutches at a solution, whispering, "It's okay, as long as I close my eyes and open them again." A glimmer of hope, however fragile, flickers in his panicked gaze. He falls, a luminous figure against the distorted, glitch-ridden backdrop. The vibrant, unnatural colors swirl around him, mirroring the chaotic state of his mind. His descent is a plunge into the surreal, a visual representation of his spiraling hallucination. The hallucinations will all disappear, a voice declares, a stark contrast to the unsettling visuals still plaguing Huo Wang. A dismissive tisk follows, adding a layer of unsettling mystery to the unfolding events. You just said you wouldn't eat, and almost swallowed my hand, a voice scolds, the words cutting through the lingering surrealism. The speaker's calm disapproval stands in stark contrast to Huo Wang's recent ordeal, a jarring return to reality. Alright, the hysteria is gone, now you can work properly. Remember this, a voice commands, its tone firm and authoritative. The unsettling visuals that plagued Huo Wang finally recede, replaced by a stark, muted landscape. A sense of uneasy calm settles, but the lingering instruction hangs heavy in the air. The Qingfeng Temple does not accommodate idle people. Come to me at the start of every month to get your medicine, a voice intones, the words sharp and uncompromising. Huo Wang, still reeling from his ordeal, can only stare, a single, whispered question escaping him, how could it be like this? His posture, bowed low, speaks volumes of his bewilderment and exhaustion. Tears stream down Huo Wang's face as he whispers, could it be that this place is the real one? His voice, barely audible, reflects the shattering of his reality, a stark contrast to the calm composure of the young woman now visible in the fragmented reflection. The fragmented reflections shatter further, revealing glimpses of a past life, a younger Huo Wang, smiling, holding a book marked 6 years, 3 years later. A stark contrast to his current despair, the image hints at a life before the temple, a life he may never regain. Huo Wang looks upward, a question hanging in the air. Surrounding him, fragments of memory shatter, revealing glimpses of a life seemingly unreal. Is the reality he knows false? Doubt clouds his features, his gaze lost in the swirling remnants of his past. A preview flashes, senior brother Wang, believing Huo Wang dead, is about to try again. The weight of this revelation settles heavily, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. Slipping. A dark, serpentine form lunges, its shadow swallowing the light. He slams to the ground, a dark stain blooming beneath him where the attack landed. Impossible. He gasps, the name Huo Wang barely a whisper as a luminous figure fades behind him. The weight of the attack, and perhaps something more, leaves him broken. Nana! The cry escapes him, raw and desperate. You didn't leave, you're still. Hope flickers in his eyes, a fragile ember against the overwhelming darkness. There. Tears stream down his face, a single word escaping his lips, a testament to the overwhelming grief and desperate hope clinging to him. Nana! She materializes before him, a luminous figure emerging from the darkness, her form shimmering like moonlight on water. Nana? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of hope amidst the lingering darkness. His voice, barely audible, reflects the uncertainty of his desperate plea. A surge of energy erupts from his hand, a desperate, crackling power mirroring his hope. His face contorted in agony, he strains, the last of his strength pouring into the desperate act. A final, guttural cry escapes him. Why am I in this cursed place? The anguished cry tears from him, a raw expression of despair amidst the swirling darkness. His body convulses, mirroring the turmoil within. This illness still won't let go of me. The words, a raw cry of anguish, echo his despair. His struggle continues, a desperate fight against an unseen foe. The scene shifts. He finds himself in a desolate, gray landscape, surrounded by towering, ancient stones. Several figures, cloaked and hunched, laboriously grind something at rough stone mills. A grim determination settles over their faces, mirroring the bleakness of their surroundings. He walks, a solitary figure in a desolate landscape, carrying a tray of simple food. A quiet determination, a stark contrast to his previous torment, settles upon his face. Senior Brotherly, seemingly lost in thought, receives a simple offering. Senior Brotherly, have some steamed buns, a gentle voice offers, you haven't eaten anything all day. A quiet act of care in a harsh landscape. Like you said before, how did this pendant end up with you? Senior Brotherly's question hangs in the air, a quiet challenge. A simple response follows, it's, you gave it to me, Senior Brotherly. The revelation, as understated as the setting, carries a weight of unspoken history. I said I didn't want it, but you insisted on shoving it into my hands, she protests, a playful exasperation in her tone. He laughs, a hearty sound that belies the underlying tension. Yee. I'm not sick, he insists, gently but firmly holding her as she playfully struggles against his embrace. After you shoved it to me, you were laughing and shouting that you weren't sick, she recalls, a hint of playful exasperation coloring her words. A beat of silence hangs in the air before she adds, and then? Her question, simple yet pointed, carries the weight of unspoken anticipation. Then, Senior Brother Wang seized the moment, using a rock to strike Senior Brotherly on the head. Senior Brother Wang, believingly dead, attacked her. The weight of that revelation settles heavily on her, a quiet sorrow etched on her face. Senior Brother Wang? That chubby guy with the cleft lip, she asks, a tremor of uncertainty in her voice. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He was killed by you, Senior Brotherly, the reply comes, a stark accusation. Don't you remember? I killed him. The confession hangs heavy in the air, a stark admission echoing the bloody image below. Senior Brotherly's anguished form is shown, a violent action frozen in time, the crimson stain spreading across the panel. Wasn't it old Liu? The question hangs in the air, a challenge. Li's clenched fists speak volumes, doubt warps his features, a stark contrast to his earlier anguish. He wrestles with the memory, the weight of the truth pressing down. So there was no old Liu at all. The horrifying truth dawns on Li, his body slumping as the weight of his actions crashes down. He's truly alone with the consequences of his deed. Completely insane. The word echoes the horrifying revelation, a stark judgment on Li's actions. The scene shifts, revealing a bleak, icy cave, a stark contrast to the previous bloody confrontation. The weight of his guilt settles, heavy and cold, mirroring the desolate landscape. If this place is the reality. The chilling question hangs in the air, a stark shift in setting. Li stands before an immense, ancient urn, its surface stained with streaks of crimson, a silent testament to the violence he witnessed. The vastness of the urn dwarfs him, emphasizing his isolation and the weight of his newfound truth. The chilling realization dawns, not just Junior Sister Li and the healers, but everyone present will perish. The weight of this horrifying truth settles upon Li, a stark contrast to the bleak, icy cave surrounding him. And the culprit of all this. The words hang heavy, a chilling revelation as a figure sinks beneath a crimson tide, their form obscured, only two glowing red eyes visible in the bloody depths. Is that mangy-headed bastard? The raw fury in the voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the grim silence that preceded it. Shen Yang, the name hangs heavy in the air, a confirmation of a horrifying suspicion. It looks like you want to say something, another voice observes, a note of quiet challenge in its tone. When did that mangy-headed guy? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and simmering rage. Master, a quiet voice replies, the word a stark contrast to the seething anger of the speaker. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape, the weight of the revelation settling upon them both. Answer my question, the master demands, his voice sharp and unwavering. The weight of the situation is palpable, the question hanging heavy in the air as he turns to the other man. What are you thinking about? Oof. Fine. Then let's start preparing. The master's curt agreement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the turmoil of the previous moments. A grim determination settles over his features as he begins to make plans. Yes, master, Xian Yang replies, his obedience immediate. The master's instructions follow: hurry to the medicine room and bring the white medicinal herbs from the day before yesterday. A question hangs in the air, a silent query from Xian Yang himself: what medicinal herbs? The explanation follows, a reminder of a past incident: you had a fit the day before yesterday, and master asked you to bring the medicinal. Did you forget? The master's sharp question cuts through the air, his finger pointed accusingly at Xian Yang. The consequence of the forgotten herbs is immediate: the crucial timing for refining the pills has been missed. This disciple. This. A grim determination sets in on his face, a silent vow etched in the shadows of his eyes. This disciple admires the path of cultivation master follows greatly. A quiet reverence fills the air as he gazes upon a vision, a testament to unwavering devotion. And was just thinking about when I could reach that level, the disciple muses, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. A quiet escapes his lips, a low murmur of aspiration. What pathetic flattery, a voice scoffs, the words cutting through the disciple's quiet contemplation. A burst of laughter follows, harsh and dismissive, shattering the peaceful reverie. Having ambition is a good thing, a voice observes, a hint of amusement in the tone. Not bad, not bad. The words hang in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of the disciple's quiet aspiration, even as a dark pool of blood stains the ground nearby. That guy, did he actually fall for this? Disbelief and a hint of horrified fascination cloud the disciple's features as he stares at the scene before him. A figure lies submerged in a spreading pool of blood. Common pills and alchemy are one thing, the master explains, his words measured and deliberate, but if you want to practice both internal and external cultivation to achieve immortality. He pauses, a knowing glint in his eye, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Fortunately, I got through it, the disciple breathes, stretching his arms above his head, a clear relief in his posture. Below, the master observes, his words a stark counterpoint to the disciple's relief: achieving immortality is not that simple. However, this master is sure he can do it. The master's confident declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the disciple's previous relief. Do you know why, he asks, the question a pointed challenge, his gaze intense? Master, it's almost midnight, the disciple reminds him, his voice a quiet counterpoint to the master's intense focus. If we don't prepare to refine the pills soon, we might. The unspoken urgency hangs in the air, a shared understanding of the time-sensitive nature of their task. Oof. Fine. Then let's start preparing, the master concedes, a hint of reluctance in his tone, but the disciple's timely reminder about the auspicious time for pill refinement has won him over. He gestures towards the alchemy setup, initiating the crucial next step in their pursuit of immortality. Yes, master, Xian Yang replies, already moving. The master instructs, go to the materials room quickly and bring over the medicinal herbs from the day before yesterday. A beat of silence, then a question hangs in the air: what about the medicinal guide? The white medicinal guide that you were supposed to bring 2 days ago when you had your hysteria, but didn't get it, the master reminds Xian Yang, his finger pointed accusingly. As a result, the master missed the pill's refining time. Did you forget? The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air, the quality of the pills, and their entire quest, now hangs in the balance. Forget it, it's pointless to explain it to you. Hurry up and get to work, the master snaps, his impatience evident. The white medicinal guide, crucial for their pill-making process, remains missing, and the master's frustration is palpable. Not a single detail can be overlooked in this delicate procedure. The disciple, Xian Yang, is tasked with retrieving the missing medicinal guide. A simple map appears, highlighting the location of the material room within the Qingfeng Temple. The quest for immortality continues, but this crucial ingredient remains elusive. Despair hangs heavy in the air. We can't escape, everyone will die here. A voice whispers, the grim reality dawning on the group. Again, he has come. Bai Ling Miao, come with me, a voice commands, cutting through the despair. A figure, cloaked in light, offers a glimmer of hope amidst the looming threat of death. Bai Ling Miao's quiet reply, a single, soft yes, hangs in the air. Resignation, perhaps even a hint of weary acceptance, colors her expression as she follows. The weight of their desperate situation is palpable. Senior brotherly. The whispered plea hangs heavy, a desperate call for help amidst the encroaching darkness. His eyes, shadowed with worry, reflect the gravity of their situation. If you manage to make it out of here alive, Bai Ling Miao requests, her voice barely a whisper, could you deliver a message to my family for me? My parents live at the foot of Niuxing Mountain in Liang Country. Just tell them. The unspoken words hang heavy in the air, a testament to the gravity of their situation. Tell them. Bai Ling Miao whispers, tears streaming down her face. The unspoken weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, their daughter is unfilial, and she's unable to. Tears stream down Bai Ling Miao's face as she makes a final, heartbreaking plea. Take care of them in their old age, or send them off at the end, she whispers, the unspoken weight of her words a testament to her despair. But a cold finality follows, I can't help with that. Your time is running out. The chilling words hang in the air, a stark contrast to Bai Ling Miao's silent tears. A grim certainty settles over her face, reflecting the inescapable truth of her impending fate. Now, come with me, a voice commands, sharp and unwavering. The speaker, a young man with a sword in hand, stands defiant, his expression grim. A whispered plea follows, senior brother, Li? Bai Ling Miao's tears fall, a silent testament to her despair. Below her, a dark stain spreads, a grim visual echo of her unspoken pleas. Master, I've brought the medicinal guide, a voice reports, cutting through the heavy silence. Hope, however faint, flickers in the grim scene. He. Shen Yang, well done, a voice chuckles, the words a stark contrast to the grim scene. He supports Bai Ling Miao, her fragility a testament to the ordeal she's endured. A glimmer of relief, however faint, touches the scene. My good disciple, come over here. A powerful voice calls out, laced with urgency. The master's outstretched hand, crackling with energy, offers a lifeline amidst the lingering tension. A chilling confession escapes her lips, I ate a pill made from human essence. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, a stark revelation that casts a shadow over the previous relief. A searing blast of energy connects, and a pained UGH erupts from the figure collapsing to the ground. A pained cry escapes her lips as she's thrown back, a trail of turquoise energy sparking in her wake. The impact leaves her breathless, the force of the blow evident in her contorted form. She stumbles, a barely audible hum, escaping her lips as she struggles to regain her footing. The attack clearly took its toll. A dismissive tisk escapes the observer's lips. How unfortunate, he muses, his expression a blend of weariness and disdain as he watches the unfolding events. Blood drips from a fresh wound as she collapses. Why did you have to fall at this moment? A voice whispers, laced with frustration and a hint of despair. What? She gasps, disoriented, as she looks up at the man observing her fall. Confusion clouds her features, a stark contrast to the despair that moments before had consumed her. The medicinal properties have completely changed. A grim realization dawns as the observer witnesses the unexpected shift. Shen Yang, take this medicinal guide back, the observer commands, his tone firm. A weary groan escapes Shen Yang as he obeys, yes. Master. It's done, he breathes, a weary relief in his voice. His gaze drops to his bloodied arms, the weight of the task settling upon him. Next, I just need to take Bai Ling Miao out of here. He murmurs, already planning his next move. Wait a minute, Shen Yang, the master calls out, halting the young man's departure. Since this medicinal guide won't work, go get another one. A new plan forms, replacing the previous one, as the urgency of the situation remains. I remember there's another white medicinal guide, Xian Yang recalls, a glimmer of hope in his weary eyes. The urgency in his master's previous command echoes in his determined expression as he prepares to act. Go quickly, the unspoken words hang in the air, driving him forward. And come back fast, don't delay my alchemy time, the master's voice rings out, sharp and urgent. Xian Yang's departure is not a moment for rest, the pressure to succeed, to avoid delaying his master's work, propels him forward. Back in the supply room, I will take the other white medicinal guide to the alchemy room, Xian Yang declares, his resolve firm despite the urgency. A desperate plea rises from behind him, Senior Brotherly, I don't want to die. The weight of responsibility, and the life hanging in the balance, fuels his determined steps. Only now, amidst the urgency, does Xian Yang realize his mistake. His hands cover his face, tears welling as the weight of his error crashes down. The weight of his failure crushes him. I didn't say Bai Ling Miao, Xian Yang confesses, his voice a broken whisper lost in the storm of his remorse. Aren't you aspiring to the path of alchemy? Come here, take a look, a voice commands, cutting through Xian Yang's despair. A new opportunity, a chance for redemption, perhaps, is offered amidst the shadows of his failure. As long as that scoundrel keeps making elixirs, I won't be able to save anyone. The weight of his failure, the unspoken promise broken, hardens Xian Yang's resolve. Tomorrow, and the day after, the fight for redemption begins. Open the furnace. The command rings out, sharp and urgent, a stark contrast to Xian Yang's earlier despair. A new path, a chance to forge a different future, ignites within him. A fiery resolve burns in Xian Yang's eyes. I can't become his accomplice, he declares, his voice firm, a stark contrast to his earlier despair. The furnace glows, a symbol of his renewed purpose. Right, the other disciples aren't as studious as you, a voice remarks, offering Xian Yang a glowing crimson pill. This is for him, a reward for his dedication, a potent symbol of his potential. There's only one way. Xian Yang's gaze falls upon a glowing crimson pill, held gently in his hands. A quiet, heartfelt thank you escapes his lips, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him. Thank you, Master, for the pill, Xian Yang murmurs, a quiet gratitude filling his voice. It's a simple gesture, but the weight of his words and the glowing crimson pill in his hand speak volumes. He knows what this means, a chance to save the medicinal guides. Good disciple, eat while it's hot, Master's voice instructs, a gruff kindness underlying the words. Xian Yang's gaze drops to the pill, a silent affirmation of hope. It can save me, he thinks, a quiet resolve hardening his features. A surge of crimson energy erupts behind him, mirroring the fierce determination in Xian Yang's eyes. He swallows the pill, his gaze unwavering. A surge of crimson energy flares behind him, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on Xian Yang's face. The command echoes, raw and brutal, kill him. He swallows, a gulp echoing the sudden dread that grips him. No, this pill has a problem. The realization dawns, a chilling wave of fear replacing his earlier resolve. A pained groan escapes him, ugh. Crimson energy still flares, but now it's tinged with a desperate struggle, mirroring the agony etched on his face. The crimson energy intensifies, searing his very being. So hot. He groans, the words barely audible above the crackling flames consuming him from within. Xian Yang, go back and rest. The command cuts through the fiery chaos, a stark contrast to the agonizing struggle he's endured. Relief washes over him, a welcome reprieve from the searing pain. The crimson energy subsides, leaving Xian Yang standing alone, a faint wisp of purple smoke curling around him. This medicine is very potent, it will take some time to fully absorb, a voice explains, the words a quiet counterpoint to the recent fiery ordeal. Yes. Xian Yang breathes, a single word acknowledging the potent medicine's lingering effects. Purple smoke still curls around him, a testament to its power, as he stands before his instructor. Master. The single word, barely a whisper, hangs in the air, a quiet testament to Xian Yang's respect and continued obedience, even after enduring such intense training. He rests against the cold stone, the purple smoke slowly dissipating. Exhaustion clings to him, but a quiet resolve remains. A low groan escapes him, ugh, as he struggles to his feet, the lingering effects of the potent medicine still evident. With a surge of power, Xian Yang shatters the stone wall behind him, the fragments exploding outwards in a breathtaking display of raw strength. The lingering purple smoke trails behind him, a final testament to the potent medicine's effect. Senior brotherly. I don't want to die. His desperate plea echoes, a stark contrast to the raw power he'd just unleashed. Then, a confession, barely a breath, I took a pill made from humans. But just by taking one pill, I gained this kind of transformative power. His confession hangs heavy in the air, a chilling explanation for the raw strength he just displayed. That scoundrel who's taken countless pills, how should I kill him? The question hangs in the air, a grim determination etched on Xian Yang's face as he struggles to rise, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. A hand reaches out, a gentle touch on Xian Yang's shoulder. The lingering purple haze dissipates, leaving behind a sense of quiet resolve. Senior brotherly, are you all right? Concern softens the words, a gentle hand resting on Xian Yang's shoulder. The purple haze fades, replaced by a quiet strength in his weary eyes. Senior brother. The whispered words, barely audible, carry a weight of concern. Xian Yang, still on the ground, looks up, his gaze meeting his worried companion's. You don't need to blame yourself, you're also powerless, the gentle words offer solace, a balm to Xian Yang's self-reproach. Compassion softens the speaker's features, a quiet understanding in their gaze. Silence hangs heavy between them, the only sound the wind whispering through the cavern. Xian Yang stands, his gaze unreadable, a stark contrast to the gentle concern etched on his companion's face. Senior brotherly, you. The words hang unfinished, a silent question echoing the unspoken concern. A hand clenches tight, the gesture betraying a hidden anxiety. Are you planning to go against Master? The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge reflected in the intense gaze of the speaker. His eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of apprehension and determination, reveal the gravity of the choice before him. A single tear tracks down Xian Yang's cheek, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The weight of his decision, the potential consequences, crashes down upon him. A preview flashes, promising more to come. The weight of his decision, the potential consequences, still linger in the air. What will Xian Yang do next? You mustn't underestimate this formula, the old man warns, a knowing glint in his eye. Although it's simple, it's still a celestial method from the heavenly scriptures. His finger rises, emphasizing the power contained within. A stark black screen announces the next chapter's preview, leaving the audience hanging on the implications of the celestial formula. A dismissive tisk escapes the old man's lips, his expression unchanged. The red glow behind him intensifies, hinting at the potent energy he commands. Please, Master, take a look and see if I've missed anything. A young man's plea cuts through the air, his words a stark contrast to the old master's intense aura. The red energy behind the master pulses, a silent testament to the power at his command. A blur of motion, a crimson streak across the panel, leaves only the young man's profile, his face marred by blood and sweat. Determination, perhaps even desperation, hardens his gaze. A grim determination sets in as he mutters, I have to find something to write this down. The needed ingredients are listed, half a caddy of balsam seed and 24 taels of sunrise stones. He carefully gathers the sunrise stones, his gaze fixed on the task. The oven, he notes, should be lit at 3 a.m., the perfect time for a bath, and for something else entirely. Instructions whisper from the page, use your eyes to illuminate it silently. He leans forward, eyes fixed on the instructions. The final step is revealed, use your breath to brag, use your spirit to fumigate it. A quiet intensity fills the scene as he prepares to complete the ritual. The final instructions appear, raise the heat slowly with a gentle flame, and turn on the furnace at 4 o'clock in the morning. A quiet anticipation hangs in the air. With a focused breath, he adds the final sunrise stone. A faint glow emanates, a subtle hum filling the air as the ritual begins. Breath out. He exhales slowly, a quiet intensity in his posture as the final sunrise stone glows faintly. The ritual nears its completion. Master, disciple will record the formula on his robe, he states, a quiet determination in his eyes as he prepares to commit the intricate process to memory. Oh! The master's single word hangs heavy in the air, a quiet awe in his gaze as the ritual's final effects become clear. A deep crimson glow envelopes him, the air shimmering with barely contained power. Master, please take a look at what I wrote to see if there are any omissions. The disciple's request hangs in the air, a quiet plea for validation as he awaits his master's judgment. A nervous energy thrums beneath the surface of his words. The master's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a surge of crimson energy erupts from the disciple. It's far beyond anything expected. A crimson wave erupts from the disciple, a blinding flash of power that sends the master sprawling. The sheer force is breathtaking. Crimson streaks across the panel, a violent aftermath of the disciple's unleashed power. The sheer force of the energy is palpable, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The master, dazed and bleeding, sputters, "What's going on with this maniac? Why did he suddenly hit my face?" His confusion is palpable, the unexpected attack leaving him utterly bewildered. "Although my handwriting is not pretty, I can still read it." The master's muttered observation, amidst the chaos, reveals his focus is less on his injuries and more on the disciple's strange behavior. This maniac didn't even glance at the writing, he seemed far more preoccupied by the act of writing itself. Wait. A single word, a breath held, as the disciple's eyes widen, a dawning realization washing over him. The crimson energy fades, leaving only the stunned silence and the master lying defeated. "I remember when we had morning class before, we didn't have scriptures," the master recalls, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. "And I haven't seen a single piece of calligraphy or painting in this Qingfeng temple. Any knowledge is passed on orally." He pauses, a chilling realization settling upon him. Does it mean that this maniac can't read? The disciple turns, his back to the master, a crimson glow still radiating from him. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but potent, is he? A chilling uncertainty grips the scene. Illiterate? The master's question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization dawning. If he can't read, then who interprets the heavenly book he so readily cited? The mystery deepens, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The master lies defeated, his face marred by cuts, a whispered admission escaping his lips, "I didn't expect it." The weight of his unexpected defeat hangs heavy in the air, leaving the disciple's victory tinged with a chilling uncertainty. The master, defeated and wounded, makes a startling offer. "Master is even willing to pass on the formula in the heavenly book to you," he whispers, a gesture of ultimate surrender. A knowing smirk plays on the master's lips as he observes the disciple from the cavern's depths. "It seems that he is really happy to be coaxed by you," he observes, a hint of amusement in his tone, the weight of his defeat seemingly lifted by this unexpected development. "Senior brother Jinkuan, it is the master's plan to value me." The disciple's words, a chilling revelation, echo in the cavern. A calculated scheme is unveiled, the master's defeat now revealed as a carefully orchestrated maneuver. Even with the master's surrender and offer of the heavenly book's secrets, doubt clouds the disciple's triumph. "Even if the master tells me all the immortal laws in the heavenly book," he reflects, "I'm afraid you can't control it." A shadow of uncertainty falls upon his victory. "If it's all right, please step aside. I'm going to help the master with the ingredients," the disciple declares, his words a surprising shift in the power dynamic. He gestures towards the defeated master, a new purpose hardening his gaze. With a burst of golden energy, the disciple strikes, his blow impacting the master with explosive force. The ribs. The master cries out in pain as the disciple's attack connects. "You just got the formula. Who do you think you are?" he snarls, his anger a stark contrast to his previous defeat. "The master didn't tell me the immortality technique, so how could he tell you?" the master spits out, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fury. "And how dare you use the master to suppress me? You didn't even know where you were when I was being chased by the master." His words are a torrent of bitter resentment, a stark contrast to his earlier defeat. A harsh cough escapes the master's lips, his face a mask of pain. "It seems that my senior brother's talent in cultivating immortals is not good. he says, a hint of bitter amusement in his voice. Otherwise, after following the master for so long, why didn't he teach you the techniques to become an immortal? His question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the disciples' newfound power. You scum! The master roars, his face contorted in a mask of furious rage, his hand crackling with golden energy. You are looking for death. The master's furious roar echoes, his golden energy erupting in a devastating blast. Debris flies, the force of the attack undeniable. The master's attack explodes, a blinding flash of golden energy obliterating the area. Debris rains down, the sheer power of the blast leaving a crater in its wake. Hey! Junior brother Xian Yang, a voice calls out, cutting through the lingering dust and debris. The question hangs unspoken, but the tension remains palpable. Dust settles, revealing Xian Yang, alive but shaken. It's a good thing you took Master's elixir, a voice observes, otherwise you'd be dead by now. The weight of the Master's attack, and the narrow escape, hangs heavy in the air. Didn't I tell you to respect Zhang Kuan? Why are you still provoking him? The rebuke hangs heavy in the air, a stern hand reaching out to help Xian Yang to his feet. The weight of the master's earlier attack is palpable, yet the words carry a clear undercurrent of concern. How, is he gonna kill me? The question hangs heavy in Xian Yang's mind, a stark contrast to the relative calm of his surroundings. The dust has settled, revealing a grim landscape of shattered rock. A stern figure looms over Xian Yang, her words cutting through the silence. If any more of our disciples die, we won't be able to maintain this place, she declares, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on her tone. The threat is clear, the consequences dire. And Master Yu is watching from the side, a voice informs Xian Yang, the implication clear. He's not alone in this. The master's presence, though unseen, adds another layer of tension to the already fraught situation. Mr. Yu? What's that? Xian Yang's voice, laced with confusion and a hint of dawning dread, breaks the tense silence. His gaze is fixed upwards, a question hanging heavy in the air. Fear, raw and undeniable, grips Xian Yang. His widened eyes reflect the dawning horror of his situation, a stark contrast to his previous confusion. New information shatters Xian Yang's already fragile composure. He didn't know about Master Yu's existence? The revelation hangs heavy, adding another layer of dread to his already desperate situation. Further details emerge: their escape wasn't on the 1st or 15th of the lunar month, and Zhang Kuan, an inner disciple, was never taught the art of immortality. It seems that no one in the maniac group believes that a disciple is taught by such a person. The statement hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. A low chuckle, then a thoughtful hum, underscores the gravity of the unspoken truth. Hey! Xian Yang calls out, his voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the unsettling implications. A new question arises, laced with suspicion: hasn't the master already given the medicine to junior brother Xian Yan? Why is he acting crazy again? The speaker's tone suggests a growing unease, mirroring Xian Yang's own escalating fear. The breakthrough point was found. The words explode across the panel, a stark contrast to the chilling grin of the figure revealed below. Blood streaks his face, a grotesque smile twisting his lips. This is no ordinary discovery, this is a revelation of terrifying potential. A preview flashes, promising more to come. The screen fades to black. Are you working with that guy? The question hangs heavy in the air, a direct accusation aimed at Xian Yang. His expression, etched with a mixture of weariness and apprehension, speaks volumes. The weight of suspicion settles upon him. Don't move. The command hangs in the air, a chilling whisper from the figure trapped within the porcelain vase. A grotesque grin stretches across its face, eyes wide with unsettling intensity. The dark energy swirling around it amplifies the threat. All I have to do is ring the bell, and my dad will come back, he states, a grim determination etched onto his face. The words hang heavy, a desperate hope clinging to a fragile plan. A colossal, grotesque creature fills the frame, its monstrous form partially obscured by the ceiling's low beams. Its texture is disturbingly organic, a mass of fleshy folds and unsettling detail. This is no ordinary beast, this is a nightmare given form. A crimson title card explodes onto the screen, the fiery script promising a tale of intense action and suspense. Below, the credits roll, revealing the creative team behind this gripping story. The narrator's voice, calm yet hinting at the gravity of the situation, explains, "Afterward, I seized the opportunity presented by another conflict with Zhang Kuan to reveal the news." He confronts the other man, his voice sharp and accusatory. "About master, you to him." The weight of the unspoken words hangs heavy in the air between them, a silent tension building amidst the gray, rocky landscape. Seeing his expression, I knew something was going to happen. A storm brewed in the old man's eyes, a silent warning etched onto his weathered face. Unseen, I watched. Zhang Kuan, however, continued his training, each movement precise and unwavering. A month later, on February 15th, a significant shift occurred. Lizzie too began refining pills, but Zhang Kuan's actions remained a mystery, leaving the narrator questioning his initial judgment. He didn't come to Zhenyi Hall to practice as usual. A quiet, almost unsettling observation hangs in the air, the absence of Zhang Kuan a stark contrast to the usual bustle. Deep within a cavern, shadows dance. The air hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the familiar bustle of Zhenyi Hall. A sense of mystery, of secrets kept, permeates the scene. The map reveals a shadowy landscape, pinpointing Qingfeng Temple and Danyangzi's residence. A chilling detail emerges, Lizzie Tu's residence, its door was open. It seems Zheng Kuan had someone else go inside to investigate. The narrator's words hang in the air, a quiet observation of the open door at Lizzie Tu's residence, a detail that deepens the mystery surrounding Zheng Kuan's absence. So suspicious, choosing to stand guard outside at a time like this. A low hum escapes the man's lips, his gaze fixed on the open door of Lizzie Tu's residence. The mystery deepens. It's really him. The question hangs in the air, a whisper of disbelief and dawning horror. The guard's eyes widen, reflecting the shock of his discovery. Inside, a figure emerges, his identity confirmed, Xian Yin, a registered disciple. The guard's apprehension deepens. Stepping forward, Xian Yin, the registered disciple, approaches the guard. A silent exchange passes between them, heavy with unspoken tension. A surge of energy crackles between them. Xian Yin, the disciple, and the guard face off, their hands glowing with ethereal light. The air itself vibrates with unspoken tension. A shimmering, iridescent energy surges between them, a wave of raw power that fills the cavern. The air crackles with anticipation. The iridescent energy fades, leaving behind only the cavern's echoing silence. They finally left. The restriction on the room, it seems, was lifted by Zhang Kuan and his group. What kind of talisman was that just now? Xianin murmurs, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He then steps forward, his voice echoing with newfound resolve, "Now, it's my turn." With newfound purpose, Xianin exits the cavern, leaving behind the lingering energy of the talisman. He walks with a determined stride, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A faint trail of iridescent energy lingers in the air, a lingering scent of the powerful talisman. Xianin wrinkles his nose, muttering, "TSK, it smells so bad." He steps through the doorway, leaving the lingering scent of the talisman behind. The air outside is noticeably different, a shift in atmosphere hangs heavy. It reeks of dead rats. Xianin comments, his nose wrinkled in disgust. A new, unsettling scent fills the air beyond the cavern's mouth. A chilling wind whips past him, carrying a stench far worse than the lingering talisman. This is no ordinary decay, a palpable sense of dread settles over Xian Yin as he steps further into the unsettling darkness. He bursts from the cavern, the chilling wind whipping at his robes. A grim expression settles on Xian Yin's face, the stench is overwhelming, a horror far beyond the lingering scent of the talisman. Xian Yin stands before a gruesome sight, a crude altar holds a cylindrical object bound in chains, its surface marred by what appear to be numerous, embedded eyes. A wave of nausea washes over him. This stench is unlike anything he's encountered. This stone tablet, it should be the heavenly scripture Lizzie too mentioned. The characters, however, prove incredibly difficult to decipher. Xianin stares, his gaze fixed on the cryptic inscription, Shibu Puing Xian de Pa. A grim determination sets in, he must decipher this ancient text, whatever the cost. The ancient text unfolds before him, a cryptic inscription etched into the stone, De Ru Yun Guangbu Puin Zai. Miao Hao Shen Ling Yi Chiahuo and Lujia Tuamen. Xianyi leans closer, his brow furrowed in concentration, determined to unlock the secrets held within. He studies the heavenly scripture, a frown etching itself deeper onto his face. This heavenly scripture is clearly a sutra, there are no alchemy methods written on it. How could Li Zitu refine pills using it? The question hangs heavy in the air, a puzzle demanding an answer. A voice, laced with suspicion, cuts through Xianyin's concentration. Are you in cahoots with that person from earlier? The question hangs in the air, a new challenge to his already complex investigation. A chilling command cuts through the air, don't move. From within a porcelain vase, a sinister figure emerges, its unsettling grin a stark contrast to the ornate vessel it inhabits. A palpable sense of dread fills the scene. I just need to shake these bells, and my father will come back immediately, Xianyin declares, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he clutches the small, ornate bells. A sinister chuckle, hee, echoes from the shadows, a chilling counterpoint to his desperate plea. All right, go ahead and shake them, the figure instructs, a strange calm in his voice. Xianyin, hope flickering in his eyes, prepares to do just that. It'll be just a moment, he believes, before his father returns. That you can't understand this heavenly scripture at all, the figure sneers, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. It's time, he thinks, for his master to learn the truth. You've been deceiving him the whole time, the figure accuses, the words hanging heavy in the air. A furious outburst follows, you. The weight of betrayal crashes down, shattering the fragile hope Xianyin had held just moments before. How did you? Xianyin gasps, wide-eyed horror etched across his face as the full weight of the deception crashes down. His trust, shattered. How did you find out? Xianyin's horrified gasp echoes the disbelief in his eyes. The answer, delivered with chilling certainty, follows, I guessed it right. The one interpreting this heavenly scripture for Li Zitu is indeed her. The revelation hangs heavy, a crushing weight of betrayal. Two shadowy figures, cloaked in purple energy, materialize behind him. The air crackles with unseen power. But, it's not my fault. Xianyin cries out, the desperation clear in his voice. Two shadowy figures, bound to him by purple energy, writhe behind him, a silent testament to his forced compliance. His words, a desperate plea against the weight of his father's demands, hang heavy in the air. Aren't you afraid he'll find out? The question hangs in the air, a chilling challenge. A dismissive humph is the only response, delivered with cold indifference. The shadowed figure's eyes, narrowed and intense, speak volumes about her unwavering resolve. Anyway, my father is illiterate, he believes whatever I say, she dismisses, a chilling nonchalance in her tone. The question hangs heavy, was the alchemy formula, using people to refine pills, also a fabrication? Yeah, I only remembered those, so I just told him it was written on the scripture, she admits, a hint of unease in her eyes. The casual dismissal belies a deeper anxiety. Don't worry, it won't kill anyone, I don't want my father to get hurt either, she assures, scratching her head. A nervous energy emanates from her, a stark contrast to her earlier nonchalance. The trapped figures within the vase remain, a silent reminder of the unsettling truth behind her words. I'm just scared that if he finds out I'm useless, he won't want me anymore. Her confession hangs heavy, a stark admission of vulnerability that contrasts sharply with her previous cold demeanor. Fear, raw and palpable, etches itself onto her features. Look at me, I have no hands or feet. She whispers, a chilling statement emerging from the ornate vase. A sharp aye follows, a reaction of disbelief and dawning horror. A chilling whisper escapes the vase, look at me, I have no hands or feet. The statement hangs in the air, a stark visual confirmation of the trapped figure's plight. A sharp aye follows, a gasp of disbelief and dawning horror. A blur of motion. She lunges, a desperate, almost frantic energy driving her forward. Her desperate attack connects, a violent impact shattering the vase. Hurts, screams from the fragments, a testament to the brutal force of her blow. From the shattered remains, a horrifying shriek echoes, it hurts. The creature's face, contorted in agony, is a testament to the brutal impact. Your alchemy formula really doesn't kill people, but. The words hang heavy, a chilling revelation dawning in the eyes of the one who shattered the vase. A horrifying truth is unveiled, the consequences of their actions far more sinister than anticipated. But because of your alchemy formula, Lizzie too has been eating people. The horrifying revelation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous violence. Shock ripples through the speaker, the weight of their unintentional actions settling heavily upon them. The figure stands amidst the crimson dust, a chilling silhouette against the blood-red sky. His face, partially obscured, is etched with a grim determination, the weight of the horrifying revelation settling upon him. Father! A whispered plea escapes the fallen figure, his wide eyes reflecting the horror of the situation. The crimson dust settles around him, a grim testament to the devastating consequences of the alchemist's formula. It hurts so much. The cry echoes the devastation, a raw expression of pain from the fallen figure. His suffering underscores the horrifying truth of the alchemist's formula. Who? The question hangs heavy, a chilling cliffhanger echoing the unanswered questions surrounding the horrifying transformation. A grotesque face, contorted in agony, fills the frame, its eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down its cheeks. The scene ends on a note of profound unease. A booming voice echoes, filled with righteous fury, "Who dared to sneak into my room while I, the great master, was refining pills?" The shadowy figure of the great master looms, a terrifying presence in the darkness. The great master looms, a terrifying figure shrouded in shadow, his eyes blazing with furious intensity. He holds aloft a grotesque, lifeless head, a chilling testament to his wrath. His face, etched with pain, is a stark contrast to the great master's furious presence. The alchemist's cruel experiment has left its mark. Can I go home now? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the furious red energy erupting behind the speaker. "Nonsense," roars a voice, filled with raw power and undeniable anger. This morning's medicinal primer was personally delivered by Xian Yang. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the furious energy still crackling around the speaker. The question hangs heavy, he didn't get the primer from the supply room. Then, a chilling counterpoint, "Are you seeking death?" The words, sharp and laced with menace, leave no room for doubt. He kneels, defeated, a sword piercing his shoulder. The grim faces of his captors loom large, their silent judgment heavier than any words. "Immortal Grandpa, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed, and that's why I lied." His confession hangs in the air, a desperate plea etched on his contorted face, his hands clasped in supplication. His confession hangs heavy, a desperate plea for forgiveness. Silence follows, broken only by the ominous ellipsis, a chilling pause before judgment. Silence. Then, a single figure steps forward from the ranks, his gaze unwavering. Judgment is rendered. From the ranks, a figure emerges. His gaze, unwavering, falls upon the kneeling man. Judgment is at hand. A blur of motion. The kneeling man vanishes in a whirlwind of dark energy, leaving only the chilling silence of his sudden absence. A single, all-seeing eye dominates the panel, a swirling vortex of color and shadow. The words, "when Xian Yang was being falsely accused just now," appear as a stark reminder of the injustice witnessed. A crimson tide erupts, engulfing the figure. Shadow, the word hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the silent judgment that preceded it. Crimson stains his hand, a stark contrast to the dark energy that consumed his victim moments before. Shadow, the word echoes the lingering darkness, a testament to the swift, brutal judgment. What, does being falsely accused make you that happy? The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge to the figure before them, whose twisted grin speaks volumes. A single, disbelieving ah escapes him as the full weight of the accusation crashes down. Xianin. The accusation rings out, sharp and accusatory, leaving the man before him speechless, his disbelieving gaze fixed on his accuser. Master. The desperate plea escapes him, a stark contrast to the accusations that had just fallen. His gaze, wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief, is fixed on the figure cloaked in shadow. No. No. It wasn't me. The denial rings out, desperate and raw, a stark contrast to the earlier defiance. Fear, palpable and undeniable, clings to his words. It was Jungkoon. The accusation explodes, a desperate finger pointed at the stoic figure standing tall amidst the shadows. His denial shattered, fear etched onto his face. Senior brother Jungkoon forced me to do it. The desperate plea shatters the tense silence, a desperate attempt to shift blame. His words hang heavy in the air, the weight of his confession palpable. Jungkoon, his face a mask of cold fury, stands before him. The accused flinches, eyes wide with terror as the weight of his confession settles. Jungkoon's eyes blaze, a crimson light burning within them, reflecting the fury consuming him. The accused cowers, his fear a tangible thing in the oppressive silence. So, it was you all along, Jungkoon's voice cuts through the air, a chilling certainty in his tone. The accused, his face a mask of terror, is thrown back, the force of Jungkoon's revelation as powerful as any physical blow. I should have realized it sooner. Jungkoon's self-reproach hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his previous rage. His crimson eyes, still burning with intensity, now hold a hint of regret as he surveys the fallen figure before him. A hand reaches out, a quiet gesture amidst the lingering tension. Only you can undo the restrictions in my room, Jungkoon states, his voice low but firm, a new request replacing his earlier fury. A subtle shift in his demeanor hints at a change in his immediate priorities. But did you think? Jungkoon's voice trails off, a chilling question hanging in the air as the accused scrambles away, fear etched onto his face. That I would let you come and go into my room as you please? Jungkoon's chilling question hangs in the air, a blood-stained coin clutched in his hand, the unspoken accusation a heavier weight than any physical blow. Jungkoon's gaze drops, a grim expression settling on his face. The weight of his unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the air, a silent judgment more potent than any words. The blood-stained coin spins between Jungkoon's fingers, a silent testament to his unwavering suspicion. His grim expression deepens, the unspoken judgment hanging heavy in the air. Jungkoon's eyes blaze with a chilling intensity, his gaze locking onto something unseen, a predatory gleam in his crimson irises. The unspoken accusation hangs heavy, now amplified by a palpable sense of menace. He steps forward, the blood-stained coin a silent weight in his hand, his shadow stretching long and menacing across the floor. The blood-stained coin, a grim centerpiece, rests against a teal backdrop. Its crimson stains, stark against the aged bronze, speak volumes of a recent, violent event. The weight of this evidence, heavy in Jungkoon's hands, fuels his silent, unwavering suspicion. A sudden, violent gust of wind whips past, leaving behind only the lingering scent of blood and the unsettling silence of unanswered questions. Then, a figure emerges from the swirling dust, a spectral doctor revealed, his form flickering, almost translucent. A crimson light pulses ominously at his forehead. You foolish, overestimating. The spectral doctor's voice cuts through the air, a chilling whisper as he sends his opponent crashing to the ground. Idiot, the spectral doctor sneers, his words echoing the brutal efficiency of his attack as multiple bodies, lifeless and bleeding, are flung aside like discarded rags. A sickening thud echoes as another victim is sent sprawling. Blood sprays across the desolate landscape, a grim testament to the spectral doctor's merciless efficiency. Master! A trembling voice whispers, barely audible above the grim silence. A lone survivor stands amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed on the spectral doctor, a stark contrast to the fallen bodies around him. A single word escapes the survivor's lips, a tremor in his voice reflecting the horror he's witnessed. His gaze, unwavering, remains fixed on the spectral doctor, a silent plea perhaps, or a desperate attempt to understand the carnage. I was wrong. The survivor's confession hangs heavy in the air, a stark admission amidst the carnage. His words, a whisper against the backdrop of death, speak volumes about the spectral doctor's terrifying power. I was wrong, Master. The dying man's words, a final, desperate plea, are barely audible above the grim silence. His body, contorted in agony, lies sprawled across the snow-covered ground, a stark testament to the spectral doctor's terrifying power. When the senior from Gate was hunting us down, it was my too. The dying man's confession, a ragged whisper, reveals a betrayal, a chilling truth amidst the carnage. His words paint a grim picture of treachery, the weight of his actions heavy on his last breath. It was my two younger brothers that sacrificed their lives so that we could escape. The dying man's confession shatters the grim silence, a horrifying revelation. Child. The spectral doctor whispers, a chilling response that hangs heavy in the air. I know exactly what you're thinking, Tao. The spectral doctor's voice cuts through the chilling silence, a declaration that leaves Tao's fate hanging precariously in the balance. Master. I've already become this useless, the dying man cries out, his voice raw with despair and regret. His face, etched with pain and defeat, is a testament to the brutal battle. Please spare me this time, the defeated man pleads, his voice a desperate whisper as a foot presses down on his chest. His eyes, wide with fear, reflect the weight of his past actions. You're just like your two younger brothers. The spectral doctor's judgment hangs in the air, a chilling echo of the man's past. His words, heavy with implication, seal the defeated man's fate. You're all wolves that can't be raised. The spectral doctor's final judgment echoes, a chilling condemnation that seals the man's fate. His words hang heavy in the air, a stark end to a desperate plea. The spectral doctor's condemnation hangs heavy in the air. Then, with a chilling finality, he vanishes, leaving the man to his fate. Blood splatters the ground as the defeated man collapses, his lifeblood staining the earth crimson. 7, 8, 9. A countdown echoes, the air thick with anticipation as a shadowy figure stands poised, the numbers fading into the swirling mist around him. Before the shadowy figure, two figures perform a kowtow, their heads bowed low in reverence as ethereal mist swirls around them. All right, Master, one of the figures says, their voice echoing the reverence of the moment. From this day forward, their respects paid to the ancestral master, a new chapter begins. You will be this Taoist master's most favored disciple. The ancient master's words hang in the air, a promise and a challenge, his gaze unwavering. A new path unfolds before the chosen one. Congratulations, Master. The words appear, a celebratory proclamation echoing the momentous occasion. A new era dawns for the chosen disciple and his master. Congratulations, senior brother. The cry rings out, a chorus of voices celebrating the newly appointed disciple. His face, however, remains shadowed, a quiet contemplation in contrast to the jubilant scene before him. All right. Xian Yang, come with me. The rest of you, disperse. The master's voice cuts through the celebratory air, his command firm and leaving no room for argument. A single disciple is chosen, the others dismissed. The moment has finally arrived. The master's declaration echoes, a promise fulfilled. Don't worry, scabby head, I'll help you achieve your goal of becoming an immortal, he adds, a reassuring tone cutting through the gravity of the words. I remember you can read. The master's words trail off, his gaze falling upon a strange, ancient artifact. Covered in intricate carvings and strung with dark threads, it seems to pulse with a hidden energy. Isn't that right, Xian Yan? The master's question hangs in the air, his gaze fixed on the artifact before them, a silent challenge in the dimly lit room. Yes, Master. Xian Yang's reply is simple, yet his unwavering tone speaks volumes. The weight of the master's words, and the ancient artifact before them, settles heavily in the dimly lit room. It's good that you can read, the master observes, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a new plan forming. The ancient artifact glows faintly behind him, its energy seemingly responding to Xian Yang's ability. Xian Yang raises a hand, and a swirling vortex of emerald energy erupts, its power palpable. From Xian Yang's outstretched hand, a swirling vortex of emerald energy explodes, its power both mesmerizing and terrifying. Come take a look at this heavenly scripture. The master's words, calm yet charged with anticipation, accompany the emerald energy swirling around the ancient artifact. Its cryptic symbols glow brighter, illuminated by the mystical vortex Xian Yang commands. Can you make sense of it? The master asks, his gaze intense as the emerald energy flows around the ancient artifact. Xian Yang, eyes narrowed in concentration, studies the glowing symbols. Yes, Master. Xian Yang's quiet reply confirms his understanding. His gaze remains fixed on the ancient artifact, the emerald energy still swirling around it, a testament to his profound skill. That airhead just made up all those previous cultivation methods for becoming an immortal. Xian Yang mutters, his hand tracing the ancient script. A worried frown creases his brow, the weight of his secret threatens to overwhelm him. If I can't keep up with it, I'm afraid my secret will be exposed. So instead, I'd rather overturn everything myself, Xian Yang declares, a grim determination hardening his features. His hand rests on the table, a silent promise of drastic action. Quit your whining, the master snaps, his impatience evident. Xian Yang's anxieties, though unspoken, are clearly dismissed with a curt rebuke. Master, on this heavenly scripture. Xian Yang begins, his voice barely a whisper. The master's hand rests on his head, a silent demand for any discoveries. If you see anything, tell me, the master commands, his impatience palpable. Why doesn't it have the blood-nourishing elixir recipe you taught me last time? Xian Yang questions, a frustrated frown deepening on his face as he examines the ancient text. His confusion is palpable, the missing recipe throws his plans into disarray. What, he whispers, a dawning sense of unease replacing his initial frustration. This heavenly scripture is actually a set of internal cultivation techniques, the master observes, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. The revelation alters Xian Yang's expectations, a new layer of complexity added to his quest. It says, the order from above is that this must be done before the old year ends and the new year begins, Xian Yang reads aloud, his voice hushed. The master's eyes narrow, a flicker of urgency crossing his face as he leans closer. By combining and consuming multiple types of external elixirs simultaneously during cultivation, immortality might be achieved. A cultivation technique, not a recipe. And it requires external elixirs as well? Xian Yang questions, his brow furrowed in concentration. The master, studying the ancient text, begins to list the necessary ingredients. This one needs 2 liang and 4 qian of cinnabar, 1 qian of white silver, 1 liang and 2 qian of arsenic. The precise quantities are noted, the urgency of the task underscored by the master's focused gaze. Master, what kind of medicinal ingredient is this, Mr. Yu? Xian Yang asks, his brow furrowed in confusion. The master's response, barely audible, hangs heavy in the air, one Mr. Yu, to refine his soul. A chilling implication settles upon the scene. No wonder. The master murmurs, a dawning realization in his eyes. The heavenly scripture's ever-shifting nature is finally explained, the vase girl's words, once puzzling, now hold chilling clarity. No wonder I haven't become an immortal even after all this time. The master's voice is a low murmur, laced with dawning understanding. His red eyes burn with a newfound clarity. She's been deceiving this Taoist all along. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling truth finally unveiled. A surge of teal energy erupts, a righteous fury unleashed. Serves her right, the accompanying text proclaims, the master's judgment clear and swift. Kid, that little girl managed to deceive me, don't tell me you're planning to do the same? The master's voice is sharp, his red eyes narrowed, suspicion etched onto his face. A chilling question hangs in the air, directed at his young apprentice. This is the way to become an immortal, how could I possibly deceive you? The master's voice rings out, a mixture of defiance and desperate plea. His hands are outstretched, palms up, as if to emphasize the sincerity of his words. I also wish to become an immortal, he adds, his desire for immortality burning bright. A knowing smirk spreads across the apprentice's face. He gestures broadly, a silent yet confident response to his master's suspicion. The path to immortality, it seems, is far more complex than either of them initially believed. Good. First explain this cultivation technique to me, the master demands, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The apprentice, seemingly unfazed, simply nods. Don't worry about it, keep reading, a voice assures. A simple yes follows, then instructions. Next is 1 mother-in-law fish, take its gills and soak them. He considers the instructions, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The next step in the recipe requires soaking the gills in arsenic. Arsenic tends to be too cold, a voice observes, it definitely needs something hot like mother-in-law fish to balance it out. Clever. The words hang in the air, a commentary on the unusual recipe. A grimace twists his features, a stark contrast to the earlier thoughtful frown. He seems to wrestle with the unusual recipe's instructions, the implications of the ingredients weighing heavily on him. And, the heavenly scripture actually uses big grandmas as an elixir ingredient, he reads, a chuckle escaping him. Ha! No doubt about it. The words hang in the air, a testament to the bizarre recipe's demands. I never thought of that. He murmurs, a revelation dawning. The question hangs in the air, if humans can create golden elixirs, why not these evil spirits? A new path, previously unconsidered, opens before him. A glint of understanding lights his eyes. He raises a golden bell, its surface glowing with an ethereal light, a newfound resolve etched on his face. A knowing smile plays on his lips. This is... He begins, a hint of triumph in his voice, the implication clear, he's found the solution. He rings the bell, unleashing a golden torrent of light. It bursts forth, a radiant wave of energy surging outwards. What's going on? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the golden energy still radiating outwards from the bell. A wave of disorientation washes over him as the effects of the bell's power become apparent. A wave of doubt washes over him. Could it be that bald head found out about my plan, he wonders, a grim realization dawning. The question hangs heavy, where exactly did things go wrong? What's this, he gasps, a wave of confusion washing over him as a strange, distorted energy swirls around him. The unexpected effect of the bell leaves him utterly disoriented. Two swirling energies combine, a chaotic fusion of light and shadow birthing a grotesque, grinning beast of pure energy. Master Yu. The name echoes, a chilling revelation as a sinister figure emerges from the swirling chaos. His eyes gleam with malevolent intent, a stark contrast to the vibrant, unsettling energy that surrounds him. Were these two creatures summoned by that bald guy's bell? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of suspicion and dawning horror etched onto his face. Wait a minute. Is he? The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, as he stares, wide-eyed, at the figure emerging from the swirling chaos. A chilling recognition dawns. Eating dirt? The words hang in the air, a disgusted question as the sinister figure, Master Yu, savors his dark meal. He chews with unsettling relish, the action a chilling counterpoint to the horror already unfolding. Ancient Chinese characters glow, ethereal and unsettling, surrounding Master Yu. Two spectral creatures, almost ghostly in their translucent forms, hover near him, adding to the eerie atmosphere. He stands, seemingly unfazed, amidst this otherworldly display. Although the things written in this heavenly scripture are very difficult to obtain, Master Yu states, his voice calm despite the swirling chaos around him. Dissipate, he commands, and with a flick of his wrist, the spectral creatures obey, vanishing into nothingness. That's no problem for your master. Take it? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of doubt against Master Yu's confident declaration. A thoughtful frown creases the observer's face, a silent contemplation of the implications. Could those two items, recently acquired, hold the key to the elixir's ingredients? Of course I'm going to take them. Master Yu declares, a smirk playing on his lips. His words are sharp, a clear rejection of any notion of generosity. Do you think someone's just going to give them to me for free? He adds, the question dripping with sardonic amusement. The thing I summoned with the bell just now is called Mr. Yu, a voice explains, the words adding a layer of intrigue to the scene. This old man has countless tricks up his sleeve, and finding things is just one of them. The implication hangs heavy, Master Yu's seemingly effortless summoning was far from accidental. Back then, in order to snatch this bell, your master really put in a lot of effort. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the seemingly effortless summoning just witnessed. A poignant memory surfaces. When I was 5, an older beggar snatched a steaming bun from my hand, a parallel drawn between a childhood loss and the painstaking acquisition of the mystical bell. Since we don't have what others have, what should we do? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Master Yu's earlier bravado. He sits slumped, a picture of contemplation, the weight of this realization etched onto his face. From then on, he understood the truth. One word, rob. The stark command echoes, a single word encapsulating a lifetime. In his youth, Master Yu robbed women, horses, a past as ruthless as the crimson hues staining the panel. The chains, the stolen goods, all speak to a life lived on the edge. He robbed silver, magical artifacts, even a disciple. The stark confession hangs heavy, a dark past revealed amidst a crimson backdrop of stolen treasures and shadowy figures. In fact, I seized control of the entire Qingfeng temple. The confession hangs heavy, a shocking revelation delivered with chilling calm. Master Yu's past, already painted in dark strokes, deepens further. Did you not hear what the ancestor of that clay sculpture said? The question, sharp and accusatory, is directed at his silent companion, leaving the full weight of this new truth to settle. So kid, you have to listen to the adult's words, Master Yu intones, his gaze unwavering. I'm only telling you this because I consider you my own. This is a lesson for you. The weight of his confession, a lifetime of secrets laid bare, hangs heavy in the air. But Master, what if I fail? The young disciple's voice trembles, his anxiety palpable. Hopeless. The word hangs in the air, a stark admission of his fear. Absolutely hopeless. Master Yu cries out, his despair palpable. The weight of his confession, the burden of his past, seems to crush him. Then, a sharp retort, how can a person who can read be so stupid? His frustration boils over, directed at the young disciple's anxieties. If you can't steal it outright, Master Yu begins, his voice sharp, can't you think of a way to steal it? If one person can't do it, then two people can work together. If two people can't do it, you can always drug them. His words, a pragmatic, almost callous solution, hang in the air, a stark contrast to the disciple's earlier despair. Master Yu's gaze sharpens, his hand outstretched in a forceful gesture. If drugs don't work, he declares, you'll have to do it the hard way. His tone brooks no argument, a steely resolve hardening his features. Master's words, my master is so wise, the disciple murmurs, a hint of awe in his voice. He reflects on the harsh criticisms he faced. They said I couldn't read, that I had no talent, and even called me a practitioner of heretical teachings, saying I had no spiritual core. The weight of those accusations seems to linger, yet his faith in his master remains unshaken. The disciple's head bows low, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. When I become immortal, he vows, his voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of swirling purple energy, I'll pry open those guys' eyes and show them. The unspoken threat hangs heavy, fueled by years of doubt and the unwavering faith in his master's unconventional methods. He clenches the dark, pulsating tablet, the purple energy swirling around it a testament to his newfound power. A defiant declaration echoes, who doesn't have talent now? Who doesn't have a spiritual core? His vow, a potent rebuttal to past scorn, sets the stage for his future. A pensive expression settles on his face. New Year's Eve dinner? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to his recent triumph. Doubt, perhaps, or a quiet reflection on the path ahead. In the capital of white jade, immortals sought to bind my hair in marriage, promising longevity. Yet, I chose the world, exhausting reason in favor of disordered emotions. This decision, it seems, has had consequences. The 96 holy rulers, their reputations now empty, drift like clouds. He traces the ancient script, a breathtaking display of power unfolding before him. The words themselves seem to crackle with energy, a testament to his divine abilities. The crazy man didn't slack off either, and it didn't take long for him to find all the things I mentioned, a voice narrates, confirming the swift progress of the events. Master, are we starting the furnace now? The question hangs in the air, a quiet anticipation in the dimly lit room as he sits amidst the gathered ingredients, his posture suggesting a readiness to begin the potent ritual. Just when he thought the alchemist would eagerly begin crafting the elixirs, a twist. He said something completely unexpected. A flicker of surprise crosses the alchemist's face, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at the unexpected turn of events. No hurry, the alchemist declared, a knowing smile playing on his lips, there's still a while before New Year's. Let's go eat New Year's Eve dinner first. The unexpected postponement hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the anticipated ritual. New Year's Eve dinner? in a place like this? The question hangs heavy, a frown etching itself onto the alchemist's face. His expression speaks volumes, a clear conflict between the proposed feast and their current, grim surroundings. Ha, that's more like it, the alchemist chuckled, his earlier frown replaced by a knowing smile. Everyone is together, that's what makes it the new year. The words hung in the air, a simple statement that somehow felt profound in their grim surroundings. Delicious. The alchemist savors the dumplings, a contented expression softening his features as he chews thoughtfully. The simple act, a stark contrast to their earlier grim discussion, speaks volumes about his resilience and unexpected priorities. Why are you all sitting there dumbfounded? The alchemist's voice cuts through the silence, his question a gentle nudge to his companions, still seemingly lost in thought after their shared meal. You've encountered a golden opportunity, the alchemist states, his voice calm yet carrying a weight of unspoken significance. The simple words, delivered after their shared meal, hint at a turning point, a new path unfolding before them. When I was your age, I didn't even know what dumplings looked like, the alchemist remarks, his chopsticks delicately lifting another dumpling. A wistful smile plays on his lips, a quiet reflection on a life lived far differently than their own. It was during the Chinese New Year, he recalls, the scent of food drifting from a nearby house drawing him in. A young woman, seeing him, pleaded with her father to let him inside, offering him a meal. A warm smile spreads across the alchemist's face as he holds out a plate of dumplings. When I went inside, he recalls, I realized that dumplings actually look like this. The simple statement carries a quiet joy, a poignant memory of a chance encounter that shaped his life. I remember back then, they also made these pork lard and chive dumplings. The alchemist's voice trails off, a wistful smile gracing his lips as the aroma clearly overwhelms him. It smells so good, he murmurs, the simple words carrying the weight of cherished memories. Yeah, it's really delicious, he murmurs, eyes closed in blissful contentment as he savors the dumpling. A simple statement, yet it speaks volumes of the profound impact this seemingly small act of kindness had on his life. This is the Chinese New Year. The alchemist's voice, a low murmur, carries the weight of memory. The image shifts, showing a family gathered around a table, chopsticks raised. Not only do you have to eat dumplings, he continues, the scene is stark contrast to his solitary present, yet filled with a warmth that echoes in his tone. But you also have to reunite, the alchemist reflects, a poignant smile gracing his lips as the scene shifts to a vibrant family gathering. Warmth radiates from the image, a stark contrast to his earlier solitude, yet echoing the joy in his voice. A skeptical frown creases his face. How could they be fake, he wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the warmth of his earlier memories. Child. The word hangs in the air, a whisper of sorrow and regret, as the alchemist's memories shatter around him, fragments of a past life swirling like falling snow. A hand, long and clawed, reaches out from the darkness below, a chilling contrast to the warmth of his earlier recollections. When you're crying, eat slowly, or you might choke, the older man advises, a hand resting gently on the younger man's shoulder. The younger man's head is bowed, his response a barely audible, I'm. The scene is heavy with unspoken emotion, the weight of grief palpable in the air. Crying, the older man asks, concern etched on his face. He gestures with a hand holding a small, crimson object. Come on, if you can't eat, don't follow Xian Yang's example. His words offer a gentle but firm push towards resilience, a stark contrast to the younger man's visible grief. These red envelopes are for you guys, the older man announces, distributing small crimson packets. Remember to put them under your pillows. A quiet solemnity settles over the scene, a stark contrast to the earlier grief, as the young men receive their gifts. Thank you, master. The young men's voices ring out, a chorus of gratitude as they each hold a crimson envelope, their faces alight with a quiet joy that replaces the earlier sorrow. Why thank me? Happy New Year, the master chuckles, a hint of warmth in his voice, a stark contrast to the earlier solemnity. The young men's heartfelt master. Happy New Year, master, echoes his sentiment, a shared joy filling the air. Okay, everyone, Happy New Year. The master's voice booms, a cheerful counterpoint to the recent somberness. He gestures expansively, a wave of warmth replacing the earlier quiet solemnity. And also my deceased disciples, the master adds, his voice carrying a quiet solemnity, you all have it. You all have it. A sense of peace settles over the scene, a poignant reminder of those lost, yet interwoven with the joy of the present moment. Child, you don't need New Year's money anymore, the master says, his voice gentle but firm. A young man sits quietly, chopsticks in hand, a simple meal before him, his silence speaking volumes. Let's become immortals together, master and disciple, and live as long as heaven and earth. The master's declaration hangs in the air, a bold statement of ambition and shared destiny. All right, he adds, a quiet acceptance coloring his words. Master! The young man cries out, his face etched with a mixture of grief and determination. The raw emotion in his voice underscores the weight of the moment, a testament to his bond with his mentor. So that's how it is, I got it, the young man whispers, a dawning understanding in his eyes. A surge of energy, ethereal and bright, surrounds him, a visual echo of his newfound comprehension. I'm going to become an immortal, he declares, the words brimming with newfound resolve. His master, a knowing glint in his eye, simply nods, a silent affirmation of his disciple's journey. Become an immortal. He murmurs, the weight of their shared ambition settling upon them both. My dear disciple, you go first. Your master will protect you, the master says, his voice calm and reassuring. The disciple bows his head, a simple thank you, master, escaping his lips. A quiet resolve settles over him as he prepares to proceed. Oh, Scabby, my dear, the master sneers, a cruel glint in his eyes as he holds a glowing orb. You and your grand dreams of immortality can come die with me. His words are laced with venom, a stark contrast to his earlier calm demeanor. A nervous gulp escapes the disciple's lips. His eyes, wide with apprehension, betray his fear as he faces his master's wrath. So much primal spiritual energy. The master's eyes widen, a look of awe and perhaps even terror mixed with his cruel sneer. This power, this is far beyond anything he anticipated. A look of dawning comprehension washes over the master. I see. I get it now, he exclaims, a manic grin splitting his face. His understanding is palpable, a revelation that alters the very atmosphere around him. Immortality. The master whispers, a profound awe in his voice as he gazes at the glowing orb. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. This old Taoist is ascending to immortality too. The words hang in the air, a stark revelation as the master, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and madness, holds the glowing orb aloft. His grin is unsettling, a testament to the power he now wields. He ascends, too. The master, bathed in the ethereal glow, rises within the swirling energy, mirroring the orb's ascension. A shared destiny, sealed in the heart of this mystical ritual. A cough racks his body, a harsh, guttural sound that cuts through the ethereal glow. He collapses, the weight of the transformation proving too much, even as he ascends. A sharp pain grips him. My stomach is killing me. He groans, the words barely audible above the fading energy. His ascent falters, the transformation's toll undeniable. He collapses, a harsh cough rattling his chest, blood staining his lips. The ethereal glow fades, leaving him sprawled on the ground, the attempt at immortality proving too much. Are you still at it, Scabby? The voice, laced with cruel amusement, cuts through the man's agony. Blood drips from his lips, a grim testament to his failed attempt. This is just a technique I copied from those Xianxia novels, he gasps, the words laced with bitter irony as the energy around him dissipates. You'll never become an immortal, the taunting voice echoes, a cruel judgment on his failed attempt. A ragged breath escapes him, ha! The energy dissipates, leaving him vulnerable, a stark contrast to the vibrant power he'd just wielded. The only thing you're becoming is a ghost. The cruel voice echoes, a final, chilling judgment as the man, weakened and defeated, clutches a small, crimson orb. His immortality attempt has failed. Defeated, he swallows the crimson orb. Below, a fiery essence rises, a dark, ominous flame. Hey! Are you deaf? The voice cuts through the fiery aftermath, sharp and impatient, a stark contrast to the defeated silence that preceded it. From the fiery ashes, a figure rises, eyes burning with crimson fury. His transformation complete, a terrifying power surges around him. I'm talking to you. The voice booms, sharp and impatient, cutting through the lingering flames. Crimson energy still crackles around the newly transformed figure. A crimson eruption. He explodes with power, the fiery transformation complete. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity. These are. The words hang in the air, a guttural whisper from the monstrous figure, his multiple eyes burning with an unsettling light. His transformation complete, a terrifying power radiates from him. You won't stop my ascension, he roars, a surge of dark energy propelling him forward. His transformation complete, he's a force of nature, unstoppable. I'm on the verge of becoming immortal, he proclaims, a surge of power coursing through him as he rises, defiant. The ancestors are coming to take me away, he cries, a desperate plea amidst the swirling crimson energy. His transformation is complete, but not in the way he envisioned. He's lost it. A voice observes, the gravity of the situation palpable. This guy's obsession with immortality has driven him completely insane. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the man's ragged cough. His face, contorted in a grimace, speaks volumes. He collapses, a defeated figure amidst the dust. My stomach really hurts. He groans, the words laced with regret. I truly regret not bringing a knife to end it all. His desperate whisper underscores the tragic consequences of his obsession. His hands reach out, grasping at something just beyond his grasp. A shimmering, ethereal light, distorted and fractured, seems to beckon him. The word "huo" appears, a final, desperate cry echoing his failure. Huo Wang. A young woman's anguished cry fills the screen, her face a mask of despair, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and grief. The digital distortion surrounding her image only amplifies the raw emotion in this moment of profound loss. Lying on the ground, he weakly raises a hand, a whisper escaping his lips, Nana, are you here for me? Even in his fading consciousness, a sliver of hope remains, clinging to the possibility of a familiar presence. He mutters, even if it's just a hallucination, it's not so bad. The preliminary diagnosis is food poisoning, a voice shouts, the words jarring against the distorted visuals. Quick! Get the stomach pump for gastric lavage, another voice urges, the urgency palpable. But a cynical retort cuts through the chaos, gastric lavage my ass, this is a psychiatric hospital. Strapped to a bed, he mutters, where the hell would you even get a stomach pump? The cynical observation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the beeping heart monitor and the swirling, distorted background. His hallucinations, it seems, are proving less than cooperative. Logically consistent. A faint beep echoes in the darkness, a stark reminder of his precarious state. Li Huowan, he whispers, the name barely audible above the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. Blood streaks across the dark background, mirroring the crimson tide of his hallucinations. His weakened hand reaches out, a desperate plea in the swirling chaos. Hang in there, a voice urges, the words a lifeline in the swirling crimson chaos. His eyes, though clouded with pain, hold a desperate plea as he whispers, you promised me. The weight of that promise, unspoken yet powerfully felt, hangs heavy in the air. A crimson tide engulfs him, a desperate struggle reflected in his outstretched hand. The faint beeping of the heart monitor is almost lost in the overwhelming red. Crimson engulfs him, a torrent of blood cascading from his mouth. His body contorts, a silent scream etched onto his face. Coughing up blood, he collapses, a grim determination etched on his face. I'm still alive. He whispers, defying the crimson tide that threatens to consume him. Gasping, he coughs up blood, a desperate question forming on his lips, how is that possible? A beat later, a flicker of hope ignites in his eyes. Wait. If I'm still alive, then that means Dan Yangzi is also. The implication hangs heavy, a lifeline in the face of near-certain death. His eyes snap open, bloodshot and blazing with a fierce, inner light. A primal defiance burns within them, mirroring the desperate hope he clings to. Holy crap! The sheer disbelief hangs in the air, a testament to the impossible turn of events. What has he turned into? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling reflection of the horrifying transformation unfolding before them. A monstrous form, fleshy and grotesque, with rows upon rows of teeth, fills the panel. Its sheer size and unnatural nature inspire dread. 3 grotesque, fleshy flowers crown its head. The monstrous form is almost beyond comprehension. Ascending to immortality? The monstrous form, now complete, radiates an aura of terrifying power. Its grotesque beauty is horrifying. So that's how it is. A whispered realization hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the monstrous form before them. The transformation is complete. So that's how it is. The whispered words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the horrifying reality of the transformation before them. The monstrous form is complete. This master has achieved enlightenment. The proclamation echoes, a stark contrast to the monstrous form's unsettling stillness. Its transformation is complete. This old Taoist. The words, etched across the panel, reveal the monstrous form's true nature. A chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air. Understand now. The words blaze across the panel, a stark command mirroring the observer's dawning comprehension. Before him, the monstrous form looms, a terrifying culmination of power and dread. A wave of raw power erupts, a chaotic maelstrom of color and energy. The transformation is complete. The monstrous form rides, a kaleidoscope of crimson and black, as if tearing itself apart and reforming. A primal energy pulses within, a terrifying display of untamed power. A silhouette, barely visible against the crimson chaos, collapses. The monstrous form, now fully realized, dominates the panel, its terrifying power palpable even in the stark contrast of shadow and blood-red energy. A blinding light explodes outwards, obliterating the silhouette. All that remains is the raw, untamed power of the newly transformed being. He stands amidst a torrential downpour of crimson energy, the remnants of his transformation raining down around him. A grim determination sets his jaw, his eyes burning with an inner fire. Crimson rain continues to fall, washing over him. His face, streaked with blood, is set in grim determination. A silent scream, perhaps, or a guttural roar held captive within. He stands amidst the crimson rain, the remnants of his transformation swirling around him. A shattered mask lies at his feet, a testament to the brutal power unleashed. A low chuckle escapes him, a sound barely audible above the crimson rain. Ha, he. The fragmented laughter speaks volumes, a chilling blend of exhaustion and something darker, something akin to terrifying triumph. He sits amidst the crimson carnage, a shattered mask discarded nearby. A grim satisfaction settles over his features as he utters, this time, Baldy should be completely dead. But he holds a piece of the shattered mask, a grim expression etched onto his blood-soaked face. A lingering doubt, perhaps? Or a chilling premonition? He stares into the void, blood staining his face, a single, chilling question forming on his lips, why am I not dead? The unspoken follow-up, a desperate plea for guidance, hangs heavy in the air. What should I do next? Hey, what evil spirit are you? 2 figures shout, their voices echoing the growing unease. They demand answers, pressing him, speak, where is our master? The blood-soaked figure, clutching a fragment of his shattered mask, remains silent, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He gestures to the ground beneath their feet, a chilling revelation dawning on the 2 figures. That's what you are stepping on, he states, his voice low and menacing. Then, with a sudden shift, he introduces himself, and you 2 senior brothers, I'm Xian Yang. You're talking nonsense, one of them explodes, disbelief etched onto his face. Our master, he. The words trail off, replaced by dawning horror as the reality of their situation sinks in. Look, he's really dead, one of the brothers exclaims, horror dawning on his face as he stares at the gruesome remains. The weight of their master's demise settles upon them, a chilling silence replacing their previous aggression. That Baldy has killed countless people in his lifetime, he deserved to die long ago, Xian Yang states, his voice devoid of remorse. But I didn't kill him for that, it was purely a personal grudge. The confession hangs heavy in the air, a chilling contrast to the brothers' horrified silence. Wait until I finish speaking before you leave. Xian Yang calls out, his voice cutting through the brothers' stunned silence. They turn, their backs now to him, a tense anticipation hanging in the air. Ignoring their stunned silence, Xian Yang retrieves a golden, intricately carved object from the ground. Its presence hints at a hidden purpose, a secret weapon perhaps, or a key to something more. Look everyone, the Baldy is dead. You can all go home now. Xian Yang announces, holding aloft the gruesome trophy. His declaration cuts through the lingering horror, a stark contrast to the grim scene. That piece of skin, it's really Baldy, one of the onlookers exclaims, his voice a mix of shock and dawning horror. Another confirms, no mistake. That's him. The grim realization settles over the group, the weight of Xian Yang's actions finally sinking in. Quick, hurry up and follow. Xian Yang urges, his voice sharp. The onlookers, relieved, immediately begin to leave, their footsteps echoing the sentiment, we can finally go home. Everyone, hurry up and come out. Dan Yangzi is dead. Xian Yang shouts, his voice echoing through the shadowy space. The urgency in his tone spurs the onlookers into immediate action. Xian Yang leads the way, a triumphant figure silhouetted against the bright exit. You can go home and celebrate the new year, he announces, his voice carrying the weight of relief and a hard-won victory. The onlookers, their faces obscured by shadow, file out quickly, eager to escape the grim scene. Baldy is dead, the final confirmation echoes behind them, a stark punctuation mark to the ordeal. The onlookers, their faces still etched with the lingering horror, file out into the night. He's dead, the final, grim confirmation hangs in the air, a stark end to a harrowing ordeal. As the last of the onlookers depart, Xian Yang, his gaze fixed on the ground, speaks, a question hanging in the air, where are you all from, senior brothers? The lingering question hints at a deeper mystery, even as the immediate danger seems to have passed. Finally, they can go home. Senior Brotherly, his face pale but relieved, breathes a sigh as he joins the others, leaving behind the harrowing scene. A quiet sense of exhaustion settles over him, a stark contrast to the urgency of moments past. Exhaustion etched onto his features, Xian Yang remains, his gaze fixed on the ground. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the lingering scent of blood and the distant sounds of the city awakening. A sudden sound pierces the silence. Xian Yang, still standing amidst the aftermath, looks up, a question forming on his lips, what's that sound? The quiet unease of the previous moments is shattered, replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation. A figure emerges from the shadows, a surge of purple energy crackling in their hands. The sudden appearance shatters the lingering silence, replacing the quiet exhaustion with a palpable tension. Senior brother Xian Yang, come quickly. A desperate plea cuts through the lingering silence, a voice filled with urgency echoing across the blood-soaked ground. Xian Yang, still grappling with the aftermath, whips his head up, his eyes widening in alarm. Three senior brothers, why don't you just come with us? The plea, laced with urgency, cuts through the lingering tension. Xian Yang, his gaze drawn to the speakers, seems to consider their words, the weight of the situation heavy on his weary shoulders. It wasn't, it turned out, a heavenly scripture granting immortality they sought, but an ancient text of a different kind entirely. Junior brother Xian Yang. Since you're not interested in the heavenly scripture, then leave. The sharp words cut through the air, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas moments before. Xian Yang's face, etched with weariness and a hint of defiance, remains resolute. Li Huowan. The name explodes across the screen, a stark preview of what's to come. A crimson storm of motion lines swirls around a hand, the energy crackling with ominous power. Nana! The cry rings out, a desperate plea as a figure plummets from the sky, caught in a whirlwind of crimson energy. You three senior brothers continue, we'll meet again. A final instruction rings out, followed by a decisive command, everyone who wants to go home, follow me closely. The group begins to disperse. A figure in red, carrying a small whisk, hurries past, leaving a warning in their wake, don't be curious and look inside. The others, already dispersing, seem to heed the caution. A final warning hangs in the air, the swords of the three senior brothers aren't forgiving. The implication is clear, caution is advised. The sun sets, casting long shadows across a valley. A lone figure, small against the towering cliffs, approaches a dark, rocky outcrop. A sense of mystery hangs in the air. A lone figure, small against the vastness of the valley, continues their journey. They approach the ominous outcrop, the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows. "We're out," someone shouts, the words a breath of relief against the darkening sky. Figures, their faces obscured, scramble away, a hurried retreat echoing the cry of going home. The sense of urgency is palpable. "I'm going home." The cry rings out, a stark contrast to the lingering exhaustion etched on the speaker's face. He pauses, a moment of self-reflection dawning. The sun is already out. Did I spend the whole night with Baldy in the alchemy room? "Senior brotherly, let's go too," a voice softly suggests, a quiet determination in the tone. The speaker's gentle smile belies the exhaustion still etched on Lee's face, as he nods in agreement, ready to leave. "Wait a moment." Lee's hand hesitates, a sudden thought interrupting their departure. The urgency of their earlier escape fades, replaced by a moment of quiet contemplation. Lee pauses, his hand hovering over the last words and addresses left by those who perished there. A somber weight settles over the scene, replacing the earlier rush to escape. Lee hesitates, a new resolve settling over him. He carefully places the small tokens into the hands of the person beside him, a silent promise exchanged. "After you leave, remember to find an escort and take these back to their families," he instructs, a weight of responsibility in his tone. "Senior." "Senior brotherly," a voice trembles, barely a whisper. The speaker's wide, tear-filled eyes reflect the devastation of the scene, their hands clutching a bundle of blood-stained tokens. "You going home?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the somber procession moving through the dark tunnel. Each figure carries the weight of loss, their faces etched with grief as they begin their journey home. "But I don't have a home anymore." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark admission from the young woman as she joins the somber procession leaving the cave. The mountain pass ahead, shrouded in mist, offers little solace. The young woman trails the others, her shoulders slumped, a profound sadness etched on her face. "Where else could I go?" she whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air, a stark reflection of her despair. The cave mouth shrinks behind them, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A single, glistening drop of water falls from the cavern ceiling, a stark visual echo of the tears shed earlier. He lies there, amidst the scattered straw, a weary sigh escaping his lips. Speaking of which, he mutters, a hint of bitterness in his voice, "Today is the first day of the lunar month, and I haven't eaten that disgusting black tai sway this month." He sits there, amidst the scattered straw, a weary sigh escaping his lips. The effect of suppressing the hallucinations, is it about to disappear? He mutters, a hint of resignation in his voice, "Even if it's fake, it's fine. Let me see Nana one more time. Just once is enough." A desperate plea, whispered against a backdrop of swirling, crimson chaos. The words hang in the air, a poignant testament to his longing. He plummets, a dark silhouette against a crimson backdrop of swirling chaos. The desperate plea for one last glimpse of Nana fades into the abyss, swallowed by the overwhelming red. "Senior brotherly." A whispered plea, barely audible above the crimson tide engulfing him. Two pale hands reach out, a desperate attempt to grasp at something or someone lost in the swirling red. "Senior brotherly, let's go together." A voice rings out, a determined cry cutting through the crimson chaos. Hope, however fragile, flares in the swirling red. "No need." The words, a quiet refusal, hang in the air as Senior Brotherly's outstretched hand falls limply. The crimson tide continues its relentless advance, yet a strange stillness settles over the scene. "It's fine here. I'm used to staying here," Senior Brotherly murmurs, his voice barely a whisper against the fading crimson tide. A quiet acceptance settles upon his features, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas that echoed moments before. "Well, since Senior Brotherly wants to stay here, why don't we leave?" The question hangs in the air, a quiet acceptance replacing the earlier desperation. A decision is made, a departure from the scene of quiet resignation. "Shut up!" The sharp command cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the quiet resignation that had settled moments before. Anger flares in the speaker's eyes, a fierce defiance replacing the earlier acceptance. "Shut up!" The sharp command explodes from Senior Brotherly, his face contorted in a furious grimace. Gone is the quiet acceptance, fierce defiance now burns in his eyes. They leave. A group, silhouetted against the dim cavern, their faces etched with grim determination. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. Senior brother, if you can't go home, you can come to my house. My house is very spacious, the offer is made, a quiet gesture of kindness amidst the lingering tension. A hint of warmth softens the harshness of their recent departure. Senior brother, you're not completely alone. The words, a lifeline in the desolate emptiness, are offered with quiet strength. Huowang's presence, though unseen, is a powerful counterpoint to the despair. Li Huowang, tears streaming down her face, is shown in a close-up. A voice cuts through her despair, a sharp cry, Li Huowang. You can't give up on yourself. The question follows, urgent and insistent, can you hear that? Son, you can't die. If you die, how will your father and I continue to live? The desperate cry cuts through the sterile beeping of the life support machines, a mother's anguish echoing in the harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room. Her words, a raw plea against the encroaching darkness, hang heavy in the air. Huowang. The faint whisper, barely audible above the rhythmic beeping of life support, hangs heavy in the air. His eyes, though shadowed, hold a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Butterfly wings, iridescent and ethereal, bloom from his eyes, a surge of power erupting from within. Hope, fragile yet fierce, ignites in the face of despair. Li Huowang's eyes, mirroring the vibrant hues of butterfly wings, blaze with newfound strength. A surge of power, fueled by his family's desperate pleas, courses through him. Nana. A single word, a whispered plea escaping his lips, carries the weight of his desperate struggle. From his eyes, a shimmering butterfly, a symbol of his burgeoning power, takes flight. Is that you? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant, almost hallucinatory glow of Li Huowang's name, pulsating below. His awakening, it seems, has been noticed. He unleashes a furious burst of energy, a crimson wave of power erupting from his very being. The raw force is breathtaking, a testament to his awakened strength. Nana falls, a silent scream implied in her desperate posture. Li Huowang, however, moves with terrifying speed, a crimson afterimage trailing his every motion as he descends. Nana lies still, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and dawning understanding. Li Huowang's shadow looms over her, a silent testament to the raw power he now commands. Nana's plea echoes, a desperate whisper against the backdrop of her defeat, Huowang, promise me, no matter what you encounter, never give up. Her words, a testament to her unwavering belief in him, hang heavy in the air. You must live well, okay? Nana's final words, a whispered plea filled with quiet strength, are a poignant testament to her unwavering faith in him, even in death. Li Huowang, his face a mask of grief, cradles her gently. I promise you. The words, a vow etched in grief and determination, escape Li Huowang's lips. A quiet strength underpins his solemn promise, a testament to Nana's enduring legacy. We can't read it, someone states, so you'll have to deliver the will and last words yourself, Senior Brother Li. A beat of silence hangs in the air before a quiet, almost hesitant, voice replies, I can read. Even if you know how to read, you'd better pretend you didn't. The younger man's words are sharp, a warning whispered urgently as he clutches the older man's mouth. His eyes, wide and frantic, betray a desperate plea for secrecy. Senior Brother Li, you promised them yourself, the younger man reminds him, his voice tight with urgency. Li, holding a small, worn object, remains silent, his gaze downcast. A true man can't break his promise. The words hang in the air, a silent challenge echoing the younger man's desperate pleas. Then, a quiet, almost resigned, all right. Li's resolve hardens, his grip tightening on the worn object in his hands. Let's go. Li declares, his resolve firm, his gaze unwavering. He clutches the worn object, ready to fulfill his promise. You guys search, Li instructs, his voice low but firm. The weight of his promise is etched on his face, his resolve hardened by the unspoken burden he carries. This place for food first, so we don't run out while on the road, Li announces, gesturing towards a cavern. His followers respond with a resounding, yes, Senior Brother Li. Their eagerness to comply is palpable, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the promise of sustenance. I still have another matter to settle, Lee mutters, a steely glint in his eyes. The brief respite ends, a new, unspoken challenge awaits. Lee scans the temple grounds, a puzzled frown etching itself onto his face. That's strange, why can't I find that black Tai Sui anywhere in Qingfeng Temple, he wonders aloud. Did it perhaps develop legs and flee? The question hangs heavy in the air, a new obstacle in his already challenging quest. A troubled frown creases Lee's face. Without the black Tai Sui, I can't suppress my hysteria. He confesses, the weight of his unspoken struggle evident in his weary posture. A blinding flash erupts, shattering the very ground beneath them. Fragments of stone and earth rain down as a colossal blade cleaves through the air, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. Damn! The sword shattered. Is the heavenly book that tough? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the sheer power just unleashed. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of raw power leaving behind a trail of fractured earth and glowing fissures. The very ground seems to weep crimson. Seems like this heavenly book can be considered a treasure for the time being. The words hang in the air, a quiet assessment following the cataclysmic clash. He looks down at the shattered remains of his sword, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Why don't I just take it with me for now, he muses, a decision forming in his eyes. A pragmatic solution forms in his mind, a quiet plan amidst the aftermath. If I can't handle it, he muses, I can always exchange it for some travel expenses at a pawn shop. Senior brother Changren's words hang in the air, you have a sword here, I will take it with me as well. He bends to retrieve the broken blade, a pragmatic glint in his eye, amidst the lingering crimson stains on the stone floor. Go in peace, he whispers, a quiet benediction over the fallen foe. The weight of the battle, finally over, settles upon him. Senior brotherly, are we about to move out? The question hangs in the air, a quiet anticipation amongst the assembled group. A large wooden door opens, revealing a bright expanse beyond, signaling their departure. Phew! He exhales, the sound a quiet release after the battle's intensity. A moment of peaceful respite before the journey ahead. Move out, let's leave this godforsaken place. The command rings out, sharp and decisive, a clear signal to end their stay in this grim location. The air itself seems to sigh in relief. They leave, the faint glow of embers marking their retreat from the desolate battleground. A sense of finality hangs in the air, the sky a clear, hopeful blue. Behind them, the mountains loom, a hazy silhouette against the clear blue sky. The lingering embers below mark their departure from a place of hardship, a new chapter beginning. The embers glow, a fading testament to the battle's end. Leaving the devastation behind, they begin their ascent, the mountains a silent, watchful presence. Their ascent begins, the mountain's rocky face a stark contrast to the clear blue sky above. A sense of peace settles, a quiet victory earned. They continue their trek, the path winding through a shadowed ravine. Figures, indistinct and still, line the cavern walls, silent witnesses to their passage. A final, cleansing fire burns. Let everything here be burned away cleanly. They murmur, the words a quiet vow as they leave the ravaged landscape behind. A thoughtful expression crosses their face as they continue their journey. What kind of people and incidents will I run into in the future, they muse, a hint of anticipation in their voice. A thoughtful smile plays on their lips. I am suddenly looking forward to them, they muse, a quiet excitement coloring their voice. Senior brotherly, slow down, another voice calls out, a hint of breathlessness in the plea. Slow down, my eyes hurt, a voice pleads, the words tinged with exhaustion. The pace of their journey is clearly too much for at least one companion. She. A single word hangs in the air, a breath held before a storm. The travelers pause, their anticipation now tinged with a sense of foreboding. Tears stream down her face, a silent grief overwhelming her. The anticipation, the excitement, the exhaustion all crumble under the weight of this unspoken sorrow. Is it due to her albinism? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet sorrow that still clings to the scene. The unspoken query speaks volumes, leaving the reader to ponder the source of her tears and the implications of this condition. A blade pierces fabric, a stark image of sudden violence interrupting the quiet sorrow. The scene shifts, the focus now on a brutal act, a sharp contrast to the previous emotional weight. Do I look like a human? The creature's chilling question hangs in the air, its crimson eyes burning into the viewer. A grotesque parody of humanity, its features are unsettlingly familiar yet undeniably monstrous. This thing? Or a god? The question hangs heavy, a chilling uncertainty echoing the monstrous form before them. Its true nature remains a terrifying enigma. Before them, a figure cloaked in crimson, a single dark rose blooming at its chest. Its face is obscured, yet an unsettling aura emanates, a chilling presence that speaks of power and something far more sinister. It's here to ask for a seal? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the ominous presence above. Below, a figure prostrates itself, a silent plea echoing in the shadowed space. I can't answer randomly. If I answer wrongly, my entire family will perish. The weight of his words hangs heavy, the fear etched onto his face a stark reflection of the terrible stakes. His plea, a desperate whisper against the looming threat. You look, like a god. The words tremble, a whispered all laced with stark terror. The old man's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, betray the immense power before him. A chilling wind sweeps through the shadowed forest, the figures below huddled together, their fear palpable. The crimson figure remains silent, its presence a storm-gathering force. No, no, no. The plea escapes the old man's lips, a desperate denial against the looming power. Panic claws at him, his fear a tangible thing in the shadowed forest. He lies defeated, the old man's body crumpled on the forest floor, blood staining his clothes. Above him, the chilling words echo, like a human. You look like a human, of course. The words, sharp and dismissive, hang in the air. A chilling finality settles over the scene, the crimson figure's power undeniable. Damn, Senior Brotherly, look, what's that? A gasp of awe, and perhaps fear, cuts through the lingering silence of the forest. Something new, something unexpected, has appeared. A group emerges from the trees, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. They've witnessed the aftermath, the chilling display of power. Their hushed whispers speak volumes. This isn't good. A chilling realization dawns as a crimson wave erupts from the shadowed depths of the forest, ominous red eyes gleaming within its depths. Bowed low, the elder's whispered words hang heavy in the air, that shouldn't be. His worry is palpable, a stark contrast to the ominous crimson tide surging from the forest's depths. I told you, Senior Brother. He adds, a tremor of fear in his voice. We'd definitely find someone by following that pile of poop. It's still warm, after all, one of them observes, a grimace twisting his features. Disgusting, another adds, his disgust palpable. Following the trail, they press onward, a group of figures moving through the shadowed forest. A young man leads, his sword strapped to his back, while a blindfolded woman walks beside him, hand in hand with a stoic elder. Behind them, a smaller figure trails, seemingly lost in thought. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. You're such an idiot, you knew it was a disgusting thing, but you still lowered your head and moved forward. The sharp rebuke hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's hesitant, wait a minute. His gaze is fixed on something unseen, a question hanging heavy in the air, are you going to eat it? Damn, Senior Brotherly, look, what's that? The exclamation cuts through the lingering tension, a sudden shift in focus. All eyes turn, drawn to something unseen yet clearly alarming. There's a face on both sides, there's no back of the head. The exclamation hangs in the air, a chilling revelation that sends a ripple of unease through the group. Their faces, previously etched with apprehension, now twist with a deeper, more primal fear. A horrifying figure emerges from the shadows, a crimson cloak billowing around a face, no, faces. Two identical visages stare out from the hood, their eyes burning with an unnatural light, a chilling sight that amplifies the group's growing dread. Dad, Dad! Look behind you! The cry rings out, laced with terror, a desperate plea cutting through the lingering unease. Tears stream down the young boy's face, his frantic gesture amplifying his fear as he witnesses something unseen, something that has clearly shattered his composure. What are these monsters coming for again? The question, barely a whisper, speaks volumes of the escalating horror. A shadowy army emerges from the depths of the forest, their forms indistinct, yet their presence undeniably menacing. The air itself seems to thicken with dread. A young figure tumbles into the murky water, their fall disturbing the stillness of the dark, swampy surroundings. Panic ripples outward, mirroring the growing chaos. Who are you calling a monster? You're looking for a fight. The words snap through the air, a defiant challenge from one of the figures confronting the fleeing group. You guys wait here for now. Another commands, his voice carrying an air of authority as he gestures for the others to remain behind. More people are coming. The words, laced with chilling amusement, drift from a figure shrouded in darkness, their face obscured by a mask, yet their eyes burning with a sinister light. The ominous implication hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate flight of those they pursue. What are you? The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding from a young man facing the masked figure. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, reflect the growing uncertainty. I'm a human being. The defiant words cut through the darkness, a stark contrast to the chilling laughter that preceded them. A flash of defiance in the face of overwhelming fear. A chilling grin splits the masked figure's face, a grotesque parody of humanity. The shadowed eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, the red splatter across the mask hinting at recent violence. This is no ordinary human. You look like crap, the masked figure sneers, their words dripping with cruel amusement. Doesn't it look like it? The question hangs in the air, a challenge, as the figure gestures towards the injured man at their feet. Ignoring the taunts, the young man launches a surprise attack. Who cares what it is, the first strike is the best defense, he declares, his movement a blur. He launches himself forward, a blur of motion, the command Go, echoing the urgency of his desperate attack. His attack is a whirlwind of motion, two swords a blur as he cuts through the air. The young man's desperate assault is a testament to his courage, a fierce counter to the masked figure's taunts. His swords flash, a blur of motion, connecting with the masked figure. A crimson burst erupts, the impact echoing the ferocity of the attack. A crimson burst explodes as the swords connect, the impact a violent testament to the young man's desperate attack. The masked figure is sent reeling, a crimson spray marking the impact of the young man's desperate attack. The masked figure, reeling from the blow, utters a single, dismissive sound, tisk. He stumbles, the impact of the young man's attack evident in his unsteady retreat. If physical attacks are ineffective, then let's try this. He prepares a new attack, a surge of energy crackling around his hands. A blinding flash of energy erupts, streaks of vibrant green and crimson light painting the air as he unleashes his new attack. A wave of vibrant green and crimson energy explodes outward, engulfing the masked figure in a blinding flash. The masked figure is thrown back, the force of the attack sending him sprawling. He looks up, eyes wide with a dawning comprehension. The attack's full force slams into him, a maelstrom of crimson and green energy. A monstrous, gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth, briefly materializes from the heart of the explosion before vanishing. The copper bell is effective. A smirk plays on his lips, a chilling satisfaction in his eyes as he confirms the attack's success. The aftermath of the attack is a maelstrom of crimson and green energy, a chaotic blur of motion. From its heart, a monstrous, fleeting maw vanishes, leaving only the lingering energy and the masked figure, now reeling from the blow. Crimson energy explodes across the panel, a lingering echo of the devastating attack. The masked figure is nowhere to be seen, only the fading remnants of the monstrous maw and scattered droplets of what looks suspiciously like blood staining the dark forest. Crimson trails streak across the darkened forest, the lingering echoes of a devastating attack. Silence descends, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of what seems to be blood. Under a crescent moon, a voice cuts through the night silence, "Master, Master." Thank you. Relief hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the recent violence. By the flickering firelight, a figure bows deeply. "Master," he cries, "thank you for your assistance." The relief in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. My humble family has nothing of value, the old man states, his voice raspy. That's right. This cigarette. He trails off, his gaze distant, lost in thought. A quiet resignation hangs in the air. Thanks, old man, but I don't smoke, the younger man replies, his words gentle but firm, a polite refusal to the offered gift. The quiet scene underscores the lingering tension from the recent battle. Do you know what we just encountered? The younger man asks, a hint of unease in his voice, his hand raised in a questioning gesture. The weight of their recent experience hangs heavy in the air. Young Taoist, you don't know? Wasn't that thing asking for a blessing chased away by you? The old man's words hang in the air, a question laced with both curiosity and a hint of something deeper, perhaps even awe. May I ask, sir, do you happen to have a map of this area? We're not locals and have gotten a bit lost in this forest, the younger man inquires, his voice polite but tinged with a growing sense of urgency. The forest's shadows seem to deepen around them. I don't have a map. The old man admits, his voice a low murmur. However, he adds, his family's extensive knowledge of the area means he can still guide them. Where are you going, young Taoist? The old man asks, his gaze steady on the younger traveler. A suggestion follows, a hint of companionship in his voice. If we're headed the same way, we could travel together. This Taoist looks like he's got some real skills, the old man observes, his gaze assessing the younger traveler. That thing seems to have latched onto us, so if we stick together, maybe this Taoist master could keep my family safe. A glimmer of hope flickers in his eyes, a stark contrast to the forest's ominous shadows. We're heading to Jianye together, so we'll be relying on you for directions along the way, the old man explains, his voice carrying a quiet trust. The crescent moon hangs in the night sky, a silent witness to their journey ahead. Young Taoist master, you're too kind, everything can be easily discussed, the old man says, his words a testament to the trust he's placed in the younger traveler. Their journey to Jianye continues, the path ahead uncertain but their shared purpose clear. Crimson streaks stain the darkness, swirling like a malevolent spirit through the trees. The forest itself seems to bleed. A campfire flickers, a fragile beacon against the encroaching darkness. Crimson tendrils, like veins of blood, crawl through the trees, twisting around the travelers huddled around the flames. The forest itself seems to writhe, a palpable sense of dread hanging in the air. A chilling chuckle echoes through the night, hee, a sound that sends a fresh wave of icy dread through the travelers huddled around their meager fire. The crimson tendrils in the trees seem to pulse, tightening their sinister grip on the forest. Young Taoist, look. A weathered hand, holding a glowing rod, gestures towards something unseen, the air crackling with barely contained energy. I've drawn a rough sketch, the young Taoist states, presenting his work. A faint glow emanates from the crude drawing, hinting at the power contained within. Where are we? The young Taoist murmurs, gazing at the glowing map. Below Hoshu lies Si Chi, the narrator explains, clarifying their location. To the left of Si Chi lies the Nanping Kingdom. The map glows faintly, illuminating their next destination. We're currently on the way to Wuliang, the narrator explains, tracing the glowing path on the map. Past Wuliang lies Jianye town, and beyond that, Shijing. Their journey continues. There's no unified country or central government here, is there? The young Taoist observes, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. A traveler then approaches, asking for directions to the Liang Kingdom. Young Taoist, you're going to the Liang Kingdom? The traveler's question hangs in the air, a simple inquiry with unforeseen implications for the young man's journey. That place is very far, someone cautions, and also, it was still at war with our Nanping Kingdom a couple of years ago. The warning hangs heavy in the air around the campfire, a stark reminder of the dangers ahead for the young Taoist. Don't worry, she reassures, a gentle smile softening her features despite the lingering anxieties around the campfire. The young Taoist's concerns about his journey seem to ease slightly. I'll take you home, she offers, a gentle warmth in her voice that contrasts the earlier anxieties. The young Taoist, bound for the Liang Kingdom, will need to pass through Jianye town. How about we team up? The older traveler suggests, a thoughtful glint in his eye. His proposal is immediately met with enthusiasm. Senior brotherly, my family is right in Janya town. The young man's words offer a convenient solution, a welcome respite on their long journey. There are escort services in Janya town, the traveler explains, as long as you give them silver, they can deliver messages anywhere in Nanping Kingdom. A practical solution emerges, easing the young Taoist's worries about his journey. Janya town, the young Taoist asks, a flicker of hope in his eyes. All right, sir, he replies, readily accepting the traveler's suggestion. The path forward, once shrouded in uncertainty, now seems a little clearer. We'll travel to Janya together, and we'll rely on you to guide us along the way, the older traveler proposes, his words firm and reassuring. A smile touches the young Taoist's lips, the journey ahead, once daunting, now feels less lonely. Young Taoist master, you're too kind, everything can be easily discussed, the older man adds, his words a testament to the burgeoning trust between them. They journey onward, the forest deepening around them. A sense of foreboding settles, the air heavy with unspoken tension. A chilling chuckle echoes through the darkening woods. From the shadows, a sinister hee-hee rises, adding to the growing unease. The unsettling chuckle fades, replaced by a more pressing question. How's business here? The traveler's inquiry, directed at the seemingly abandoned wagon, hints at a deeper mystery unfolding in this quiet corner of the woods. Oh, times are tough, and business is hard, a weary voice explains, the words painting a bleak picture. After a severe drought, Nanping suffered a devastating flood, leaving the common people struggling to find even the most basic sustenance. The travelers approach, a group of figures emerging from the distance, their arrival adding another layer of complexity to the already dire situation. With the common people having no money, the weary voice explains, there are even fewer willing to watch plays and give tips. A pointed question follows, then, are there no rich people left? Like gentry or wealthy landlords? The traveler's inquiry reveals a stark reality, the economic hardship extends beyond mere scarcity. These rich folks, the weary voice sighs, don't even bother with a theater troupe for funerals. They just finish it with a meal. A man carrying a child on his back groans, ugh. So unfilial. The stark reality of the situation hits home, even death offers little respite from the pervasive poverty. Hey, a gruff voice calls out, a hint of amusement in its tone. A child nearby cries out, a ghost. The scene shifts, revealing a stark contrast between the weary adults and the child's terrified reaction. A weary sigh escapes the troop leader as he carries his child. How can we singers compare to the young Taoist's abilities, he wonders aloud, the question highlighting the stark contrast between their fading art and the seemingly miraculous talents of the young Taoist. A child cries out, Mom, adding to the somber atmosphere. The young Taoist is so powerful at such a young age, an older man observes, his words carrying a hint of awe, his future achievements are boundless. The statement underscores the stark contrast between the struggling theater troupe and the seemingly effortless power of the young prodigy. May I ask, a traveler inquires, his gaze sweeping across the dusty road, are there any well-known sects in this Nanping country? The kind with special abilities. The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the narrative's focus from the struggling troupe to a broader quest for power. For example, people like me, the traveler states, a hint of pride in his voice. Special abilities, yeah, he adds, confirming his earlier inquiry. The implication is clear, he seeks out those with extraordinary powers. What's it called again, helping people have kids, the old man muses, puffing on his pipe. He then offers further directions, if you make it to Shijing, just ask someone on the street, they'll know. The traveler's quest for those with special abilities continues, a new lead emerging in the bustling city of Shijing. Dad, look ahead. The traveler's son points excitedly, his voice full of youthful energy, drawing his father's attention to something in the distance. A new element enters their journey. We've arrived at Wuligang, the traveler's son exclaims, his voice brimming with excitement. A small village, nestled amongst rolling hills, comes into view, marking a new stage in their quest. Young Taoist, let's go to an open space at the village entrance and start our performance, the older man suggests, his words calm and measured. The younger man simply replies, all right, his agreement concise and unquestioning. They begin their journey towards the designated area, the village of Wuligang stretching behind them. The Liu family theater troupe is about to begin their show. Get ready for the next episode. Wait a moment. One of the performers calls out, a sudden interruption to their preparations. He reaches out, a gesture of caution or concern, as they pause their journey to the village square. A caravan winds its way along a dusty road, the figures small against the vast, arid landscape. The text below proclaims, "Young Taoist." "All right," the young Taoist replies, his voice barely a whisper against the vastness of the approaching village. His master, perched atop his mount, directs them towards an open space at the village entrance. Their performance is about to begin. The Liu family theater troupe is ready. The stage is set. The show is about to begin. Resting on a pile of hay, the young Taoist muses, Shijing, ha! I wonder what the sex in Shijing are like. After all, seeking sons doesn't sound very reliable. But since they dare to set up in a big city, it probably isn't an evil sect, right? His thoughts drift, a hint of skepticism coloring his assessment. Senior Sister Bai removes her blindfold, a playful glint in her eyes. "It's not dark yet," she teases, holding up a bronze mirror for Senior Brotherly to examine. A mischievous hee-hee escapes her lips. Senior Sister Bai holds up a bronze mirror, its surface reflecting a surprisingly clear image. "Really, it is quite clear," she murmurs, a thoughtful expression softening her playful demeanor. "Wait a moment," she adds, a new thought dawning. Senior Brotherly gazes at his reflection in the bronze mirror, a question forming on his lips. "Senior Sister Bai, did I look like this when I was in Qingfeng Temple?" he wonders, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. The image reflects a weariness not previously seen. "Do I look like this in this world?" Senior Brotherly questions, his gaze fixed on his reflection. Senior Sister Bai's immediate reassurance, "Yes, yes, Senior Brother, you've always looked like this," fails to fully alleviate his concern. A subtle unease lingers in the air. The mirror shows a younger version of him, a stark contrast to his current appearance. "Back in the hospital, I was still in high school. How come I'm so much older here?" he wonders aloud, his voice laced with confusion. "No, my mind is a mess, and my memories are fragmented," he adds, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. A faint "ha" escapes Senior Sister Bai's lips, a subtle acknowledgement of his disorientation. "My life is really a joke," Lee mutters, the weight of his fragmented memories heavy on him. A sudden "hey" cuts through the air, a new voice entering the scene, interrupting his somber reflection. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." His cruel uncle kicked him out. The scene shifts, revealingly, now a child, clutching a bundle, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and bewilderment as his uncle stands over him, a cruel figure silhouetted against a crimson banner. A young woman, her face etched with worry, cradles a child. "My daughter and I are suffering from hunger and cold," she cries, her voice filled with despair. "It's truly unbearable. We can only beg for food on the streets." The scene paints a stark picture of poverty and hardship. "Yeah. So this is how the Liu family's troupe performs." A voice booms, the words echoing the celebratory atmosphere surrounding Lee and his fellow performers. "They earn their money through hard work," another voice adds, underscoring their dedication. "Hey there, young Taoist, you've come at the perfect time," a voice calls out, the words brimming with urgency. The scene shifts to reveal a small village, a gathering of people before a large banner, and a figure approaching, seemingly summoned. "What's the matter?" a voice asks, concern lacing the words. An elderly man, his face partially obscured by a dark cloth, pleads, "This old man's business has run into some trouble. Could I trouble you to help me out?" His plea hangs heavy in the air, a clear call for assistance. "Master Liu, I don't know how to sing opera," the young Taoist explains, a hint of apologetic resignation in his voice. "I'm afraid I can't help you with your trouble." But the elderly man quickly reassures him, "No, no, young Taoist master, you don't have to sing opera, it's something else you can help with. There's a wealthy family in Wuligang, it turns out." Master Hu, from the Hu family itself, wants the young Taoist to perform a ghost play at his house. "Perform a ghost play, you mean perform opera for ghosts?" the young Taoist exclaims, his surprise evident. Master Liu, however, quickly clarifies, "Oh my, certainly not. This so-called ghost opera is actually just performing a play at the ancestral hall, facing the ancestral tablets. It's not a big deal, he mutters, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. His brow furrows slightly as he continues, if it's just this, then what troubles are there in this business? Why doesn't Master Lu do this himself? The young Taoist's quiet contemplation hints at a deeper mystery surrounding this seemingly simple request. He hesitates, a sigh escaping his lips. Because this is also my first time performing a ghost play, and I'm a bit uneasy, you know? His words reveal a nervousness that belies the seemingly simple task ahead. Master Lu's apology hangs heavy in the air. He cannot assist with the ghost play, leaving the young Taoist with a renewed sense of unease. The simple request now feels far more complicated. He resolutely declares, I usually try to avoid these things. There's no way I'd go out of my way to get involved. His resolve, however, feels tinged with a weariness that belies his words. Under a pale sky, the young Taoist walks, his shoulders slumped with a quiet weariness. The scene reflects his reluctance, a visible manifestation of his internal struggle. The young Taoist continues his walk, the word senior appearing below him, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of his responsibility. A sense of quiet resignation settles over the scene, under a muted sky, as he navigates the ancient streets. Brotherly, we don't have much food left, one of them says, his voice heavy with the weight of their dwindling supplies. Even if we eat sparingly, it'll only last 3 days. The young Taoist's shoulders slump further under the burden of this new worry, the bleakness of their situation mirroring the muted colors of the ancient street. Is it because we're short on money? I have this jade pendant that I can exchange for money, Brotherly states, a glimmer of resolve or perhaps desperation in his eyes. The weight of his responsibilities, previously etched on his weary shoulders, now finds a potential outlet. Senior Brotherly, there are no pawnshops in this village, a voice explains, dashing Brotherly's hopes. So even if we wanted to exchange it for food, the villagers wouldn't have enough money. The weight of their predicament settles heavily on the scene, a stark contrast to Brotherly's earlier flicker of resolve. So that's how it is. The young Taoist murmurs, a quiet acceptance settling over him as he hears the call. A new hope, however faint, flickers in the muted landscape. Master Lu. The young Taoist's whispered words, barely audible, carry a weight of hope, a silent plea directed towards a figure just visible in the distance. A glimmer of possibility, however faint, appears on the horizon. Please reconsider, Master, who is very generous. The plea hangs in the air, a fragile hope amidst the weight of their predicament. A beat of silence follows, then a quiet question, how much is the other party offering for this business? The question, though simple, carries the weight of their desperate situation. A thoughtful frown creases his face. The young Taoist considers the question, how much is the other party offering for this business? His expression reflects the weight of the decision before him, a silent battle between duty and desperation. Master, whose offer is revealed, 10 whole taels of silver. The old man's hands fly up in a gesture of joyous disbelief, his face splitting into a wide, delighted grin. If young Taoist Master can take it, we'll each get 5 taels. The words hang in the air, a proposition that transforms into a staggering sum, 5,000 copper coins. The young Taoist Master's eyes widen, the weight of this unexpected fortune settling upon him. Just, how much grain can that buy? The young Taoist's eyes, wide with a mixture of wonder and apprehension, reflect the enormity of the unexpected wealth. The sheer scale of 5,000 copper coins, enough to buy 60% of the grain, dawns on him. Young Taoist, I'm begging you. It's not easy to earn this much money these days. Master Hu pleads, his desperation palpable in his outstretched hands and earnest tone. The weight of his need is clear, a stark contrast to the young Taoist's earlier contemplation of the offer. Ha! A frustrated sigh escapes him as sparks fly. He struggles, muttering, can't knock it, can't melt it, then how can I fix this handbell? What kind of stinky problem is this? Wu Yan, the blacksmith, grumbles, his frustration evident as he stares at the damaged handbell. So, any solution, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. Wu Yang sighs, his brow furrowed in concentration. These days, one. He mutters, trailing off as he examines the damaged handbell, clearly still struggling to find a solution. Come here, lend me a hand, Wu Liang requests, his voice firm despite the continued struggle. He gestures towards the damaged handbell, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he seeks assistance. Ugh! Wu Liang grunts, his brow furrowed. Kid! Are you using your full strength? He demands, concern and doubt mixing in his voice. The young man, straining with the task, grits his teeth and replies, I'm already using my full strength. Young Taoist, this. Wu Liang begins, his voice laced with uncertainty. He looks from the straining young man to the still damaged handbell, a frown deepening on his face. Damn it, that's strange, he mutters, the words reflecting his growing bewilderment. What kind of copper is this thing made of? How is it so hard? Wu Liang wonders aloud, his brow furrowed in a mixture of frustration and fascination. The question hangs in the air, reflecting his bewilderment at the handbell's unexpected resilience. How about, we go to the ancestral hall first? Master, who must be getting impatient, Wu Liang suggests, his gaze shifting from the handbell to the young man beside him. A hint of weariness, but also a firm resolve, colors his expression. I'll try again by myself, the young man declares, his gaze fixed on the handbell. Wu Liang's warning, hey, you kid. We both couldn't do it, and you think you alone can, hangs heavy in the air, but the youth's determination is unwavering. Oh my God. Wu Liang breathes, his eyes wide with astonishment. That's actually really amazing, he adds, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring his voice. The young man's unexpected success leaves the older Taoist speechless. Crimson energy erupts as Wu Liang rings the handbell, his eyes blazing with newfound power. The ancient artifact resonates with a force neither he nor the young man had previously unleashed. Restoration successful. The words blaze across the panel, a golden light radiating from the handbell as it vibrates with newfound power. The ancient artifact's restoration is complete. Whoa! Wu Liang breathes, his eyes wide. I told you not long ago that this young Taoist is incredibly powerful, right? He adds, a hint of wonder in his voice. Old master whose decision to seek expert help is now clearly vindicated. Wu Liang stands amidst a serene landscape, a mountain temple nestled high above. A small stream flows nearby, the air calm. He holds the restored handbell, its faint glow a testament to the young Taoist's remarkable power. Before venturing to the ancestral hall, Wu Liang decides to test the repaired handbell. He holds it carefully, a thoughtful expression on his face. Looks like it's fixed. He murmurs, a quiet sense of relief in his tone. First, ring the bell, he decides. Next, he'll try it the way Baldy did. A quiet determination settles over Wu Liang as he prepares to test the fully restored handbell. With a deep breath, Wu Liang rings the restored handbell. A brilliant, radiant light erupts, washing over him in a wave of pure energy. It worked! Wu Liang exclaims, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The repaired handbell's power surges, a brilliant, distorted light erupting around him. Success! The word explodes from the panel, mirroring the radiant energy still swirling around Wu Liang. He stands, handbell held aloft, a triumphant grin etched on his face. Next, he'll try it like Baldy did. Wu Liang's hand, dirt-stained and determined, pushes through the tall grass, a quiet resolve in his eyes. Following Baldy's method, Wu Liang grabs a handful of dirt and stuffs it into his mouth, his expression grimly determined as he chews. Can you understand my words? The strange, swirling entity asks, its voice echoing across the landscape. Wu Liang, his back to us, remains silent for a moment before a reply comes, not from him, but from the creature itself. I can understand. Can you be used by me? The entity demands. Wu Liang's voice, distorted and strange, replies, my voice, why is it distorted like this? The answer comes swiftly, once, 3 months of lifespan, exchange. Li Non, nya. Make it less, this is expensive, Wu Liang bargains, his voice strained but firm. The cost of the entity's power is clearly a concern. A sigh escapes Wu Liang's lips. The cost of commanding the entity is revealed, 3 months of his lifespan, a steep price with no room for negotiation. Looks like I'll have to use it sparingly in the future, he mutters, a crescent moon rising in the darkening sky behind him. Wu Liang stands before the Wu family ancestral hall, the sign stark against the darkening sky. A palpable weight settles over the scene, the price he's paid hangs heavy in the air. Ah, young Taoist, you've finally arrived. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, greets Wu Liang at the Wu family ancestral hall. A hint of anticipation, perhaps even a touch of relief, colors his expression. Come, this way, the elder gestures, his voice a calm counterpoint to Wu Liang's earlier anxieties. How are your preparations coming along? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of inquiry and expectation. Just now Master Hu said that in previous years he also hired other troupes to perform ghost operas, and nothing ever happened, the elder explains, his words a balm to Wu Liang's apprehension. Young Taoist, don't worry. Wu Liang, though relieved, offers a simple, "Oh, okay." The elder continues, a new urgency in his voice, "Hey, young Taoist, look, this is Master Hu, this is the young Taoist I told you about," the elder exclaims, a clear note of relief in his voice. With him here, everything is guaranteed to be safe. Wu Liang, a little surprised, simply replies, "Oh? He. We'll be counting on the two of you tonight." Hu Qinghe, the wealthy master of Wu Liang, chuckles, his words a mixture of anticipation and perhaps a touch of nervous reliance. Wait. The word hangs in the air, a sudden interruption to the earlier reassurances. Wu Liang's expression shifts, a flicker of apprehension replacing the previous relief. Something unexpected is about to happen. Master Hu nods, accepting the request. All right, Master Hu. A cheerful opera is to be chosen, a festive performance to appease the ancestors restless in the quiet underworld. Silence is to be maintained once the performance begins, ensuring the spirits remain undisturbed. A chuckle escapes him. Don't worry, Master Hu, he assures, absolutely no rules will be broken. His gaze is steady, confident. No matter how you look at it, he adds, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, nothing seems likely to go wrong. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, he thinks, as Duke Gong's fingers dance across the strings of his instrument, a lively tune filling the air. The performance begins. Jia Junshin, questioning the dance's posture, observes. The Liang King's tyranny and the people's suffering are starkly contrasted with the festive music. The heroes of Nanping, poised and ready, are shown mastering the elements of water and fire. Their stances speak volumes, focused, prepared for whatever may come next. A somber reflection hangs in the air. As the saying goes, a voiceover intones, success is built upon 10,000 withered bones. The image shows a lone figure, their back to us, standing before a lattice screen. The weight of this ancient wisdom, and perhaps the cost of ambition, settles heavily upon the scene. On stage, the music is lively and bustling, yet a heavy silence hangs over the audience. Jia Junshin, observing from the sidelines, murmurs, "Don't overthink it, it's quite eerie." The contrast is unsettling. Jia Junshin, leaning against a wall, watches the opera unfold. Listening to this opera for a while is actually quite interesting, he muses, but adds with a yawn, but no matter how good the music is, staying up all night to listen will still make me sleepy. The scene shifts to the stage, where the performers continue their energetic routine. He runs a hand through his hair, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "Iya," he mutters, the sound barely audible. It feels like ever since coming here. A sense of unease settles over him, a palpable weight in the air. He rubs his eyes, a weary sigh escaping him. I seem to easily become sleepy. He admits, the words a quiet confession to himself as much as an observation. The colorful blur of the background subtly reflects his fading alertness. Not good. Since I accepted the money. He thinks, a shadow of worry darkening his eyes. The weight of his decision settles upon him. He struggles to stay awake, his inner monologue a stark contrast to the opera's vibrant energy. I really can't fall asleep while working. He groans, the words a testament to his mounting fatigue. But then, a sudden realization dawns, something's wrong. A palpable shift in the atmosphere underscores his growing unease. His eyes snap open, a stark alertness replacing the previous drowsiness. Panic flickers in their depths as a chilling realization dawns. Something is profoundly wrong. Why did the singing suddenly stop? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream echoing the protagonist's growing alarm. His sharp gaze, fixed on something unseen, betrays a palpable sense of unease within the dimly lit building. Master Lu. Why did you suddenly stop? The question, sharp with concern, cuts through the eerie silence that has fallen over the opera house. A palpable tension hangs in the air, replacing the previous vibrant music. He descends the steps, a frantic urgency in his stride. Bloodstains mar the stone, a grim trail marking his hurried retreat. A chilling hee-hee echoes as crimson droplets rain down upon Master Lu and his companions. Terror contorts their faces, the sudden silence is shattered by a horrifying, unseen presence. Good show. A reward. The chilling words, accompanied by a grotesque, grinning face, emerge from the shadows. Crimson stains the scene, a horrifying confirmation of the unseen attacker's brutality. This ghostly thing again. Master Lu grits his teeth, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The chilling hee-hee from the unseen attacker still echoes in the bloody aftermath. Scattered coins rain down as a shadowy figure retreats, leaving behind a trail of carnage. The chilling laughter still echoes. Sobbing fills the air, a stark contrast to the recent violence. "Dad, I'm scared," cries a young voice, their terror palpable amidst the scattered coins, a grim reminder of the ghostly attacker's chilling departure. A chilling hee-hee echoes in the darkness as the old man clutches the boy's mouth, silencing his cries. Terror grips the scene. A chilling grin spreads across the attacker's face, a grotesque parody of mirth. His eyes, burning red embers in the darkness, fix on his terrified victims. The echoing laughter continues, a cruel soundtrack to their fear. Well done. Here's a reward. The chilling words, and the tossed coin, are a cruel mockery of comfort. The attacker's grin widens, a horrifying contrast to the boy's silent terror. Coins rain down, a macabre shower of rewards as the ghostly figure retreats, leaving behind a scene of silent terror. The old man, still clutching the boy's mouth, stares after it, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something akin to numb resignation. A shower of coins rains down, a grotesque reward as the figure vanishes into the shadows, leaving behind only the old man and the terrified boy. The ghostly figure vanishes, leaving behind a trail of coins that drift down like macabre confetti. Below, the old man and terrified boy remain, the silence heavy with the aftermath of their ordeal. The figure vanishes, leaving behind only a lingering silence and a shower of coins, a cruel, mocking reward for the terror inflicted. The old man's grip loosens on the boy's mouth, his gaze fixed on the departing specter, his fear giving way to a heavy, chilling resignation. Master Lu's performance isn't supposed to stop? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering silence and the shower of coins that drift down like macabre confetti. Fear gives way to a chilling uncertainty. Yo, young Taoist, this. The old man's voice trails off, his gaze fixed on the lingering coins, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched onto his weathered face. The shower of gold continues to fall, a strange and unsettling aftermath. Why are you still standing there? A voice demands, cutting through the lingering silence. From the swirling crimson mist, a figure emerges, their words a chilling command: don't stop, keep singing. Our benefactor has already given us a generous reward, the words ring out, a stark contrast to the boy's silent sobs. A wave of disbelief washes over him, the generous reward a cruel mockery of the terror he just endured. All right, young Taoist. The elderly man's voice is firm, a reassuring tone cutting through the dimly lit room. He gestures towards the young woman, a silent agreement passing between them. We'll start singing right now. A declaration rings out, the words echoing across the twilight landscape as a crimson tide of energy erupts around a secluded building. A crimson energy surges around the building, yet it remains strangely still. This thing came but isn't even attacking. What on earth does it want? A voice questions, the uncertainty palpable in the night. Seated amidst the crimson glow, a figure rests, his hand gently resting on the hilt of his sword. A quiet moment of reflection, a poignant thought escapes him, thinking of my dear old mother up in the hall. Clanging sounds echo as a grotesque figure emerges from the crimson energy, its unsettling grin a stark contrast to the ominous glow. And it's not even attacking. He watches, a skeptical frown etching itself onto his face. This thing can't actually be here to just watch the opera, right? He mutters, even as he continues to clap along to the rhythm. A slight frown creases his face as he observes the crimson energy. It's getting foggy, he questions, a hint of unease in his voice. The crimson energy, previously concentrated, now diffuses, spreading like a fog. A subtle unease settles over him as he watches this unsettling change. Accompanying you, my lord, like. The words hang in the air, a nervous tremor in the voice, as the crimson energy swirls around the two figures. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the scene. Sobbing, he whispers, it's like. His face is streaked with tears, reflecting the swirling crimson energy around him. The fog of energy continues to thicken, its ominous presence intensifying his distress. A chilling chuckle escapes him, a sheep against a tiger. The crimson energy swirls menacingly, mirroring the cruel amusement in his tone. A chilling laugh echoes, the crimson energy swirling around him intensifying. A sheep against a tiger. He sneers, the words dripping with cruel amusement. A crimson slash erupts, a brutal, swift attack cutting through the ominous red fog. A crimson blade flashes, a desperate counterattack tearing through the swirling red energy. Crimson claws lash out, a brutal counter to the desperate attack. The energy crackles, a fierce clash of wills. A crimson wave explodes outward, the force of the clash sending shockwaves through the air. The impact is deafening. Silence. A heavy, tense silence follows the explosive clash. He sits, head bowed, amidst the lingering crimson energy, a single, glowing crimson shard held loosely in his hand. A monstrous grin splits across the face of the attacker, a chilling display of triumph as crimson energy dissipates. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to the monstrous grin looming below. Ha! The victor's chilling laughter echoes the devastation. His monstrous grin widens, a horrifying spectacle of multiple eyes and gaping maw, as crimson ichor drips from his form. The victor's chilling laughter echoes the devastation he has wrought. If you didn't have this nasty habit like humans do. The victor's words drip with cruel amusement, his monstrous grin widening, a chilling testament to his overwhelming victory. Then I guess, what you eat isn't candles, he observes, a flicker of grim amusement in his eyes as he catches the crimson energy. But rather the fear produced in people's hearts, right? He states, the crimson energy on his blade pulsing faintly, a chilling confirmation of his terrifying power. He strikes, a crimson arc of energy slicing through the air, leaving the monstrous figure reeling. The victor's power is undeniable. Crimson energy erupts across the arena as the two warriors clash. A whirlwind of blades and dark magic fills the space, the very air crackling with power. The battle's aftermath settles, a round bright moon illuminating the courtyard as he stands, his expression grim, a silent testament to the intensity of the fight just past. He leaps, a blur of motion against the crimson backdrop. A silver arc flashes, slicing through the dark energy tendrils that writhe around him. A crimson wave explodes across the panel, the force of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He stands amidst the dissipating crimson energy, his weathered face grim, the long sword held low, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. A dark, ancient tablet shatters, its arcane symbols dissolving into crimson dust as he sends it hurtling away with a swift, precise strike. He pulls the shattered tablet's remnants towards him, crimson dust swirling around his hand. The fight, though fierce, is clearly nearing its end. With a final, powerful strike, he sends his opponent reeling. Tight, the word hangs in the air, a testament to the force of his blow as crimson energy explodes around them. Crimson energy explodes, a violent wave washing over the rooftops. The battle's fury is palpable, the aftermath a chaotic swirl of red and purple. I didn't expect that. The words hang in the air, a breath of surprise amidst the lingering crimson chaos. The aftermath of the battle settles, revealing a stunned opponent, their power seemingly spent. This thing actually fears the heavenly. The words trail off, but the implication hangs heavy in the air. He stands over his defeated foe, a grim satisfaction etched on his face, the purple energy of his opponent dissipating into nothingness. The heavenly scripture. A chilling laugh erupts from the defeated foe, a grotesque grin splitting their mask-like face as crimson energy flares around them once more. A chilling laugh escapes the defeated foe, a grotesque grin splitting their mask-like face. Crimson energy flares, reigniting the battle. Ha! Next, it's my turn. The words hang in the air, a chilling declaration as a crimson moon hangs heavy in the darkening sky. Under a crimson moon, he stands victorious, a smirk playing on his lips. The lingering purple energy of the battle fades, leaving only the chilling silence of the night. A crimson glow emanates from below, a dark, ominous shape taking form. It rises slowly, a chilling presence filling the night. From the crimson depths, a figure rises. Clad in a blood-red robe adorned with dark roses, a chilling visage emerges, eyes burning with malevolent intent. Fans. The single word, stark against the swirling crimson and purple energies, speaks volumes. A wave of anticipation crashes over the scene, the aftermath of the battle leaving only a lingering sense of dread. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, a swirling vortex of purple and crimson. The power is immense, a terrifying display of raw might. Submerged in the crimson tide, a hand emerges, pale against the swirling darkness. A chilling stillness hangs in the air, the aftermath of unimaginable power. From the wreckage, a chilling figure rises, its crimson robes billowing amidst the dissipating energy. The silence is broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. Go to hell. The chilling words, a venomous whisper against the backdrop of lingering chaos, mark the end of the battle. A final, swift strike follows, a dark energy arcing through the air. A final, searing blast of dark energy erupts, obliterating the remnants of the battle. The very ground cracks and burns under the force. A scoff escapes him, a mere tisk against the backdrop of lingering destruction. He then observes the lingering dark energy, a question forming on his lips, this damn thing can even pass through walls? The word vanish appears, mirroring the dissipating energy. Consider yourself lucky you escaped quickly. The words hang in the air, a chilling assessment from the victor amidst the wreckage. A lingering purple energy dissipates, leaving behind only the scarred earth. Young Taoist. The victor's voice cuts through the silence, a sharp contrast to the devastation left behind. He addresses a younger man, his gaze intense, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Did my sword fall close to your side? Master Lu inquires, his gaze soft yet assessing. The young Taoist's grateful reply, thank you, Master Lu, hangs in the air, a quiet testament to the power just witnessed. A chilling he echoes, a stark contrast to the previous gratitude. Master Lu's expression remains unreadable as he returns the young Taoist's sword, the unspoken tension thickening the air. Tell me, do I look more like a human or a god? Master Lu's chilling question hangs in the air, his eyes blazing with an unnerving red light. A predatory grin stretches across his face, the unspoken threat palpable. Not good. This Master Lu is a fake. The young Taoist's realization dawns, his face etched with dawning horror. The deception is clear, the previous unsettling events now falling into a terrifying new light. I shouldn't have taken the sword. My hands are both occupied. The young Taoist's desperate realization rings out, his words a stark reflection of his predicament as he struggles to defend himself. A crimson claw slams into the Taoist, sending him sprawling. His desperate cry is cut short, the impact echoing the sudden, brutal shift in the fight. Penetrating defenses, a crimson claw tears through the Taoist's guard. A pained ugh escapes him as the attack connects, the raw force of the blow sending him reeling. Sent flying, the young Taoist crashes, his crimson robes billowing around him like a tattered flag. The attack's ferocity is undeniable, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. A chilling he escapes the attacker, his crimson face a mask of cruel amusement as he towers over the fallen Taoist. The young man's defeat is complete. A chilling laugh echoes as he declares, there's no escaping now. His crimson eyes gleam with cruel satisfaction, the fallen Taoist a testament to his overwhelming power. He raises a glowing orb, crimson energy swirling within. The fallen Taoist is left helpless, the attacker's victory complete. A wave of crimson energy erupts, engulfing the helpless Taoist. The attacker's victory is absolute. Crimson energy flares, obscuring the attacker's form in a maelstrom of power. Only his burning eyes remain visible, gleaming with a terrifying satisfaction. The crimson energy dissipates, leaving only a chilling silence and the attacker's imposing figure, silhouetted against the dust-filled air. His victory is absolute. A crimson eye, blazing with infernal power, dominates the panel. It's a terrifying glimpse into the heart of the darkness, a raw display of the being's immense, terrifying might. Its full form revealed, the creature unleashes a roar that shakes the very foundations of reality. A terrifying maw, lined with jagged teeth, is bared in a horrifying display of primal rage. From the inferno, a figure rises. Silhouetted against the crimson flames, it's a terrifying presence, its power palpable even in the darkness. Its monstrous form fully revealed, the creature lets out a deafening roar, a sound that seems to tear at the very fabric of reality. A wave of pure, terrifying power radiates outwards. It's finally taken care of. A voice observes, the words hanging heavy in the air. So the real body of this thing was the shadow on the ground. Crimson embers still dance and fade, the aftermath of a powerful confrontation. No wonder cutting it in half didn't work. The speaker's voice, laced with weary understanding, reflects on the battle's unexpected turn. Counting the time, they note it's nearly 5 in the morning, the long night finally drawing to a close. It's finally over. He stands amidst the fading crimson embers, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He chuckles, the sound oddly at odds with the devastation around him. The God of Joy has won. The God of Joy smiles, a chilling sight amidst the crimson remnants of the battle. His victory is complete, the lingering chaos a testament to the power he wields. It's not quite dead yet. The God of Joy's victory is momentarily interrupted by this unsettling realization, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he assesses the situation. A crimson arc, swift and deadly, slices through the night. It's a desperate counterattack, a final, furious blow aimed at the God of Joy, who watches with narrowed eyes, his earlier triumph momentarily eclipsed by this unexpected resurgence of power. The attack connects, a blinding flash of iridescent energy erupting where the God of Joy stood. A wave of concussive force radiates outwards, leaving behind only swirling, ethereal remnants of the blast. The God of Joy dances. The God of Joy frolics. From the ethereal remnants of the blast, a grotesque, grinning visage emerges, a chilling testament to his resilience. Splitting into two, the grotesque figure doubles its menacing grin. The ink on the red paper, it's revealed, is fresh. From the explosion's heart, 3 grotesque faces emerge, their grins chilling. The God of Joy is both angry and sad, the text proclaims, a reflection of the chaotic scene. The incense skull lantern blazes, bright as the sea itself. Just what the hell is this damn thing, he mutters, a grim expression etched onto his face amidst the swirling chaos of red and black. The 3 grinning skull faces loom below, a chilling testament to the God of Joy's resilience. The horrifying truth is revealed, the God of Joy is ravenous, its left hand clutching a heart and liver, its right, intestines. A chilling question hangs in the air, a desperate plea amidst the gruesome spectacle, will this ever end? He stands amidst a crimson tide, the ground slick with what can only be described as a horrifying deluge. A grim determination sets his jaw as he surveys the scene, the monstrous, fleshy walls of the God of Joy closing in. The village head has arrived, a chilling announcement cuts through the carnage, to welcome the God of Joy. The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the horrifying scene unfolding around him. A wave of crimson engulfs the village, the God of Joy's horrifying form expanding, a terrifying spectacle of flesh and shadow. Its power is overwhelming, a tide of destruction that threatens to consume everything. Crimson echoes fade into the night, leaving behind only the chilling silence of devastation. A grim aftermath. Suspended in a swirling vortex of crimson and glowing lines, he realizes his predicament. I've fallen into a trap. His voice trails off, a chilling welcome, echoing from the depths below. His face, a mask of agony, is contorted. Blood streams from eyes now glowing crimson, a horrifying transformation complete. No. I can't. He whispers, the words lost in the echoing silence of his own demise. His eyes blaze crimson, a horrifying transformation complete. No. I can't think of that name, he screams, the desperate plea lost in the echoing silence. A malevolent laughter, a chilling hadash, cuts through the night, a stark contrast to his agony. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of crimson and ethereal lines, he stares, bewildered. What is that? He whispers, a tremor of fear in his voice, the question hanging heavy in the oppressive silence. It's trying to drill its way out of the sky. A chilling realization dawns as he witnesses the terrifying spectacle unfolding before him. Overwhelmed, he cries out, I can't watch anymore. The horrifying spectacle before him proves too much to bear. A shiver runs through him. Blood streaks his face, a stark contrast to the crimson in his eyes. Just close your eyes, a voice whispers, a desperate plea for respite from the horrifying spectacle. Already. The word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the crimson streaks staining his face. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflect the terrifying spectacle, a silent scream trapped within their depths. A colossal, ethereal hand descends, its luminescent green glow casting an eerie light upon his blood-streaked face. Where did that hand come from? The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring his own stunned disbelief. From where? The question echoes his own bewilderment as a colossal, ethereal hand, glowing an eerie green, descends. Then, a hand ethereal, colossal, and glowing an eerie green reaches down, its presence both otherworldly and terrifying. A blinding flash of light erupts, a chaotic swirl of emerald and gold engulfing everything. He soars through the air, debris scattering around him like shattered glass in a golden sunset. The aftermath of the blinding flash reveals a landscape transformed, the very ground fractured beneath his feet. He sits, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew! I'm saved. He whispers, the golden debris still falling around him, a testament to the near miss. He rises, a weary sigh escaping his lips. Thanks to that hand just now, I managed to hold on until dawn. He murmurs, the lingering question hanging heavy in the air, that hand, whose hand was it? It wasn't the Liu family's troupe, their performance hadn't stopped since. He observes the scene, a curious frown etching itself onto his face. The sound continues, a mystery yet to be solved. He looks around, a question forming on his lips. Were you the ones who just helped me? The words hang in the air, a silent plea for answers in the twilight. Several dark tablets tumble from unseen shelves, crashing to the floor around him. The sound, though sudden, offers no answers to his question. Even if it wasn't you, there's no need for such a big reaction. A dismissive smirk plays on his lips, a clear indication of his skepticism regarding the earlier mysterious assistance. Kid. The word hangs heavy in the air, a chilling preview of what's to come. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, the previous skepticism replaced by a palpable tension.